Um, Thank you everyone for coming here today, those physically and also those online. My name is Diego Marin, and I'm working at the European Environmental Bureau, which is one of the organizers of this conference. So just to start off, this has been a process of about 3 years. In 2020, we would have liked to have been here already, and perhaps this being the second or third Environmental Justice Conference. But back then, we couldn't do it because of the COVID crisis, of course. This was a result of many things that just really changed our plans. And then later on in that year, we tried to do it again, and unfortunately, we could not still. The following year, we tried again, and we still could not because of COVID crisis was still ongoing. But now we're happy to be here, finally, after 3 years of this planning. And now with many more partners, and we believe that the topic has grown since 2020, so perhaps it's also an opportune time to already start speaking about environmental justice. This is also a topic that is ongoing at the moment. It is very established in other regions, particularly the United States. But here in Europe, it is a growing topic of, particularly within academia, civil society now involved in it as well. And we're hoping that this is also a bottom-up process in the future. Now, the importance of Cluj cannot go without saying. I mean, this is the city where it's probably one of the epicenters when it comes to environmental injustices and environmental analysis, justice analysis coming in from Patarat, which our participants will be speaking about it later today. And then lastly, I want to also thank our partners, who many of them have helped us organize this conference physically. And then we also would like to thank EFA and Ergo particularly for co-organizing this conference as well. Now, without further ado, we have a great panel for you today. I will just really start off with how the conference will unfold. So right now we have section 1, which is the opening of the conference. We will have our speakers give their points and introduce the conference as well. Then next, we will have political messages from EU and national policymakers. Next, we will go over at 10:30 to the environmental justice and common basic principles discussion. That is section 2. And then we will have parallel working groups as well. Moving on, we'll have lunch at 12, and then report back from the parallel groups. And then we move on to section 3. We will speak about environmental justice and EU policies. And then lastly, we will have a closing session, a conclusion. Well, a coffee break as well at 4:30. So we'll have breaks for those here. I know it's an intense topic, so we'll be able to at least cool down, also network. For those online, you'll also be involved at least in the working groups as well. So we're hoping that we have a wonderful environmental justice conference today, and then this is the first of many more to come. So without further ado, I give the floor and would like to also thank Nikolai Ashtai. He's the dean from Bolai University who hosts us today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As a member of the hosts today for you, I would like to give you a few words about Babeș-Bolyai University. Most of you know it, but maybe many of you don't. It's the largest university in Romania. It's also the oldest university in Romania. It has 22 faculties, including physical sciences, social sciences, and arts and theology. So we have a very complex profile as a university, and we are very proud of this, and we are a very multicultural university. It's one of the few universities that has 3 official languages of study: Romanian, Hungarian, and German. So it's not that we have courses in Hungarian and in German, it's an official language of the university. So this multicultural profile is very cherished by Babeș-Bolyai University, and we are really proud to state this whenever we can. And I think in this context, it brings some added value. Right now, you are here at the Faculty of Environmental Science and Engineering. I'm the dean of this faculty from 2020. We are quite a young faculty because the environmental studies started to coagulate only mostly after we joined the EU. But for 20 years, we have environmental studies at bachelor, master, and PhD level. So we are very proud that we can offer young students from Romania and from abroad studies in the field of environmental science and engineering at all levels. Besides this, since last year, and I think this is of interest particularly for this event, we are hosting the chair the UNESCO Chair for Sustainable Development and Climate Change. So here at this faculty there is a UNESCO Chair founded recently, so we are quite young, 1 year, on sustainable development and climate change. And I think sustainable development is an issue that impacts your discussions today heavily, because I think there is a disproportionate way of looking at sustainable development when it comes to equity and justice for the Roma communities. And I would like to stress that there is no sustainable development without social equity. So this is a very important pillar that which our university and Babes-Bolyai's directions are being, let's say, moved forward. We are focusing, of course, on education, on research, but now, since 2020, we are focusing a lot on the impact of our research and our education on the socio-economic environment. And looking towards this impact towards the society, we want to move a little bit out from the university towards the social partners that we have. And I think this event constitutes something very powerful in this direction. Of course, you are also in Cluj, in Patarât, and later today you will see the environmental monitoring part done by one of our colleagues for the waters in Patarât, but also in other Roma communities, and how this project that he is undertaking tries to bring better conditions and better health conditions and better environmental conditions to Roma populations in Transylvania. So I hope you will like his lecture and appreciate our work. We are trying to move beyond the standard environmental monitoring, let's say, mission that we have as a faculty. We just don't want to look at the environment, we also want to see the complex, multi- and transdisciplinary involvements that the environmental factors and the environmental process implies. So, I would like to wish you a successful conference. I would be very happy to see something pragmatic come out of your discussions today. There's a lot of heavy stakeholders present at this conference, and I am sure that it will have a great success, and looking forward to the next ones that you will organize. So, welcome to Babes-Bolyai University, and we are really happy to host this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai. And now I'll give the floor over to Patricia. She's our deputy director at the European Environment Bureau.
Thanks so much, Diego. Good morning, everyone. So a big welcome also from the side of the European Environmental Bureau. We're one of the co-organizers of this conference. And first of all, I would like to thank the university, and you especially, the Dean, for hosting us at this beautiful faculty. So thank you very much for having us. So a few words about the EB. We're the largest federation of environmental citizens organizations in Europe. We have 180 member organizations in more than 40 countries. And there are around 35 million Europeans who are organized in the environmental movement in Europe, and we are their voice at the European level. So as an organization, we work on a very broad range of topics. Obviously, we work on climate and emission reductions. We work on circular economy and waste. We work on chemical pollution, industrial pollution, air pollution, and the health impacts of those types of pollution. We work on nature protection, biodiversity, clean water, on agriculture, sustainable food systems, but also on environmental democracy and the environmental rights of citizens. And we work on the economic transition. So how can we create an economic system that stays within the ecological limits of the planet, but also creates well-being and prosperity for all. So we believe that all these areas that we work on as an environmental organization are directly linked to the living conditions of marginalized communities, such as some of the Roma communities in Europe. And this is why a few years ago we entered into this collaboration and partnership with the Ergo network to together explore this concept of environmental justice and to see what kind of meaning it can bring to our work as organizations working on environmental and climate policy. So I'm not going to say much about this concept now because we'll explore it together today, but I can just say that for us as an environmental organization, this collaboration, working with Roma rights organizations, has been a very, very valuable learning curve. And we're very happy about this partnership and the fact that we're now finally here to kind of bring together environmental organizations, academics, and Roma rights organizations with institutional stakeholders and decision makers around that topic. So allow me just to say a few words where I personally believe it is valuable to explore this concept of environmental justice in the light of improving living conditions for Roma communities. I think there's a lot of proof out there that marginalized communities across our region, and Roma communities in particular, are disproportionately affected by pollution, by environmental burdens, by environmental degradation, and there are very severe health impacts linked to that. And adding an environmental perspective allows us to kind of give more focus to those impacts. Then what we've also seen in our analysis is that forced evictions and displacement of Roma communities often also have an environmental aspect to them. Whenever where they live becomes more environmentally valuable to their city, to other communities, that increases the risk of them being displaced. Then, of course, there's also the aspects of the environmental benefits and who benefits. And it's usually not the marginalized communities that have the benefit of healthy green spaces, of environmental services, and of a better quality of life. And then there's also, I believe, a very interesting link between antigypsyism and negative stereotypes around Roma communities linked to environmental aspects, where Roma communities are branded as being dirty, as creating pollution, as being the source of pollution, while an environmental justice lens allows us to analyze that the reason for that pollution is much more systemic, and it's not those communities, but it's the wider society that produces that pollution, but externalizes that to those communities. So I think there's a lot of value in adding this perspective to our joint work. And then finally, I mean, we're in the age of the ecological transition. There's a European Green Deal. And I believe there's a lot of opportunity in making those policies work also for marginalized communities, but there's also a big risk that environmental and climate policies can further marginalize communities, which is why I believe it's really important also for organizations working with minorities to join forces with environmental organizations to make sure that we can leverage these policies for the communities. So what I would like to take away from this conference is that I hope that it brings together environmental organizations with Roma rights, Roma-led organizations, that we as environmental organizations are encouraged and motivated to work together with organizations that work on human rights, on social justice, on minority rights, that we get to know each other, and also that we can convince those organizations working on minority rights to embrace an environmental lens as well, and to integrate that in their work for the benefit of the planet, but also obviously for the benefit of the people that they represent. So I'm very curious to see how the day will develop, and thank you again to all our partners, and I'll hand back over to Diego.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Patricia. So now we'll go online. If Gabriela is online, she is going to join us. Is she online? Okay, perfect. Yes, so Gabriela is the director of the Ergo Network, who is also a partner of this conference. Over to you, Gabriela.
Diego?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Let's do it different. Good morning, everyone, to Romania from Brussels. Thank you so much for connecting me online. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're very excited to be the co-organizer of, together with the European Environment Bureau in this conference. And this is practically really like the first national and EU level environmental justice conference on Roma communities. This is I think this is an important step, and the partnership of our two organizations, as Patricia said, actually needs to be viewed as acknowledgement the baseline, we moved a very long way. I think that right now we are understanding on both sides the importance to work on environmental racism, climate change, and anti-gypsyism together. And the fact that the conference is taking place in Cluj is even more symbolic. As Roma living on the toxic waste in Patara, which you all know, this is the largest waste-related ghetto, it's been selected because we really want to put attention to this situation. It has been a decade since Roma activists were raising the issues of Patara. For me, I was personally involved when in 2014 there was the first resolution on anti-gypsyism in the European Parliament. The first organization of the EU Roma Week in 2015 was actually started with the flash mob, where people from Patara actually themselves were playing also, and we were doing the eviction. And although we cannot make sure that the court decision that declared that these legal authorities will displace the people and the families and take the settlement, it's important to bring the attention to it, because I think this is really untolerable that we have more than 1,500 people still suffering from polluted soil and groundwater, which is affecting very severely their health. So we really hope that this conference will not only raise the awareness about the impact of the environmental racism, but also that the authorities in Cluj will start dealing with Patara community and provide appropriate solutions for those living there. We really believe that environmental racism, especially when it comes to the minorities, needs more attention, but most of all it needs action. And right now, despite the European Union's recognition on pressing the need on addressing environmental racism in discrimination, segregation of Roma communities, most of the national strategic frameworks fail to incorporate those crucial aspects. And we see that for many member states, environmental issues are directly addressed through housing and access to basic services without explicit mention. So practically, this lack of awareness regarding the importance of environmental justice, especially in the context of anti-gypsyism and environmental health risks, poses a significant challenge. And I think it's also important to say that we in ECHO, we are a very strong advocate in fighting anti-gypsyism, and we are very closely following the process of adoption and implementation of national Roma strategies framework by member states through our members. We have about 30 members across the Europe, Western Balkan, and Turkey, but also in the UK and Ukraine. And we bring the formal updates, we bring the updates on those formal processes. And we work with the belief and vision that anti-gypsyism has to be tackled horizontally in every action as a root cause of discrimination and social exclusion. So practically, we really need a tangible political commitment from all member states, because it's not there. They have to understand the environmental justice landscape at the national level through data mapping and intersectional approach. The ground work is essential, but also in this pursuit of environmental justice, we have to establish, as I think it will be also repeated many times this day, the direct link between the fight against anti-gypsyism and impact on environmental discrimination. So I really hope that this conference brings more knowledge, more information, but also a sort of a motivation for the member states to make sure that the change will actually happen, and that we are starting to do everything together right now. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful and successful conference.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Gabriela, and for joining us online as well. And last but not least, I will give the floor over to Dragoș Pislaru. He's an MEP from Renew Europe, from Romania. He is chair of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs. Pislaru.
Thank you very much. It is really an honor to be here, and I was really glad to respond to the invitation of the European Roma grassroots organization, Ergo. Isabella here knows that we've been in touch these years, and I also see a lot of good friends like Ready or other organizations that we've been working on, and right now I'm discovering with a lot of pleasure and with the intention of congratulating EEB for their active involvement. I think that we are right now at the convergence of two important topics. On one hand, environmental justice. On the other hand, the issues, the serious issues that we are facing with the Roma community in Europe. Of course, my field of expertise would be more focused on the Roma community. As a chair of the Employment and Social Affairs Committee, I can tell you that this entire legislature, we had the fight against discrimination, the taking out of poverty, the Roma communities. I mean, these were important priorities for us. I just want to clarify one important thing, because, I mean, sometimes in Romania, I mean, maybe we don't understand the dimension of the problem that we are talking here about. The Roma are Europe's largest ethnic minority. This is, I mean, we are talking about a population that will be the size of a country, of a member state. The sheer figures that show the situation of how the Roma communities are living in poverty, they're socially excluded, I mean, makes no sense for a particular structure like the European Union that claims to be pioneering and, you know, fighting at the global level to respect human rights, children's rights, talking about the European pillar of social rights and so on and so forth. And it's really striking that we have these kind of double standards. On one hand, you have a lot of actions that are supposed and meant to show that the quality of living in Europe is really increasing and improving. On the other hand, we see that the situation, especially in Roma settlements, is actually degrading. So with that, I think that it's a very important starting point. The other, of course, I was talking about the convergence point. The other thing is that right now we have a continental ambition to lead Europe towards responding to important challenges and towards a just, fair twin transition, green and digital. And it's again striking because there are some people understanding these changes in silos. That is, okay, the Green Deal is about green and climate change, digital is just about technology, and then when you talk about social or economic development, I mean, these are different fields of activity. And in reality, and that's very important to understand, in reality, you need to have a holistic approach on these issues. The twin transitions will not be fair if we don't have an active policy towards being sure that the most vulnerable groups in society will not be excluded even further. And you mentioned that. We see that the climate change phenomenon, I mean, starting from drought, flooding, fires, and so on, I mean, these are affecting with a much higher intensity the vulnerable communities rather than, you know, the rest of the population. Especially if we take into account that part of this vulnerable population, you have already an ethnic discrimination. I mean, you can imagine the compound effect on that. On digital, I mean, we might have high ambitions on digital, but if we look at the challenge and the risk of digital divide, and the fact that there are children that have no access towards digital education, I mean, that's something that we should really be worried, because then their chances to get their respective skills to have an independent living would actually be dramatically reduced. And one of the most important things that we are talking here, and I think that it's linked with the concept of environmental justice, is that we are talking here about intergenerational problems. I mean, we see that these communities are locked in, and if we are not actually helping also changing the environment around and helping them get a better life and break this vicious circle, then we are really having a lot of problems in implementing our principles and values at the European level. Now, a very brief history of what we've done in recent years, because we have actually done quite a few things at European level. At the end of the last legislature, the European Parliament interrogated the implementation of the Roma integration strategies. You know that there was a deadline in 2020 for the national strategies. There's a framework, a strategic framework at EU level that was meant to improve dramatically the lives of the Roma community. And unfortunately, and that was also the spirit of the resolution of the European Parliament, unfortunately the level of implementation in the member states was by far not adequate. I mean, we didn't see any dramatic changes, and if we look from a resource perspective and funding perspective, we've seen that there was a lot of European money allocated through the cohesion policy, for instance, the European Social Fund, and the effectiveness of that spending is really questioned. So already in 2019, the European Parliament had a resolution on this issue of Roma integration strategy, and then the new legislator immediately, we took over, and there was a report, an initiative report of the European Parliament on the implementation of national Roma integration strategies, combating negative attitudes towards people with Romani background in Europe. And this has been led by the LIBE committee, so the human rights perspective, with Romeo Franz, and then from our committee, the Employment and Social Affairs Committee, by our colleague Tomasz Zdechowski. And I remember vividly, I mean, 4 years have passed very, very fast, but I remember vividly that we had quite an enthusiasm at the beginning of the legislature that these things need to change. And it's very interesting, right now we are in October, and a lot of things happened in October. So in October 2020, we have launched and we adopted the report, and then just a couple of days later, on 7th of October 2020, the European Commission launched the 10-year plan. The 10-year plan and the proposal for a council recommendation, with the fact that it should be of an utmost priority to focus on 7 key areas: on equality, on inclusion, on participation, on education, on employment, on health, and housing. And of course, I mean, we don't have the word environment or these kind of issues here, but basically when we talk about health, when we talk about housing, I mean, the conditions that are, of course, involved in access to tap water, to minimum standards of hygiene, and the whole way in which we can relate to the living conditions. I mean, they are implicit there, and I think even explicit to some extent in terms of the services that we need for developing these communities. Now, the 10-year plan was meant to be between 2020 and 2030. We are right now already in 2024. We haven't seen much progress. I mean, that would be the way I'm looking at things. Member states, some of them, maybe a large majority of them, adopted new perspectives at national level. But again, it seems that we are actually trying to do with the same type of resources, with the same type of concepts, the same things all over again, and we are expecting different results. So I'm having actually an issue with that, because this is still considered something like, yeah, this is about Roma and Roma development. Whereas the big and fundamental changes that we are putting forward at EU level should apply also and have the resources to change the situation of the Roma communities as well. So instead of just, focusing some resources to be there because we have a strategy and so on, the mainstreaming would actually be the main priority. So we are right now going to talk about, again, this convergence of discrimination of Roma communities and environmental justice. But the basic issue is that we should not have this kind of environmental condition, regardless to which community we are applying it. So from the beginning, this is a no-go. And then we shouldn't have any discriminatory practices or antigypsyism feelings, and this is again a no-go. So why do we have this situation? And I will try to give also a political view on that. But let me first update you with where we are right now. So I was saying that October was an important month. On the 5th of October 2022, my dear colleague from the Renew Europe political family, Lucia Nicosonova, has actually launched and we adopted and voted a new resolution in the European Parliament, so just 1 year ago, the situation of Roma people living in settlements in the EU. And this has been the result of a process that started with a visit of the Employment Committee in Slovakia, where we've actually looked at settlements that were very similar to Pataret. And I just want to be very clear, because we do have this tendency in Romania to say that we have a unique situation and then you were exceptional and so on. Unfortunately, this is not the only place in Europe where we have this kind of settlements. This situation is common in other places, in Slovakia, I would say also in Hungary, and certainly in other parts of Romania like Pirita, Ponorita, Vlheta, or other places. And of course, there might not be the same convergence with also the environmental factors, so it's good to talk about the most difficult situations, but I would just like to state the fact that this situation of segregating in rural and urban areas an ethnic minority, it's a complete and utter ignorance or denial of the basic principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights. And I would even dare to say that after this particular resolution that we adopted in the European Parliament, the pressure that we put on the Commission to do something about it has actually increased. And even in the last plenary in Strasbourg, the Cult Committee debated about the segregation of and discrimination against Roma children in education. So politically, at European level, in terms of putting things on the agenda, I mean, these are very, very important issues. And right now, just a few considerations of the situation on Pataret, and I will be closing my intervention. So, the problem that we are facing here is that in any normal case, there should be basically a top-down and bottom-up pressure to change the situation, the status quo. Normally, when you have a blatant disrespect for human rights, that should actually be immediately followed by a political reaction. I mean, you cannot ignore as a politician if you do have this kind of cases. But the basic problem that we are facing is that this is not just a case of environmental injustice. This is also something that is fueled by a strong anti-gypsyism feeling, whereas it is considered that, okay, what it is maybe not acceptable for the normal population, it may actually be something that we can tolerate for the gypsies, for the Roma population. And that's actually something that is really annoying, and that's at the core of the problem that we are talking here. Because right now, acting on Pataret does not bring votes for the mainstream politician movement in Cluj or in Romania. And it is tolerated. And for a community that is so well developed and has such a European spirit as Cluj, this is completely unacceptable. And I think that we should fight to raise awareness on that. We should have a progressive agenda in Cluj on that. I know that there are efforts at grassroots level, and I've met the activists that have been spending a lot of time trying to change and improve the situation of Roma children and the community. But for me, I mean, still this is actually an important pain to see the fact that more or less this is something that we got used with. We are not talking about something that is happening for just 1 year or two. We are talking about decades of perpetuating this situation. And, washing your hands and passing the problem to Supercom, the utility company that is dealing with waste, or saying that each year you are taking out a couple of families out of the community, but then, I mean, we can't do anything about the fact that there are more people coming. I mean, that's not a normal attitude to have. So I will dare to say that the administration here in Cluj cannot say that this is not a problem of the Cluj municipality. I don't care about Supercom, I don't care about who the utility company is. This is an issue that the administration cannot delegate. It's having a direct responsibility. And I also believe that it is really crucial to understand that you cannot just treat the removal of people like we are actually moving cattle. I mean, this is what we need here. It's an investment in creating the conditions for integrating the community, not, keeping the segregation going on. And the last thing that I want to say, because this is the top-down issue, and I think that from the European Parliament and the European Commission, we should have this kind of pressure put to change the political feeling about it, but also the bottom-up aspect is very important. And that's why I want to congratulate you for organizing these events. I think that most of the people in Cluj know in one way or another the situation in Pataret. I don't think that many of them have visited actually Pataret. I really believe that we should face the community with what is happening there, and these kind of events are really important because this bottom-up approach is the one that can actually provide the necessary pressure to do the political change and act there. And again, just my last message from the European Parliament side. What is happening in Pataret, in settlements, in complete disregard of environmental justice principles, it's not acceptable. This is not business as usual. This is something that we should treat as an emergency and with a very firm reaction from the authorities at that level, be that local, county, regional, or national, and of course with European support for that. And with that, again, I would like to thank you very much for joining this important conference. Pass the message. Continue to do the pioneering and the championing of this particular cause, and you will have support from the European Parliament, from the European institution, and from myself, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wonderful words, Dragoš. Particularly like the point on the bottom-up approach. I think that is absolutely needed, as you mentioned. Like Pataret is here, but like Pataret, there are many other environmental injustices all over Europe, and we'll talk more about that today. So now that concludes our first section on opening of the conference. Now we'll move on to political messages from EU and national policymakers, and will be moderated by my colleague here, Isabella.
Scuze, am înțeles că mai așteptăm pe cineva, s-ar putea să începem totuși și sper că o să ajungă de la Ministerul Investițiilor. Dar doamna Linda deja poate să urce aici. Da? Haide. Și numele... Da? 2 secunde și încep. Yeah, we have her name? Da. Ok. Perfect. Întârzie, da? O să o las la sfârșit și să vedem. Este. Da. Ok. Este cu... O să schimb în engleză, dacă nu vă deranjează asta, și pentru că avem vizionare web stream și mai ușor mă gândesc să aibă o comunicare directă. I just said that I will switch to English also because we are web streaming this event, and we want to make sure that this event also reaches, obviously we have translation, but I guess it's easier for people to just listen to the English language. First of all, thank you again for coming to this conference that is organized by EEB together with the Ergo Network and with our partners, also with the support of MEP Dragoș Păslaru, who just spoke earlier. And also thank you for the day yesterday where we got to talk with civil society about environmental issues and environmental racism specifically. We started this morning already with political speeches, and we want to continue with them, not because it's important, as Mr. Păslaru said, to send an important message both to other European countries, but also here specifically in Pătărât. And Pătărât was chosen specifically with that symbolic reason in mind, that change needs to start from somewhere, but structural change. We have seen small steps at some point, but then we got stuck, and then we kind of moved backwards, and nothing really changed. And also to say that we also tried to invite to this conference someone from the European Commission that deals with infringement proceedings, because unfortunately Romania is on the line before the European Court of Justice in a pre-infringement process on landfill issues, so in violations of the landfill directive and other European environmental laws, and Pătărât is one of the places. So there is an expectation that the municipality here has to start to deal with the issue and not really put it under the rug. And we expected to have someone from the municipality, but unfortunately we couldn't get someone to attend this conference today, which sends not a very good signal, but hopefully there is a space for negotiation later on, and we hope also with the help of MEP Păslaru here present to maybe start that conversation. With that being said, I would like to give the floor to other amazing speakers that have joined us today. And particularly, I would like to start with someone that is a symbol for the fight in the Pătărât community. Her name is Linda Greta Jiga. She's a Roma woman from Cluj. And she and herself, together with other families, around 76 families, have been evicted. And they, and they live now in this toxic garbage site. And from that point on, she became a community organizer and a symbol for all of those people that have been forcibly evicted in violation with international human rights law. And I wanted her to start first, also to kind of change the routine of having, institutions starting first, but having someone from the community as an important symbol of this struggle. Linda, if you want to start. Dacă vreți să începeți, vă apăsați butonul.
Bună ziua tuturor, mă numesc Linda Jiga, fac parte din comunitatea Pătărât, dar în momentul de față nu mai locuiesc acolo de 6 ani. O să vă spun puțin despre evacuarea noastră. În 17 decembrie 2010 am fost evacuate 76 de familii din comunitatea Coastei, care este deasupra la Biblioteca Octavian Goga. În sprijinul nostru atunci au venit mai multe persoane, profesori universitari și doamna Eniche, care e de față, mai mulți oameni pe care nu aș putea să îi înșir pe toți, pentru că au fost foarte mulți. De atunci a început activismul meu, de atunci am început să luptăm pentru dreptate locativă și pentru relocarea în oraș. Da, într-adevăr, Pătărâtul este o zonă poluată, este o zonă în care nu ar merita nimeni să locuiască. Am locuit acolo timp de 7 ani, a fost greu și pentru mine, și pentru familia mea, și pentru comunitatea care locuiește acolo, pentru că vorbim de 4 comunități diferite. Nu toți din acea zonă au fost evacuați, au fost și comunități care au stat din propria lor inițiativă acolo, pentru că era o sursă de venit, rampa de gunoi le aducea o sursă de venit și o pâine pe masă. Vorbim de comunitatea de pe cantonului, care este cea mai mare comunitate. Acolo o parte din familii au fost și ele evacuate și o parte din familii au ales să vină să locuiască acolo. Comunitatea din Dallas, care este cea mai veche comunitate, care este compusă din oameni care au venit din toate zonele României, au venit acolo pentru a lucra în rampa de gunoi. Comunitatea din Coastei, care am fost cea mai nouă comunitate, care am fost evacuați în 17 decembrie, după cum am spus, în 2010. La acel timp a fost primarul Sorin Apostu, care locuia o stradă paralel cu noi și era deranjat de prezența noastră acolo. Și am fost evacuați. Bineînțeles, după aia lucrurile un picuț s-au schimbat. Am văzut și noi cu toții că nu este o zonă de locuit. În 2012 a început un proiect UNDP în care am colaborat cu mai multe persoane, care o parte din ele sunt aici de față. Am început să consultăm comunitatea din Patarât, care cred că a fost cel mai bun lucru care s-a putut întâmpla, deoarece am avut ocazia să întrebăm oamenii ce vor ei pentru ei, ce cred ei că este bine pentru ei. Nu a decis nimeni pentru ei. Și timp de 2 ani asta am făcut, am mers pe teren împreună cu ceilalți oameni care eram implicați în asta și am identificat că majoritatea oamenilor și majoritatea comunității spuneau că au nevoie de acte de identitate, că au nevoie de angajare, au nevoie de loc de muncă. Dar cel mai important aspect dintre toate, toată lumea menționa că au nevoie de o casă, că au nevoie de locuință decentă, că au nevoie de condiții. Ceea ce s-a și întâmplat. În 2014 am început să lucrăm la primul proiect, Pata 1 urmat de Pata 2. În cadrul primului proiect am asigurat pentru oameni acte de identitate, certificate tardive, care nici alea nu au fost ușor, pentru că trebuiau făcute în instanță. Am susținut oamenii pentru a avea acces la un loc de muncă. În primul proiect s-au mutat 35 de familii din Patarât și în al doilea proiect s-a mutat 32 de familii. Da, într-adevăr, Patarâtul este o zonă greu de locuit, este o zonă... Nu am lucrat pe problematica mediului, noi văzând că este un mediu toxic și nu trebuie să locuiască oameni acolo, ne-am focusat exact pe dorința oamenilor. Și dorința oamenilor a fost să fie mutați de acolo și să aibă acces la o locuință decentă, ceea ce s-a și întâmplat. Vreau de asemenea să vă spun că un pic informațiile de aici sunt eronate, deoarece 99% din comunitatea din Patarât, din copii, mai ales copiii din rampă, merg la școală. Da, într-adevăr, e nevoie de susținere, sunt susținuți de asociația ADIZMC, sunt preluați din comunitate, duși, igienizați, mic dejun și acompaniați la școală. Da, este greu, într-adevăr, dar toate lucrurile astea se fac tocmai prin prisma faptului ca toată lumea să aibă acces la educație, iar de asemenea un aspect foarte, foarte important este dacă în 2010, când eu m-am mutat în Patarât și oamenii nu știau să își completeze un CV sau oamenii nu știau că există și alte locuri de muncă, nu doar la salubritate sau la rampa de gunoaie, pot să vă spun cu toată certitudinea că 80 și ceva la sută din comunitatea Patarât lucrează în oraș, lucrează în Cluj, au locuri de muncă. Am avut pentru ei, din cadrul partenerilor noștri de la DASM, în cadrul proiectului Pata 2, un set de analize gratuite și credeți-mă că nu am reușit să identificăm oameni neasigurați în Patarât. Au fost, câțiva au fost, dar nu atâta cât am estimat noi. Noi am estimat în jur de 500, dar nu am găsit atâtea persoane care nu aveau asigurare medicală. Într-adevăr, lucrurile astea se întâmplă și la Baia Mare, după cum a spus și domnul Dragoș, și în mai multe locuri. Nu sunt lucruri bune care se întâmplă, dar dacă s-ar discuta cu oamenii din comunitate toți o să spună același lucru, că vreau o locuință decentă și vreau acces la facilitățile orașului. Noi, în cadrul asociației ADI, am încercat pe cât posibil să ușurăm cumva sau să facem accesul comunității mai la îndemână. Tocmai de aia le-am pus la dispoziție și internet, Wi-Fi, cât a fost pe perioada pandemiei, să poată intra copiii online. Ne-am asigurat că le oferim tablete, ne-am asigurat că facem cât putem. Dar, după cum v-am spus, locuirea cred că e cea mai importantă și cred că pe agenda tuturor și nu numai a Clujului, pe agenda tuturor orașelor și tuturor țărilor din Uniunea Europeană, unde încă sunt ghetouri și unde încă oamenii trăiesc la limita sărăciei, n-ar mai trebui să fie proiecte soft, proiecte în care merg și oamenii primesc o supă sau un săpun sau lucruri de genă, nu. Cred că majoritatea organizațiilor, și de romi și de neromi, ar trebui să ne focusăm pe locuire, pentru că din moment ce se mută omul automat din start are acces la un job mai bun, are acces la o educație mai bună, la o viață mai bună, la tot ceea ce înseamnă mai bun, este bun și pentru persoana de etnie romă. De aceea cred că s-a lăsat, tot s-a discutat, am fost la Parlamentul European de foarte multe ori, deja de 13 ani tot fac asta, mă duc încoace încolo, dar cred că lucru bun care se întâmplă și s-a și întâmplat, s-a întâmplat totuși la Patarât. Chiar dacă este o zonă toxică, chiar dacă este cum este, cred că am fost singurii din Cluj și din România care am făcut locuire. Este foarte greu, pentru că familiile după ce se mută puțin trebuie susținute, am prevăzut și asta, dar cred că am avut curajul să facem ce alții nu au făcut. Aia au nevoie oamenii, vă spun și vă garantez. Mâine, la vizita din Patarât, o să aveți ocazia să cunoașteți și alți oameni, să nu credeți că...
Câte familii mai sunt acolo, Linda?
În momentul de față sunt cam în jur de 1800 de familii, în jur de 1000 de copii și cam 800 de adulți. Dar asta se întâmplă din familiile tot cresc, tinerii din comunitate cresc, își întemeiază familii, dar cred că cu toții ar trebui să avem curajul și să facem locuire, pentru că de aia îi nevoie. Conferințele astea, da, sunt bune, pentru că identifică, discuți problema, aduci pe tapet problema, dar nu așa rezolvi o problemă. O problemă o rezolvi atunci când iei hățurile și când găsești o soluție la problema aia. Eu vă spun sincer, eu de atâția ani, eu m-am tot săturat să tot repet, am fost evacuat, am fost aia, dar deja am văzut o colaborare, am văzut că lucrurile merg spre bine, propunerea comunității din Patarât care au venit, aia e foarte important, să lucri la nivelul de jos, nu să decizi tu din birou ce îi bine pentru comunitatea X sau Y, nu. Decizia trebuie să fie a lor și ei tot timpul trebuie să fie la masă. Ceea ce cu durere în suflet o spun și din păcate asta nu se prea întâmplă. Pentru că totdeauna deciziile pentru romi se iau fără romi. Și nu sunt consultați, nu sunt întrebați și normal că omul când îi vizitează cineva, uite avem proiectul ăsta și ăsta, bine, hai. Dar nu așa se face. Trebuie să-l întrebi totdeauna pe om ce ai nevoie. Da, noi avem nevoie de locuire, avem nevoie de locuințe, ceea ce s-a și întâmplat. Și pe lângă asta, comunitatea din Patarât, care a fost cea mai dezavantajată, cea mai vulnerabilă, sunt oameni aici în sală care pot să confirme lucrul ăla, au ajuns la capacitatea de a-și întocmi acte de identitate, singuri, de a obține documente de la ANAF, singuri, de a obține documente de la diferite instituții, singuri și cel mai important lucru, comunitatea aceea a fost analfabetă. Acum 8 ani de zile a fost prima generație care a fost școlarizată, bineînțeles, cu sprijin, suport, a mai multor oameni, multă muncă, dar s-a întâmplat. Din păcate, asta trebuie făcut. Housing first. Asta e părerea mea și mi-o susțin și cred că dacă o să aveți ocazia mâine să discutați mai pe larg și cu oamenii de acolo din Patarât, și ei o să vă spună același lucru, cât de binevenite au fost amândouă proiectele, pentru că 67 de vieți și vă spun încă un aspect că mi-am amintit, în primul proiect s-au mutat 35 de oameni și avem o fată din comunitate care este la facultate în Anglia, la Harvard, ceea ce nu se întâmpla dacă ea locuia în Patarât.
Okay.
Mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc mult, Linda. O să fac niște precizări și de data asta în limba română, pentru că ești aici și nu ai...
Nu poți vorbi
Vreți
în engleză.
Da? Ești ok. Da, știu, da. Am zis să te simți tu confortabil. Da? Bine. Mersi mult. I'll make some clarification just in case I want to make about what Linda said, because I don't want us, and especially people watching us, to have the wrong impression about what Linda has said, because it seems like, and I got some comments already from the online people thinking that this is all green and positive. And it's not. So what basically Linda is was trying to say is that the fact that they managed to mobilize themselves with support from outside, from an outside donor, in this case UNDP, showed what it could have been done if the municipality would have taken more responsibility to actually resolve the issues in Patarât. It's not that they have everything and that they don't need anything else. Their kids are all right, and let's start with the fact that they're still living in polluted area. That's why I have asked her how many people and how many families. So we are still having 1,800 families, 1,000 people, 800 adults and 1,000 children, right? So that's a big population. And so what she has just said is like, we managed to do this on our own because we have started with consultation. We talked for 2 years with people. We asked them what they want. And we try to actually do that and to show that it is possible, right? But what basically we need decent housing. We need to move out, or people need to move out of Patarât and live in other areas with better conditions and with access to basic services and utilities, and with better possibilities for a better livelihood, like this girl that was out of Patarât and managed now to study to Harvard University, right? So I just wanted to make sure, Linda, that we are getting the point and we're just not saying, okay, nothing more needs to be done, these people are happily living there, right? And so with that being said, I just wanted to check if with the IT people on the right side, nu vă supărați, acolo am nevoie, we have a video that needs to be shown. Are you ready with the video? And I'm going to introduce the video. So the next speaker on our agenda is another member of the European Parliament from Brussels that was not able to attend, but who wanted to provide us with his message about the importance of this event. And this is Mr. Peter Polak. He is a Roma Slovak MEP. He is with the EPP, with the European People's Party, and he is sitting in different committees in the European Parliament, among which the Cultural Committee and also the Libe Committee. And he has been one of the leading MEPs on the issues of Roma inclusion, specifically, or if you want more from like the social inclusion perspective. And he is a great partner in a lot of the events that are being held European-wise and national level as well on Roma issues. So if we are ready with the video message, we can have you listen to it. Thank you.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, milí priatelia, aj keď nemôžem byť prítomný osobne na tejto konferencii, som rád, že sa vám môžem prihovoriť aspoň takýmto spôsobom. V prvom rade sa chcem poďakovať organizátorom za pozvanie aj za vybranie si témy environmentálneho rasizmu pre túto konferenciu. Táto téma, alebo lepšie povedané, tento termín je v krajinách Európskej únie pomerne nový, hoci problémy, s ktorými environmentálny rasizmus súvisí, sú nám notoricky známe. Súvisí hlavne s chudobou a otrasnými životnými podmienkami mnohých, najmä marginalizovaných rómskych komunít, ktorí žijú v týchto najzaostalejších aj najchudobnejších štátoch Európskej únie a celkovo Európy. často sú to zabudnuté komunity, mnohí Rómovia akoby v Európe neexistovali. Nemajú dokumenty o totožnosti, adresu, pobytu, nemôžu si uplatňovať svoje práva, pokiaľ ide o vzdelanie svojich detí či zamestnanie, pretože žijú na nelegálnych skládkach odpadu. V mojej krajine na Slovensku mnohí Rómovia žijú v osadách bez prístupu k vode, kanalizácii. Tento stav naďalej pretrváva a dokonca sa ešte aj zhoršuje. A to aj v súvislosti s rôznymi pandémiami, akými bola napríklad pandémia COVID-19 či klimatickými zmenami, a to aj napriek miliardám, ktoré štáty Európskej únie dostávajú na riešenie týchto problémov. V Európskom parlamente neustále opakujeme, že vo vyspelej Európe je chudoba porovnateľná s chudobou v krajinách Afriky, že ľudia pijú kontaminovanú vodu z potoka, že rómske deti sú segregované a diskriminované a že Rómovia majú potenciál, ktorým Európa dlhodobo mrhá. Som rád, že Európsky parlament napriek mnohým prekážkam na tieto témy reflektuje, čoho dôkazom je aj prijatie uznesení o situácii Rómov v osadách Európskej únie, ako aj uznesenie z minulého týždňa o segregácii a diskriminácii rómskych detí vo vzdelávaní. Environmentálny rasizmus u Rómov je zlyhanie politík vo viacerých oblastiach každodenného života. Je teda o čom diskutovať. Želám vám úspešnú konferenciu, pevné zdravie a mnoho síl.
Thank you very much to Mr. Polak. He, as you could see, had a very strong message also on highlighting environmental racism that impacts disproportionately on Roma communities across the countries. And I also take the opportunity, because we have members of the European Parliament with us, whether in absence or in presence, to also say that we expect, like in this upcoming elections next year in their campaign, to make sure that environmental racism against racialized minorities, including Roma, is part of their agenda as well, because that's the moment when we actually can advance certain things. With that being said, I now would like to move to our next speaker, if she's ready, on my left. This is Mrs. Claudia Kovac. And she is now in a very new position from the time I knew her years ago. So she's here representing the Ministry of Investment and European Funds in Romania, and it's really great to have a member of the government present with us here today and to hopefully tell us more about the commitments that Romania has taken in advancing the rights of Roma and also in supporting the social inclusion of Roma. Thank you very much, Claudia. Will you speak in Romanian, maybe? As you feel comfortable.
Ok.
Mulțumesc.
Bună ziua, sper că se aude, da? I would like to speak in Romanian just as Linda says, as a symbol that we are in Romania, not because I don't know the English language that is so provided in all the conference. And also I would like to say for all the Roma here, la Cide Tehara. And back to the subject, Claudia Kovac, mulți dintre voi mă cunoașteți, am lucrat împreună, o văd pe Lorena, căruia îi mulțumesc din suflet pentru invitație, chiar aveam nevoie să mă exprim în acest moment. Nu aș vrea să vorbesc în numele Ministerului, ci aș vrea să vorbesc în numele de romângre activistă, policy maker de peste 20 de ani și cu foarte solid background academic și practic în spate pe ceea ce înseamnă politicile publice și nu pentru rom, politicile publice. Și aș vrea să vorbim despre asta. Excelența voastră, doamnelor, domnilor, este foarte, foarte dificil pentru mine să mă alienez și să vorbesc despre un subiect în care am fost implicată atât din punct de vedere profesional cât și emoțional în mai bine de 20 de ani din viață. Mi-am început activitatea, Lorena știe că mergeam în Patarât, nu erau niște joburi plătite, dar o făceam cu mare speranță, entuziasm și drag la vremea respectivă. Și veneam acasă, ajutam copiii și veneam acasă și ne controlam în cap una pe cealaltă și ne făceam tot ce era necesar pentru a deparatiza. Linda, îți mulțumesc din suflet că te văd astăzi aici și că ai vorbit pe bune și pe drept despre ceea ce înseamnă, ce ar trebui să însemne perspectiva politică de angajare și asumare a comunităților de romi, vorbim așa de ele, parcă ar fi ceva distinct față de resursele în care trăim, dar este ceva integrat și neasumat. Tematica, desigur, este în tendințe și de viitor, că vorbim de mediu care este un focus point al politicilor publice europene pentru viitorii ani, dar de asemenea vorbim despre ghetourile care sunt împânzite, cu care este România și totodată centrul și estul Europei și cu tot ceea ce implică din punct de vedere a mediului aceste ghetouri, care, din nefericire, încă sunt consolidate destul de puternic. Avem, într-adevăr, pași care arată un progres social la nivel local și asta înseamnă o accentuare a măsurilor pe partea de locuire și ceea ce ne duce cu gândul spre incluziune, drepturi sociale, protecție socială și tot ceea ce înseamnă acces la resurse. Accesul la resurse este definit de obicei prin distanța față de resurse, distanța socială, distanța economică, educațională, când ne referim la comunitățile de rom, care este destul suficient de mare și parcă în ultima vreme din ce în ce mai mare. Aș vrea să mă reîntorc la abordările care au fost de-a lungul anilor, în ultimii 20 de ani. Am participat destul de activ la programările naționale și europene pe ceea ce înseamnă incluziunea și politicile publice adresate specific, de obicei, pentru romi. Această abordare, în unele cazuri, la nivel local, ne-a adus cumva o creștere, un progres, cum vrem să-l numim, de ceea ce înseamnă incluziune pe parte socială, la care făcea referire și Linda. Însă, pe de altă parte, noi, cei care lucrăm activ în domeniu, ne-am asumat o desresponsabilizare. În momentul în care noi ne-am asumat strategii naționale, politici de incluziune europene specifice pentru romi, agenții naționale pentru romi și am continuat să perpetuăm, că este chiar foarte bine pentru noi să ne automarginalizăm și autosegregăm în acest domeniu larg, ne-a arătat clar că până acum au fost niște abordări care au ținut cont probabil de o discriminare sistematică, indirectă, a tuturor sistemelor, atât instituționale, europene și naționale. Abordările naționale în ceea ce privește incluziunea socială, și aici mă refer la legislațiile naționale, includ acele grupuri vulnerabile printre care ne numărăm și noi, la nivel european. La nivel național avem abordări, haideți să spunem, cumva tacite, da? Care se fac prin diferite strategii și marea fastuoasă strategie națională pentru romi de incluziune, de integrare, la început, la care am participat mulți dintre noi cu drag, da? A fost de fapt haideți să-i spunem, o altă metodă prin care am dezresponsabilizat instituțiile și sistemul, tot ceea ce înseamnă sistemul european de integrare a acestui grup vulnerabil. Vulnerabil din punct de vedere social, în primul rând, vulnerabil din punct de vedere al tot ceea ce înseamnă de palierul discriminării. Și aici mă refer cu precădere la partea de discriminare indirectă, care consider eu că a fost perpetuată în instituțiile naționale și europene, prin diferite moduri atât de asumate de noi și îndrăgite, pentru că s-a ținut cont întotdeauna de implicarea noastră emoțională. Implicarea noastră emoțională a profesioniștilor în acest domeniu. Avem numiți consilieri, secretari de stat de-a lungul timpilor și în prezent, avem strategii, avem agenții, cum am spus, însă nu avem asumare. Asumare înseamnă acces la resurse din toate perspectivele, nu doar la nivel local, ci și la nivel de instituții. Nu avem mecanismele necesare, deși avem politici strategice, sectoriale și am participat la o sumedenie dintre ele, inclusiv la Next Generation în România, de a pune în prim plan problematica integrată și comprehensivă, asumată de statul român, guverne, instituții europene și naționale. Există atât de multe strategii și politici că am putea să vorbim despre ele până dimineață, în care sunt atât de romantic, etnic, exotic, descrise toate părțile de țapi spășitor al comunităților de romi, încât în ultimul timp am refuzat să mai lucrez targetat pe ceea ce înseamnă politici publice pentru romi. Și cred că demnitatea noastră ca nație, ca popor și etnie, ținem ca noi să înțelegem că atât timp cât noi ne asumăm un proces, o abordare subliminal asumată de desresponsabilizare instituțională cu tot ceea ce înseamnă resursele ei și asumarea noastră că noi va trebui, în continuare vom fi acoperiți de temeri, de suferinți, de frustrări masive, care sunt total justificate. Și nu aș vrea să plec, să dau curs acestei conferințe într-un mod, să spunem, ne la locul lui, ci aș vrea să fie o tematică de reflexie, mai ales pentru grupurile de lucru care urmează, cât de mult ne asumăm noi și ce înseamnă asumarea în procesul de justiție în politici publice. Cât la sută, câte resurse avem alocate, cum poate fi această problematică pusă în așa fel încât ea să fie asumată, și vorbesc nu prin strategii, încă o dată, să fie asumată, vorbesc prin mecanisme în care găsim resurse, direcții, instituții, oameni specifici în minister și, atenție, în ministerele de resort, și aici nu vorbesc de funcții sau așa numitele, funcții care sunt date, sunt numiți oamenii că sunt romi. Nu. Avem nevoie de direcții și mecanisme integrate cu resurse alocate, cu resurse specifice. Și aici mă refer la abordare specifică, resurse specifică. Nu vorbesc de rasă și etnie. Și de ce vorbesc? De cultură asumată și cunoașterea culturii asumate. Adică în momentul în care avem nevoie de resurse umane specifice într-un mediu integrat și inclusiv, nu pentru că ele sunt romi. Și atenție mare când de mult ne asumăm din partea asta, ci pentru că ele cunosc abordarea culturală a tematicii. Mulțumesc mult!
Mulțumesc și eu și îmi cer scuze. Și îmi cer scuze pentru informația eronată pe care o aveam pe agenda, pentru că m-am gândit că vii aici în calitate de reprezentant al Guvernului, deși mi-ar fi plăcut să vorbești și din acea perspectivă, dar înțeleg că o să avem astăzi mai târziu pe cineva de la punctul de contact pentru rom și sperăm noi să avem și perspectiva Guvernului astăzi. Avem pe cineva online. Este domnul Petrică Dulgheru, aștept doar să mi se spună că este acolo și o să vreau să-l și prezint pe Petrică. Din nou o să vorbesc în limba engleză, că așa m-am pregătit mental. So sorry, just, this is how I prepared myself mentally to speak in English. It's always a bit difficult when I come back to Romania to kind of switch from between languages, and I apologize for this. I'm not trying to be important. So the next speaker is Petrică Dulgheru. He is the founding member of REDI, which stands for Roma Entrepreneurship Development Initiative, which is a network of non-profit organizations and for-profit companies that work to promote social inclusion and combat discrimination. At the same time, ready focuses on developing tools to increase the empowerment of Roma, and they have also built recycling companies, for instance, in North Macedonia, and also they have a lot of business clubs throughout the region, and they reached maybe more, Petrica can also tell us, than 2,500 entrepreneurs in vulnerable communities. And the idea of having Petrica talk today is precisely from his wealth of experience, of expertise, about what potentially we could do about Pataret and other communities that are similar across Europe. So Petrica, if you are ready to talk, I'll give you the floor now. You can unmute yourself. Oh, so I've been speaking for. Did he disconnect? Okay, let me check, because he was writing to me before that everything was fine. Something happened. So we lost Petrica. He was there. Okay, so until we are waiting for, oh, yes. Maybe then, I know I had someone, and I apologize for this, but I did have someone that wanted to make a short reflection just before. So do you want me, but I don't know if I have a microphone. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. He's trying to reconnect. So in the meantime, do we also have a mic if not? Okay, then maybe I look into on the right side, and maybe Mr. Păslaru, you have some reflections on what this panel has actually said. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If my first intervention was focused on the perspective from the European Parliament as a chair of Employment and Social Affairs, please allow me to use this particular opportunity to have a reflection also as someone involved in the national context and with some degree of experience in terms of local development and generally speaking development processes. I'm not sure which language should I speak this intervention in. Shall I try to speak in Romanian maybe?
Let's do Romanian.
Okay. So then I'll switch to Romanian. Cred că principala problemă, așa cum am încercat să sugerez și în intervenția trecută, este de unde abordăm noi situația Pataret. Evident, aici, între noi, suntem complet convinși că trebuie să intervenim, că lucrurile nu sunt ok, că avem probleme legate de mediu. Sunt niște lucruri evidente. Iarăși, ceva care nu este subiectiv, ci este factual, este că se încalcă în acest moment legislație atât națională cât și europeană. Aici nu e vorba să discutăm dacă se întâmplă sau nu se întâmplă. Discuția despre infringement arată doar neputința, de fapt, de a trata aceste încălcări zilnice de drepturi, de norme, de directive, de ce vrem, pentru că dacă e vorba de directive, sunt transpuse și în legislația națională, în mod evident. Și problema este ce faci în situația în care știi că este ceva ilegal și cu toate astea nu se întâmplă nimic. Care este abordarea în aceste condiții? Evident, o cale este să te duci să escaladezi. Infringement, Consiliul Europei, să te duci în instanță și să încerci cumva să faci ca această neputință de a interveni, de a intra în legalitate, să doară pe cineva. Pe ideea că where is no pain, there is no gain. Deci dacă nu există o durere pe administrație, pe cineva, pe autorități, nu se întâmplă nimic. Problema este că acest tip de proces este foarte complicat, pentru că discutăm de o asimetrie majoră de resurse. Autoritățile au resursele autorităților publice, în timp ce dacă, să zicem, organizații civice, cum sunt cele care organizează, sau rețele, cum sunt cele care organizează acest eveniment, să te duci într-un proces la Consiliul Europei sau procese care necesită abordarea aceasta legalistă, este o chestiune extrem de costisitoare. Și în această abordare asimetrică, din când în când mai câștigi ceva în justiție, poate niște spețe izolate, dar nu poți să faci asta în continuu și nici n-ar trebui să se întâmple. Și aici intervine partea asta de reflexie legată de politică și am menționat puțin mai devreme. Ca să nu... Știți cum e, totdeauna este foarte bine ca atunci când sunt situații sensibile să dai un exemplu în altă parte. Și vă dau exemplu Pirita. Pirita, lângă Baia Mare, îmi aduc aminte ca și astăzi ideea, proiectul acela de construcția unui zid, plus ideea de a muta toată comunitatea aceea făcută tot pe un teren cu aceleași probleme de mediu, a fost o idee de a muta-o complet la 60 de km distanță. Deci, pur și simplu, a muta întreaga comunitate la 60 de km distanță. Și atunci primarul, în funcție, care culmea e că e același, a făcut un sondaj în rândul comunității. 80% din băimăreni au fost de acord. 80% din băimăreni au fost de acord ca comunitatea Roma pe terenul acela care era un teren unde nu existau acte, nu existau nimica, să fie mutată. Să plece de acolo. În condițiile în care tu ai 80% din populație care are o astfel de atitudine. Bun, sunt de acord că e în urmă cu ceva ani. Speranța mea este că între timp s-a mai schimbat ceva. Dar dacă tu ai 80% din populație care este de acord cu o măsură de discriminare fățișă și scopul tău ca politician este, bun, teoretic ar trebui să faci bine, sigur, dar este să fii ales. Bun, să reprezinți până la urmă alegători, comunitatea. Dacă 80% îți cere să îi muți de acolo, deci vă aduc aminte ce s-a întâmplat, au fost iarăși zona de activism civic, proteste, ambasada americană, a fost atunci o întreagă chestiune, dom'le, calmează-te. Ar fi strigător la cer să-i muți forțat pe oamenii ăia într-un teren pe care îl cumperi la marginea județului sau chiar într-un alt județ. Și atunci, abia dacă s-a oprit chestia respectivă. Dar de ce vă dau acest exemplu? Acest exemplu, așa cum sugeram mai devreme, vi-l dau pentru ca să nu vorbesc de comunitatea de aici. Evident, nu o să zic că e vorba de un astfel de procentaj care cumva să susțină niște măsuri de discriminare. Dar ideea de a nu te uita sau de a considera că problema nu există este și în această comunitate. Și nu numai în această comunitate. Și problema care se pune în acest moment în România este că avem doar două variante. O variantă este cu forța, cu legea, cu aceste lucruri unde ai o asimetrie și lipsă de resurse. Cealaltă variantă este ca cineva în societate, în zona politică, să înțeleagă că nu e vorba numai de încălcarea legii. Deci nu este vorba numai de ceva care ține numai de partea de drepturi. Este vorba de ceva ce poate să ajute comunitatea. Se poate să creeze o dinamică pozitivă pentru comunitate. Dar, din păcate, nu există astăzi această viziune. Acum, pe partea de intervenție, și o să încerc să fiu extrem de succint. Problema pe care noi o vedem acum este că, da, au început să miște lucrurile și putem lua din nou Patarâtul ca model. Nu vreau doar să repet ce s-a spus anterior. Problema este că noi, în general, avem o problemă legată de integrarea socială, de incluziune. Deci nu este vorba numai de comunitatea romă. Pentru noi, zona de social reprezintă în continuare în societate o cheltuială. O cheltuială, adică dau niște bani ca să creez niște condiții mai bune. Ce ne scapă nouă în comunitate, în societatea românească și pe alocuri în alte părți ale Uniunii Europene, este înțelegerea faptului că procesele acestea de integrare, de incluziune, sunt niște lucruri care trebuie privite ca o investiție, care pot până la urmă să-ți degreveze niște bugete. Dacă faci prevenție în comunități care sunt vulnerabile, vei avea o factură mult mai mică de sănătate. Dacă faci prevenție pe modul în care se colectează sau riscurile cu privire la colectarea deșeurilor, probabil că vei avea factură mult mai mică de a putea după aceea să le strângi de acolo sau să rezolvi un impact asupra mediului. Dacă te concentrezi pe abandonul școlar, te concentrezi pe problemele din familie care degenerează abandonul școlar, te duci cu consiliere psihologică, ții copiii într-un regim de after school ca să fie izolați de un mediu toxic în care trăiesc, lucrurile acestea poate că vor duce ca acei copii să dobândească competențele de care au nevoie pentru o viață independentă. La noi nu facem încă legăturile astea. La noi, ceea ce în 2016 am introdus ca ministru al muncii legate de serviciile comunitare integrate ca pilot în 100 de comunități, asta ar trebui să fie norma. Abordarea comunităților vulnerabile este o abordare în mod evident interdisciplinară și care trebuie să implice cel puțin partea de educație, sănătate, locuri de muncă și zona de locuire. Asta este, nu este un mister acest lucru. Și cu toate astea, ca să înțelegem un pic drama despre care discutăm, pentru că riscul este ca noi să tratăm lucrurile din perspectiva Roma și probleme de mediu. Dar nu sunt numai astea. Există acum, am luptat la nivel european și am fost chiar sponsor al Garanției Europene pentru Copii. A fost adoptată Garanția Europeană pentru Copii, care spune, dom'le, pentru toți copiii, dar în special pentru niște categorii din care minoritatea etnică este una dintre ele, asigurați, dom'le, accesul la educație, accesul la servicii medicale, masă caldă sănătoasă zilnică și condiții de locuire adecvate. Și pentru asta sunt bani. Sunt bani europeni. Ai minim alocat 5% în FSE+, și ar trebui să rezolvi problema, atenție, prioritar pe grupurile vulnerabile. Nu că aloci niște bani pentru comunitatea romă, ci pentru că ai niște copii într-o vulnerabilitate accentuată care sunt și de minoritate romă. Noi am găsit o căsuță în trebuie i-am puși pe acești copii că sunt de minoritate romă și alocăm bani pentru copiii romi. Nu asta este politica publică pe care trebuie să o avem. Noi ar trebui să avem o politică pentru copii aflați în vulnerabilitate. Și dacă o anumită etnie sau o anumită categorie este într-o vulnerabilitate accentuată, determinată, demonstrată, ar trebui ca acolo să investim resursele. La noi bifăm cutiuța cu măsuri Roma în program operațional X sau Y și zicem, am alocat bani pentru Roma ca să nu ne mai bată Comisia Europeană la cap. Problema nu e asta. Problema este că dacă tu ai cei mai vulnerabili copii acolo, trebuie să aloci până când scapi de vulnerabilitatea respectivă. Deci aici este o problemă legată de integrare. Și nu e vorba doar de zona aceasta de copii. Pentru că vă mai aduc o dimensiune. Că am fost în Patarât, am fost și o să vedeți și dumneavoastră mâine, este și o zonă legată de dizabilități. Mulți dintre copiii respectivi, fiind născuți în condiții toxice, în mediul acela respectiv, au anumite dizabilități. Și nu numai copii, și adulți. Și asta este o categorie de vulnerabilitate, și asta e în Garanția Europeană pentru Copii, și asta este în orice manual de asistență socială când faci management de caz. Problema că la noi, în România, căsuța cu dizabilități este o căsuță diferită. Și avem bani pentru dizabilități separat. Ori ideea asta că tu ai banii de dizabilități acolo, banii de copii acolo, banii de mediu în partea cealaltă, gestiunea deșeurilor, banii de locuire, în loc să mă concentrez tot aici, eu fac chestii unde dau la cunoștințe și prieteni programul acela care cum se numește? Există un singur program de locuire până la urmă în România, scap acum. Nu prima casă, cel ANL-ul, da? Deci problema este, ai avut în 2016 o strategie de locuire care spunea să-mi faci accent pe vulnerabilitate, în 2017-18, fâs. Ai scăpat și de aia. Și acum pe Garanția Europeană pentru Copii, discuțiile cu autoritățile naționale pe care le am, sunt că când le-am atras atenția, în draftul pe care România încă nu l-a trimis la 1 an și 7 luni de la data limită, care era martie 2022, să trimitem un plan de acțiuni, în acest moment despre care noi discutăm, draftul nu are aproape nimic pe locuire. La întrebarea de ce nu are pe locuire draftul, în condițiile în care am zis housing first, am zis că nu poți să ai o intervenție pe copii dacă nu rezolvi problema familiei și a locuirii. Da? Și la întrebarea asta mi s-a spus, nu vrea Ministerul Dezvoltării. Păi, scuzați-mă, dar ce treabă am eu că nu vrea Ministerul X sau Y? E o voință politică și o intervenție holistică pentru că trebuie să acoperi niște nevoi? Sau e o chestie că fiecare minister în țara asta face ce îi trece prin cap? Asta de fapt este esența. Și atenție, nu este un caz specific doar României. Ideea de feude, de silo policy, cum se spune în engleză, între ministere, este prezentă în toate țările de care vorbim. Slovacia, așa mai... Ba, chiar și Franța și alte țări care au banliourile acelea, bidonvilurile respective. Termin imediat, m-am ambalat, termin imediat. Ce mă supără cel mai tare este că nu e ca și cum n-am ști de unde să abordăm astfel de intervenții. Nu e ca și cum n-am avea bunele practici. Nu este ca și cum nu am avea lucruri care sunt demonstrate de societatea civilă cu intervenții punctuale de living labs în care am văzut că lucrurile funcționează. Nu e ca și cum nu avem exemple chiar în Patarât cu anumite familii că funcționează. Și întrebarea totuși este unde anume, cum anume avem tipul ăsta de blocaje în anul 2023, când avem bani 80 de miliarde de la Uniunea Europeană să rezolvăm lucruri, în care 30 de miliarde putem grosomodo să-i alocăm pentru copii sau probleme sociale. Cum anume suntem în situația asta de blocaj? V-am sugerat niște răspunsuri. Problema pe care cred eu că o avem de făcut, și asta mi se pare foarte important, este că da, ne întâlnim yet another conference, la încă o conferință. Dar în momentul în care am renunțat să mai facem conferințele astea, am renunțat să ne mai chinuim în comunități, activiștii, să mai miște o familie, două, să mai salveze un copil, două, în momentul ăla nici atâta n-am avea. Și dacă e ceva ce vă pot spune acum, este că în momentul în care am renunțat la asta, viețile acelor copii ar fi pe deplin condamnate. Și da, nu o să rezolvăm cu conferința asta lucrurile, dar și nici aici nu mai între noi, dar ducând mesajele acestea, escaladând lucrurile la nivel european, ducându-le în politică națională, înțelegând că anul viitor e un an de alegeri, figurativ dacă vreți, dacă nu politic. Astea sunt niște lucruri importante și putem schimba lucrurile și cu asta aș vrea să încheiem, cu ideea de speranță și nădejde că da, cu profesionalism, cu oameni la firul ierbii, cu oameni care înțeleg lucrurile și politicile publice și sunt dispuși să se asume agenda, se pot schimba lucrurile. Mulțumesc și încă o dată, îmi cer scuze că m-am ambalat un pic, dar mi se pare ceva important ce discutăm aici. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc și eu frumos și sper totuși să avem optimismul, să vedem că există și opțiuni la dispoziția noastră, dar sper că acum înțelegeți și frustrarea noastră ca și ONG sau societate civilă care încercăm în ultimii 20-30 de ani să mișcăm lucrurile și ne împotmolim. De exemplu, o dovadă a acestui fapt este că astăzi, pentru această conferință, aceste ministere pe care le-ați nominalizat sau le-ați numit, le-ați amintit aici, au fost invitate, dar nu le avem astăzi la întâlnire. Deci, guvernul nu a fost foarte interesat, sigur are o agendă foarte plină, dar topica asta cade mereu de pe lista priorităților. Nu avem pe nimeni de la primărie. Domnul Boc nu este aici să vă audă și să vadă că totuși e destul de simplu să ne apucăm să facem câte ceva și din păcate vorbim din nou între noi, cam așa este. Eu sper cu ultimul vorbitor să ne îndreptăm spre un optimism și poate, Petrică, dacă ne auzi, poți să ne dai acest mesaj optimist de ce putem să facem totuși noi, de la nivelul nostru, fără acest sprijin politic pe care nu l-am primit până acum. Mulțumesc. Ești acolo? Poți să te... Da, mersi.
Și îmi pare rău dacă să fii cel mai optimist pe subiectul ăsta. Am ascultat practic ce a spus și Lidia, și Claudia, și Dragoș. Mi se pare punctul de vedere al Dragoș este exact cel care trebuie. Eu cred că bani există, iar un oraș ca și Cluj, care este centru, în momentul de față, centrul dezvoltării, inovației, cei mai deștepți oameni sunt în Cluj, cele mai bine plătite salarii sunt în Cluj și cele mai scumpe apartamente sunt tot în Cluj, motiv pentru care cred că să fie foarte greu să găsim o soluție de locuire exact în Cluj. Poate în orice alt oraș, dar să faci ceva în Cluj, cred că să fie din ce în ce mai dificil, pentru că costul și oportunitățile pentru altceva sunt acolo, ca și competiție. De fiecare dată când mergi și vorbești cu primăria sau dacă ONG-urile fac scandal, vine cineva și zice, hai să mai dau un proiect. Fie că este în fondul norvegiene, sau UNDP, sau Vădător, sau poate cine știe ce fundație a aplicat și a mai luat un proiect de 2 sau 3 milioane. Soluția e asta.
Mulțumim și noi, Petrică, și îmi cer scuze pentru că am întârziat această sesiune, dar vreau să vă și anunț că am făcut niște schimbări în agenda, astfel încât, pentru că nu am uitat, am notat că sunt niște persoane care vor dori să vorbească, astfel încât acele persoane și altele să poată să facă intervenții. Da? Deci o să vă anunțăm aceste schimbări după pauză, pentru că mai trebuie să clarificăm cu colegii exact detaliile. Acum o să avem o pauză de cafea de un sfert de oră și apoi revenim în sală. Mulțumesc frumos tuturor vorbitorilor din online și aici prezenți.
In the morning session. So we now have around 50 minutes until 12, and at 12 we want to break for lunch. Make sure we get a good break, and we'll also move out from the building to go and have lunch together elsewhere. So we need to make sure we have our 90 minutes lunch break. So don't you worry, at 12 we'll break and we'll have a time to relax and get together in another setup. So what we have on the agenda now is that we have a few more speakers to provide a little bit more input on what is environmental justice and how could we understand environmental justice when we speak about Roma communities and our work there. So we have Diego, who is going to say a bit more about what is environmental justice, and he also has some new case studies, because I think one of the previous speakers mentioned it, that this is not a problem in Romania only, it's a problem across our region, including in the western part of our region. So Diego will speak a bit more about that. And then Isabella will share with you some findings of a recent study that she has done and that we are publishing. She has assessed all of the national Roma strategic frameworks and has checked whether they have anything to say about the environment, because the EU's Roma strategic framework refers to environmental justice and health, environmental health linked to housing. So she has checked whether the member states have done a good job or not, and she will share with us what she has found. And then we have two academics speak to us, Karen Bell and Nicola Venkor. They have also done some recent research in the waste management sector in Bulgaria, and will share some recent findings with us. And we will briefly share some information about the common basic principles on environmental justice that we have discussed yesterday in our workshop. And then instead of trying to split in parallel working groups, given that we're not such a big group here, we will use the remaining time to enter into a discussion about your own work, your own experiences, the kind of steps that you think are necessary, what kind of other actors should be engaged. So we will use the time until the lunch break to also hear from you, and then we'll have more time after the lunch break to continue the discussion. So that's the plan for the time until lunch now. So I'll directly hand over to Diego for his presentation.
Perfect. Thank you, Patricia. And we can go ahead and start with a presentation for our IT colleagues. Perfect. So speaking about environmental racism, cases in Western Europe. Next slide, please. I have the clicker. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. So the topic of environmental racism is when environmental injustices intersect with racial discrimination. So in this case for Roma, it would be antigypsyism. It's important to understand that there's been some discussions on where does environmental racism start. Well, you need basically an antigypsyism to start from the beginning, where environmental injustices are embedded within that relationship, right? So antigypsyism comes first, which enables environmental injustices to occur, and we can label that as environmental racism, right? On the right, it's not a Roma community, it's more a Southeast Asian community. Environmental racism is not just related to Roma communities. Of course, it involves different racialized communities, whether they're Black, Latinx, indigenous communities as well. And then environmental racism manifests itself in many different ways, whether it is in energy infrastructure, whether it is in infrastructure itself, so where we build that highway that segregates a community, how close the community is to a polluted area, whether it is a chemical factory or an energy producing company. And then also whether there is environmental services, whether there is waste management, And then, so we analyzed this at the EB just really quickly to point this out on our wasteland, Push the Wastelands report, which came out in 2020. We particularly looked into Eastern Europe, where we know that there is a larger proportion of Roma communities in Eastern Europe, and also where we had known that, or at least heard of, environmental injustices happening there. And I'll move kind of quickly through this just for the sake of time, but we wanted to really label it in kind of like 3 ways in which they're affected. So they're being cut off, of course, they're being put at risk, and lastly, they're being pushed aside. So we saw this in Eastern Europe, and we wanted to then develop, okay, well, what is happening in Western Europe? Because the thing is, though, that it was a topic that was largely, we had heard that was, at least from politicians, yeah, that is an Eastern Europe thing. You know, in Western Europe, we don't really have these kind of issues. But that is not true, and I will show in these cases. And just really quickly, I wanted to show the topic of slow violence, because I think there's a really, really important topic to kind of use it also as an analytical framework. And environmental justice is kind of like the theoretical framework, which can be applied into real world cases, which I will show in a bit. But the topic of slow violence is basically just really, really quickly, is the idea that we should consider violence that takes, or environmental impacts or human impacts to our bodies, whether they're in pollutants, whether they are in degraded ecosystems that impact our bodies over a certain period of time, where this violence is not recognized quickly, you know, like alcohol-induced violence or physical violence, whether it is from police, whether it is from criminal activity, what have you. That's what is called fast violence. But when we talk about slow violence, when people develop cancer after 10, 20 years, 30 years, what have you, this should also be considered a type of violence. And who is perpetrating that violence is, well, it's difficult to define, and in the German case, it's actually a bit difficult, as I will show. So just really quickly, and I'll read from my notes to make sure I'm not missing, because there's a lot of important information here. But we start with Germany, and we have 5 case studies from different countries. Germany is one, France, Ireland as well. We look at Spain as well, and Sweden, and they all look into different aspects of environmental racism: access to water, access to energy, chemical pollution, etc. So in the case of Germany, we just really quickly, for centuries, Sinti and Roma have been among the most affected by racist segregatory housing practices that have pushed many Sinti communities into the outskirts of urban areas. And around 70 to 200,000 German Sinti and Roma, and up to 100,000 non-citizen Roma reside in Germany. There are many cases of environmental racism happening from, in this case, it will be Heidelberg, which we look into, but also Düsseldorf, Hamburg, Ravensburg, and Bad Hersfeld are also impacted. So as Sinti were principal targets we know, of course, from the Holocaust, as was mentioned earlier yesterday during our workshop, during the Nazi regime, most of the Heidelberg Sinti communities were deported to concentration camps. And it is estimated that about 50% of the German Sinti and Roma population were murdered during the genocide. After the war, Sinti and Roma who came back and survived the genocide returned to their hometowns without being allowed to reclaim their confiscated possessions or return to their hometowns, or residences and property. So they had difficulties, and it's important to recognize the historical relevance here. Now, moving forward, and I'll move on to the next slide. In 1999, a district plan for Pfaffengrund, excuse me for my German pronunciation, highlighted a clear divide between its industrial north and residential south. The industrial area is along what was called Industriestrasse, which is now Henkel-Terrassenstrasse. Pfaffengrund is the western border of Heidelberg and is separated from the city center. And it's also separated by A5 motorway and train tracks, making it somewhat isolated with limited entry points. Since 1933, so before the war, Henkel was producing adhesives, sealants, and other coatings for automotive industries primarily, which created, of course, environmental pollution. And the company is still actually operating to this day. So according to multiple accounts, after one of our researchers, in this case was Ime Ituen from the University of Hamburg, handling this case, she asked for basically information about the environmental pollution that had happened in this neighborhood. And the Office for Environmental Protection, Trade Inspection and Energy disclosed information that they were detected in 1980s volatile chlorinated hydrocarbons. And as well as, which is used in PCB and DDT. And these are associated with numerous harmful effects, which include elevated risk of cancer, such as lymphoma, leukemia, as well as liver and breast cancer. The office states that eventually, after a period of time, that the area was actually remediated in through soil vapor extraction and other methods. And after them not detecting that there was impact on the groundwater, they stopped monitoring the impacts. As this case dates back years, and families eventually, after 2005, moved out of there, Roma, largely Roma and Sinti families moved out of there in 2005, it's a bit impossible to answer, a bit difficult to ascertain the effects of environmental pollution on their health, because it would be an extremely laborious process to actually find where all of these communities are residing now, right? However, it is important to note, and I won't go into many details because I want to go to the next case study, that now, though Roma communities don't live there, that area has now been is now housing around 220 refugees coming from different countries, and they're established in the same exact location where the Roma communities were, which increases this idea that environmental racism is still happening and is not necessarily impacting the Roma communities anymore, but now it's potentially impacting migrant communities as well, given the same location, as well as the similar infrastructural segregation that still exists, right? So it's important to notice about this, how environmental justice can be connected with different racialized groups. Now, really quickly, this is more about the legacy of pollution, right? And actually some of the residents through interviews were found that they had developed cancers over time, but again, due to the limited research and funding availabilities, we couldn't find whether there is a direct link, and that would require more of a class action lawsuit. But so moving now over to the France case study, I think this is also a really interesting case study. This one was authored by one of our researchers, William Acker, which some of you may know very well. In France, they refer to people living in traditional mobile housing as gens de voyage, traveling people. Historically, this administrative category has been mainly aimed at people of Romani origin or assimilated as such. Since 1990s, all towns with more than 5,000 inhabitants have been required to have a reception area, which is the only authorized place for gens de voyage to live. So in 2021, the author, William Acker, published an inventory analyzing the location and immediate environment of 1,358 reception areas in France, which you can see on the map there. Two major findings of his 2-year analysis include 71% of the reception areas are relegated from areas dedicated to housing, mostly located in industrial zones, peripheral areas, and on the borders of municipalities. And then 51% of the sites are actually directly adjacent to potentially polluting installations, such as waste, disposal centers, sewage treatment plants, chemical factories, motorways, power stations. Moving on, this case study, well, generally speaking, this research, this 2-year research, started from the fire that broke out at the Lubrizol chemical plant in Normandy, in northern France, which impacted communities there, and there was really inadequate state response to this, so which launched the research. Just really quickly. Okay, so. Oh, sorry, just want to make sure. So this case study takes a look into Ronchamp reception area, which is near Lille. It was established in 2006, and its original purpose was to only offer temporary lodging for gens de voyage who were passing through the region. In the west, there is a concrete production site. In the north, there is a construction waste storage and blending plant. To the east of this site, there is a high-speed train tracks, and in the south, there's agricultural areas which are regularly sprayed with pesticides due to year-round crop cycles. The two factories actually operate from around 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays and can even extend as long as 2 a.m. on Saturdays. So since this exception, families have settled there permanently due to the lack of viable alternatives, which is a trend that commonly happens across France. The site was repurposed as a permanent housing area eventually, with infrastructure which was ill-suited for this. While living conditions are rudimentary at best, it is the pollution that poses the biggest challenges for the approximately 275 individuals resided in Hellemont-Ronchamp, which is an overcrowded space, and it was originally designed actually for 100 people. So these industrial facilities create significant disruptions, as we mentioned, mainly due to the vibrations and noise, particularly tied to the rock crusher nearby. And the constant noise pollution makes having conversations really difficult. Yes, and also there's the topic of dust. So dust actually accumulates on vehicles, which damages the vehicles as well. They dust clouds are stirred up, causing discomfort, stinging of the eyes, throat irritation, and skin itching. There's many cases of skin diseases there as well in the site. And then venturing outside becomes difficult because because of the dust, but then also laundry can be hung outdoors, and there's of course clogged drainage as well. But the most severe impact is of course all of this dust, all of this pollution, is what it has on the residents' health. The dust and pesticides from agricultural spraying makes life very difficult. And eye problems include conjunctivitis, corneal lesions, which are linked specifically to the dust and chemicals. And then also there's a lot of breathing concerns, particularly with children, including asthma as well as bronchitis being very common. So residents have also, through the interviews, reported a high case of cancer for many. They also acknowledged, when they've spoken to the doctors, the doctors are also suggesting this is related to the environmental issues. And also that since 2013, in which I'll explain in a little bit, residents have coalesced to investigate the environment's impacts on their health. However, there has been at least no action from the local authorities. And most community members there do not live past the age of 65. So just almost finished here. Following a hepatitis A outbreak, the Regional Health Agency in 2008 recommended that the materials crushing and recycling plant environmental status be reviewed. However, a new crushing plant began operations in about September 2013. As a result of these injustices, a group of women have actually formed a collective, which is really interesting, demanding an environmental and health assessments about all of these projects, including the community impacts. Tests were conducted in 2015 with undisclosed results, unfortunately. But a year later, the Regional Directorate for the Environment, Planning and Housing declared that no violations were actually found, highlighting the dangers, of course, of epistemic violence, whose voice counts when it comes to these stories. And then, so for nearly a decade, the Hellemont-Ronchamp Women's Collective, which is in last year developed into the Das Sovas Women's Collective, means to hold out one's hand, became the first association comprising French and Roma women who are working to enhance the living conditions of gens de voyage and combat environmental racism affecting them. So more contemporarily, despite the women's collective actions since 2013, the city unfortunately the city of Lille has not taken significant action. There were promises of rehousing over the years, but they have gone unfulfilled. Which stalled this was also COVID crisis in 2020 and 2021. And then more contemporarily, the area's residents now the deputy mayor pledged to provide a temporary rehousing relocation by September of last year. But as I've communicated with the author of this case study, there has been, unfortunately, the communities are still there. Waiting at the moment. So lastly, the residents desire relocation away from the factory-related pollution, of course, and they're aiming for family plots that accommodate small buildings and caravans, aligning better with their lifestyles. And these individual plots would avoid what is called forced cohabitation. Public policy consultations often exclude gens du voyage who are disproportionately affected by these unsuitable locations. And then lastly, the Das Sovas Women's Collective has requested participation in the development of future reception and housing policies, aiming to sit on the Departmental Consultation Commission for the gens du voyage. And that's it. Thank you so much. That was a little long, wasn't it? Sorry.
Thank you, Diego. We will be publishing a new report with more case studies where we present those two and more, showing that it is a kind of systemic problem across the region, including the different countries in Western Europe that Diego has mentioned, showing that it is a form of structural violence against Roma communities that are being forced to live in polluted and degraded environments that cause the health impacts and other impacts that Diego has shown for these two case studies. So, Isabella, over to you. You have looked at the national strategic plans, and are they actually saying something, doing something about environmental impacts, environmental health impacts?
Thank you so much, Patricia. Actually, thank you also, Diego, because now we will see, especially in the case of France, that actually France had pledged to do a lot of things. So actually we can use the plan to actually go back and to improve the situation in those communities you have highlighted. So this time around I will be speaking about national strategies and the way they include or not environmental justice into the national strategies. I have a presentation. How did you start it?
This one.
I didn't, just, yeah. Let's wait a second. Yeah, so basically we have, as Ergo, we have started the cooperation with the EEB some years ago on a different report, Push to the Wastelands. And based on this fruitful cooperation, EEB also came to us asking, can we take the step forward, knowing that it's so important about, when we speak about environmental justice and environmental racism, to also mention antigypsyism in particular. And so this cooperation then led to us working together to produce this brief analysis, if you want, of the national strategies from this perspective of the environment. I'm still pressing and I'm not getting the presentation.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay. Now I'm getting it. Right. Okay. So basically, we will also publish this, I think, in the upcoming month. But this is just to give you a glance of basically what it contains. So the idea is to look at the national strategies of all the 26 countries. It reminds you that within the EU framework, there are 26 and not 27 countries, as Malta has been excused out of this process on the basis of the fact there are not many Roma inside of Malta, and probably the same process will follow very soon with Luxembourg as well because of the same reason. And so basically what we have tried to do with this analysis is to try and raise awareness, if you want, first of all, about the way environmental inequalities impact the quality of life and the access to a number of rights and services of Roma and traveler communities across the European Union, but also assess in which way environmental justice and its related aspects, because, you know, we also talk about access to housing, access to basic services, and sometimes access to healthcare, as we have heard yesterday from the workshop. And to see to what extent all of these aspects are mentioned within the strategic frameworks, and also to raise awareness about the commitment that governments have actually shown by taking steps with this new strategic framework. Because the Commission, as I was explaining yesterday to some of you, the Commission actually has put forward a specific guidelines on environmental justice for governments to actually guide them in their efforts of how they have to look at environmental justice in their strategies. And with this assessment, we wanted to see how much the governments have done in this sense. We also wanted to to have this as a starting point of the conversation about environmental justice and environmental racism that is targeted at Roma, and this is a good opportunity as a basis, if you want, to have that conversation. And ultimately, we also, with this brief, we wanted to provide some further consideration both to the member states but also to the EU of how to take things further. If we actually gonna look at the strategies, what this report is showing, it's quite pessimistic, unfortunately. As you see very big on the screen, is that only 4 countries, unfortunately, have specifically mentioned environmental justice into the national strategies in a complex way, in providing measures and providing indicators. The rest of the countries, and we will see, many of them mention, if you want, proxies or the other aspects that may be linked, if you want, or related to environmental justice. And so I wanted to give you the examples of these countries that actually look at environmental justice just to see how much they're basically doing. And so in the example of the Croatian strategy, we can see that Croatia does address specifically spatial planning, housing, and environmental protection. And it has specific measures on the reduction of environmental and infrastructure inequalities in Roma communities and providing access to potable water under a specific objective of effective and equal access to Roma to suitable desegregated housing and basic services. What we also see, and I'm looking forward to the colleague from FRA to also give us feedback on the indicators, but what I have seen is that it also offers a comprehensive set of measures and indicators in the area of housing to ensure access to basic services such as tap water, safe and clean drinking water, suitable sanitation, waste collection and management services, environmental protection services, electricity, gas, transportation. So basically all of those things that are needed to provide adequate housing. And also speaks about the elimination and prevention of any special segregation, and this is the point where the link with anti-gypsyism, and the promotion of desegregation by developing concrete plans, so they have a strategy about it, to address housing issues with the involvement of local communities and affected Roma communities, including activities that support integrated housing programs, targeting marginalized Roma, combining the microloans programs for the construction and maintenance of housing units with financial literacy and saving programs, training programs in the field of construction, and in safety measures. So we see that actually the Croatian government is taking a large view of how to do social inclusion of Roma. Not just, looking to improve the housing conditions, but also providing possibilities for even, lucrative activities and basically closing down segregated housing. When we go to the French strategy, something Diego has referred to in his previous presentation, we will see that when it comes specifically to travelers, the strategy does have this specific measure on improving the environment and location of stopping areas under a particular strategic objective of improving living and inclusion conditions for travelers, but also other measures for, accommodating travelers and supporting development of rental family plots and respective monitoring indicators. The strategy at the same time includes also another objective that is focusing on speeding up slum clearance. So the same thing, so closing down the slums where intra-European nationals in vulnerable situations lives. So one part of the strategy deals specifically with travelers, and the other part of the strategy deals with Roma from Central Eastern Europe that we call intra-European nationals. And there we also have indicators linked to improving or safeguarding the living conditions of people living in slum, and you can see their waste collection, electricity, sorry, that was my time, which means I'm running out of time, and encouraging social inclusion and access to empowerment of people living in slums, right? So we see that actually there is, or there was, a political will when this program was adopted. We now have to make sure that at the decentralized level, that political will is translated into action. When it comes to the Hungarian strategy is particularly complex because the Hungarian government has a long history in dealing with housing problems. So they have this very specific objective on territorial, and we have Hungarians in the room so they can provide that feedback afterwards. There is a specific objective on territorial inequalities, settlement development, housing and energy poverty, environmental awareness, environmental protection. So there is a lot of this. I just put there on the slide some aspects that involve environmental protection, and also some aspects that involve territorial segregation that the government is willing to undertake. And I would just mention that under the Roma civil monitoring, there is the civil society concern that this is a lot of talk and that there is lack of action, or there is not a reassurance of how Roma are being involved in some of the programs and plans that the government is trying to put forward. Sorry, there is a typo there. There should be Spanish strategy and a Hungarian strategy for some reason. And the Spanish strategy is one of the best strategy overall when it comes to Roma, just for you as a point of reference. When it comes to this perspective as well, it's also a very good strategy. It mentions environment regarding mainstreaming and alignment with the national strategy against energy poverty, where Roma families need to be considered. And also they mention, if you want, a lot of issues that other countries have mentioned as well, reducing residential segregation, having this cross-cutting focus on anti-gypsyism, dealing with energy poverty. So there is a lot of wealth there. But again, the concern is on the side of civil society, how much of it is the government going to do, which I think applies to all of the countries, and the feedback from your side, I think it's very useful. Just to mention very briefly the fact that a lot of the other countries, and maybe the easiest way is to actually go one slide here to actually say who is not saying anything about it, right? So we have two countries, Austria and Estonia, that they don't have environmental aspects including in their national strategies, and they also don't have proxy aspects. So they don't talk about housing, they don't talk about, access to water or whatever. Maybe because in Austria, Roma don't actually need that in the communities that they live. But anyhow, there are some issues with migrants there that they could address better that they are not. And so unfortunately, what we see also with the Estonian strategy, for instance, which is even more scarier, is the fact that Estonia decided not to have a specific Roma strategy because, they say they want to have a mainstreaming approach. So basically they have like 2 measures and 2 indicators on Roma within this larger strategy, Estonian strategy, until 2030, right? So going back, yes, you will see that the rest of the countries, and I'm not going to name them all, you can see them there on the screen, they don't mention environment as such in specific. And maybe you might find par hasard, like the French would say, a mentioning of environment, but maybe in another context, but not, in what we are looking here. So that's why they're still relegated to this category. But what they do have, as most of the strategy, including the Romanian case, they do have measures on access to housing, they have measures on access to, health, and to sanitary services or to basic services, right? And some of them have indicators, some of them have less indicators, some of them are more ambitious, some of them are less ambitious. Because of lack of time, obviously, we cannot really go and discuss everything, but once we will publish the report, you will be in a position to see everything. I just wanted to mention, and I know I'm out of time, but in terms, some of the conclusions. So basically, if you want the best or the bigger conclusion, is that obviously member states have to go back and revisit their strategies in line with what the Commission has put forward in terms of guidelines, and amend them, right? This is an open process. And there is also a midterm review in 2015, whereby hopefully the European Commission, and I don't know if there are Commission representatives listening in, they will provide them with a good feedback also based on what the Roma Civil Monitoring has put forward, and also hopefully on what we are going to share with them. And the broader question that remains throughout the assessment is the allocation of funds. Because of the time when the governments have actually drafted the strategy, the budget allocation conversation were not held, and also because the negotiations on the EU budgets were still undergoing, there were not concrete, specific, or complete allocations of budget within the national strategy. So that's something missing that I couldn't report on, and something that hopefully you will provide us feedback on. And so what else can I say before Patricia just closes my microphone is like, yes, maybe this last one, that when adopting and implementing environmental justice-related policies for Roma travelers, member states should use both a targeted and a mainstreaming approach, right? So we don't want to see things just for Roma, and also when we speak about environment in general, you can't isolate. It doesn't really work this way in this domain. So we want to see that their measures, or the measures that they propose, are in line or linked to the wider environmental and social policies, and obviously in correspondence with EU standards and EU environmental laws, which you can read about. So I will stop here. Thank you very much, and I'm here if there are questions. Thank you, Patricia.
Well, thank you a lot for this very diligent study of 26 plans. So that was a big chunk of work, and I hope you will consult the study once it's out and dig into it. We have our two academics online that we will have to let speak, because at 12 we need to go for lunch, because we have to go to an external venue and come back on time. So I don't want to let them wait, and we can resume the discussion after lunch, but we have to stick to that time window, otherwise our lunch break will be in danger. So do we have our two researchers, Karen Bell and Nicola Venker, online? The floor would be yours. Yes, perfect. So we can see your presentation already, and we see and hear you. So Karen, take it away.
and thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Karen, for sharing your work and especially the case study from Bulgaria. It's exactly 12 o'clock, and so my suggestion would be that we, hold our thoughts, we digest them. First we eat and we digest our food and we digest our thoughts. We make sure that everybody gets something to eat and gets, out, gets a bit of fresh air. We come back, we will kind of make sure that after we have digested food and thoughts, we can also express them and discuss. So I hope you can all hold your thoughts and we can now jointly go and have lunch together, and then we'll try to be back on time at 1:30 to make sure that the colleagues joining us online are not waiting for us sitting on Zoom while we are still eating. So, okay, let's go and have lunch together and we'll resume at 1:30. Thanks.
Patricia, we have an intervention. This lady, Roma lady, she was working in ministry and she wants to talk because she will leave after that. She will not stay with us. Please stay just for a minute. She wants to talk a little bit and then...
Okay, for 1 or 2 minutes because
yes,
we can't
yes.
delay everybody's lunch. Yeah, thank you.
Bună ziua! Da, mă numesc Dana Varga, de etnie romă, fost consilier de stat în Guvernul României. Astăzi am venit cu plăcere la invitația care mi s-a transmis să particip, pentru că e un subiect foarte sensibil. Felicit organizatorii pentru consultarea publică de care e necesar și dacă s-ar proceda la toate proiectele și deciziile în care sunt implicați romii să se facă consultări publice, dar la un nivel mai larg, să ajungă la nivel național, pentru că de multe ori ne luăm o regiune și nu ajung toți romii cei implicați în proiecte și nu se ajunge informația. Asta e o precizare. Dar oricum felicitări pentru inițiativă. Știu despre proiectele care se discută, sunt informată și în ultima perioadă chiar monitorizez tot ce se întâmplă la nivel de Comisia Europeană, Consiliul Europei și nu numai, pe subiectul romi. M-am retras într-o pauză mai lungă de politician și vreau să fiu mai mult implicată în ce privesc comunitățile de romi și implementarea proiectelor. Aș vrea să fac o singură precizare și care cred că e foarte necesară. Din toate studiile și din toate cercetările ce s-au făcut până acum pe partea cu mediu, că am înțeles că pata râd și chiar prezentarea din Bulgaria e o problemă, eu aș vrea și îmi doresc foarte mult să se aibă în vedere, pentru că comunitățile de romi nu sunt numai comunități de romi. În toate cazurile, pe toate cercetările care le faceți, dacă faceți o evaluare de la om la om, să vedeți că sunt și maghiari care locuiesc, sunt și români, sunt și romi și n-aș vrea ca să victimizăm numai etnia romă. Mi-aș dori foarte mult să folosim un alt fel de abordare, pentru că eu m-am săturat, sincer, eu sunt un pic mai directă și dură, poate deranjez, dar asta sunt. De 30 de ani, nu pot să zic 30 de ani, dar de când a intrat România în Uniunea Europeană, eu m-am săturat să rămânem ghiocei în fața Comisiei Europene sau a Uniunii Europene, indiferent de ce vorbim legat de România, dar îmi doresc ca să fim tratați egal ca celelalte țări. Pentru că și noi contribuim la bugetul Europei, și noi suntem membru al Uniunii Europene și mi-aș dori ca proiectele pentru romi să nu mai fie considerate ca proiecte pentru romii vulnerabili din România. Nu. Nu suntem vulnerabili. Există o problemă socială și în același timp problema socială e o asumare politică. Guvernele vin și pleacă. Anul viitor trebuie să țină cont și Comisia și cei care o să adune toate informațiile privind consultarea asta publică, că anul viitor sunt alegeri. Eu, ca și fost politician și politician în viitor, îmi doresc ca să nu se mai folosească nici proiectele și nici manipularea pe proiectele pentru romi în interes politic. Îmi doresc să văd rezultate. Patarât, și aici e și Geta și o cunosc de atâția ani, e o eroină și un exemplu care a atras atenția. Patarât e o asumare și o responsabilitate care ar trebui să fie a României ca țară. Pentru că neputința României e un exemplu patarât. Îmi spun neputința României începând de la asumarea politică până la implementarea proiectelor care au fost și au venit și nu s-au văzut rezultatele. Și problemele sociale ale romilor nu sunt numai ale romilor, sunt problemele României. Romii sunt parte din România. Vă rog din suflet, încercați să găsiți o abordare de romi europeni. Nu suntem altceva, suntem romi, dar suntem membri europeni. Avem drepturi egale, ca și Franța, ca și Germania, ca și Italia, ca Suedia și ca alte țări. Nu vreau să mai accept să fim tratați diferențial față de celelalte țări, că noi suntem din România. S-a făcut de prea multe ori. N-aș vrea să vă plictisesc, dar vă asigur că o să monitorizez, îmi asume asta, ca fost activist politician și activist rom, în continuare tot ce înseamnă proiecte și finanțări pentru romi. Că îmi doresc ca să văd o schimbare în bine. Vă mulțumesc frumos!
Thank you very much for your intervention, and I guess we all are here together because we agree that everybody should be treated equally. And also, as we've said before, I mean, we're not only talking about a situation in Romania, but as, for instance, Diego's presentation has shown, we're really trying to look at this from a, cross pan-European angle, and the environmental justice concept looks at kind of disproportionate impact on all kinds of communities, not only Roma, but this conference is dedicated to this specific question, but the concept, of course, looks at all kinds of disproportionate impact also on low-income neighborhoods, for instance, and other minorities. Okay, so let's wrap up for lunch, and let's be back at 1:30. I think we'll all go together, so let's all stay together and not lose anyone. Okay, see you later.
this is just a session, a quick 20-minute session of recap. And maybe we also invite other people that are outside to come, because I know there were people that wanted to and signed up to talk and wanted to make comments, raise questions. So we will use these 20 minutes before the next session to actually do exactly that, right? And so I don't know if amongst you there are people that would like to actually provide some feedback, provide comments, make comments on the previous sessions and presentations, or also share practices from your country, whether it's Romania or another country. You are all welcome. And if nobody signs up, I will also, are we online? Not yet? We are? Because I don't see myself. That's not the point. The point is that we are online. What I also wanted to share is that with those that haven't been here yesterday, it's that we have had also a workshop yesterday with civil society participating in this conference to discuss the adoption of 10 principles on environmental justice and Roma. And the idea is for us to be able to use this as a platform, as a policy basis in our advocacy work, both at national but also at European level. Because this topic is so new in the context of Roma inclusion, environmental justice or environmental racism, we wanted to make sure that we start with the right foot. What does this mean? We wanted to make sure that we are able to express what we understand both by environmental racism in the context of Roma communities. I see your hand. And also we understand what antigypsyism is and how it permeates all the sectors where Roma are actually living, right? And so we used the possibility yesterday to discuss this possibility, or to discuss the principles, and we had a lot of comments and a lot of feedback from you guys, and the idea is that we will finalize this document, we will share it with everyone, and we'll use it as a document resulting from this conference, as I said, as a basis for our advocacy work. And having said that, I already have someone that signed up to make an intervention. I would need the microphone to go in the back in the right side, and I will need you to present yourself, your name, the institution you represent, and also take 2 or 3 minutes for your intervention so that we can allow more time for other interventions. Thank you. Do we have a mic going there? Okay.
And then maybe we can also start gathering other hands if they
Yeah.
come up, so we know who's
Can
next.
you let me know who else is interested? So I'll make a list. Yes.
And we have one.
Shall I start? Okay, I am Eva Schwab. I am working for the Roma Civil Monitor. I'm in Budapest at the Central European University. And I'm currently drafting the Green Transition Report for the RCM together with the our coalition members and the civil society organizations. And I had a question for Isabella for the review that you did on the Roma strategy frameworks in the single countries. So first of all, a very practical question: how did you divide between like substantial treatment of environmental issues and just proxies? So that's just a research question. And the comment that I had was on, because from your presentation I understood that there's quite a few organizations only that in your understanding of the matter like treat the environment in a substantial way. So there were just 4 countries out of 26, so quite a few only. And so the question that I had was, from your perspective, from the Ergo network, whether you think that there is a capacity building need to include the environmental aspect also in the on the grassroots level, and to at the civil society level to really tackle this issue and be able to monitor. So whether there because partially I understand that the environmental issue is an old topic in new clothes. So we are talking about housing again and about access to basic services. So that's something we know and like that's on the radar, so to say. But then I also understand what's coming in as new topics and where maybe there is some capacity building effort needed is to really like sensitize the grassroots to monitor what's happening with the Green Deal, what kind of things are implemented there and what effect that has on Roma inclusion or exclusion. So that's maybe like housing renovations and inclusion into green energy, green gentrification, all of these things. Like, are these, as new topics on the agenda, so to say. Thank you.
I have two more questions here. I don't know which one was the first, Catalin or Eniko? Eniko, you can go first.
Hi, I'm Eniko Vince. I don't know if this is a question or more of like complementary, some ideas about what we heard in the opening session, but also linked to the effort from yesterday, as you mentioned, where I also noted that there would be a need to make a stronger appeal to the political responsibility of the states and also of academic actors who together actually make possible the formation of areas like Patarât or other areas in the country or across the Europe. So this is something that I missed a bit in the morning session, at least from the presentation about the local Patarât. And I was wondering how different stories and how the kind of same story can be told from different perspectives. It's great that Linda stressed the fact that the Patarât communities became very active and mobilized and could raise their voice in relation with the public authorities. However, there is a lot more about that story, I guess. Personally, I was involved in these matters starting with 2010, so I very much remember how, for example, Roma organizations from Bucharest, most importantly maybe Romani Cris, but also other associations of the time, how we organized together in June 2011 a meeting in Patarât where we have invited European Roma Rights Center, Amnesty International, UNDP indeed, DG Regio, and Romanian national authorities. So that was actually our strategy, you know, how to make an until then invisible issue a political one. So when we think about what factors are needed in order to have this bottom-up mobilization, I guess this is important to mention. And then again, the photo on the poster of the conference is a photo taken at one of our protests. I guess it was 2016 or 17. And it was very important because the different communities, as Linda mentioned, Dallas, Cantonului, and the new modular houses area came together. And that was, I guess, the biggest protest that we could organize on the streets. I guess the name of the protest was "We are equal, not illegal." So, yeah, I want to say that so there is a political solidarity among Roma and non-Roma and housing activists, to which I also belong, the Social Housing Now movement. And I guess that this should be continued, despite of the fact that the Norwegian-funded Pata Cluj 1 and 2 was implemented, but was implemented in a way which actually did not reflect the accountability of the city hall itself. The city hall did not contribute with anything, with the land or money, to the implementation of that project. And unfortunately, and especially the second one, actually provided the houses buying from the market. So it's very strange to see how money for Roma communities are going, you know, to fuel the housing market, which I guess it was not the intention. Okay, so there will be more to say more, but I stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Eniko, for that. You're actually in the next panel. We can perhaps discuss that. We would really like to hear from your experience over in Patarats, of course. You and Olympio, who will be there. So maybe let's develop those comments.
I'm not going to speak about Patarats then.
Okay, well, up to you, but yes, okay. So we have one more.
Thank you. I'm Cătălin Berescu. I'm an architect. I've been working with Roma issues since 2001. And my view is informed by the fact that I'm an architect, so I'm struggling to get more and more of this kind of knowledge that is built within the social science community. But once in a while I come back to my origins. And I have to say something that I think it's central to my understanding, my current understanding of environmental issues, is that environmental issues, being it justice, environmental justice, or whatever you want to call it, are never going to be solved at a local level. And you can give me 1 million examples of local communities doing the right thing and having wonderful projects that are very successful and beautiful. And we have millions of examples of individuals doing the right thing, riding their bicycle, recycling their garbage and stuff like that. But whatever has to do with environment requires a general knowledge and a centralized planning. And I think we got 2, maybe 3 interventions nowadays that were kind of pinpointing at that. Mr. Dragoș Puslaru, because of his position as an European MP, was, of course, pointing at what the European Commission could do, and that was in stark contradiction with, it was almost on the left side of the political spectrum, whereas I think his activity is mostly on the right, and he supported governments that were doing precisely the opposite thing in regards with Roma issues. Then it was Ms. Dana Varga, and also Claudia was trying to tackle that idea of mainstreaming Roma issues. And I think many of our initial views now are looking at how would communities be involved and influence the environmental thing. This is very good. Participatory methods are wonderful, and they are required. But the general policy, the general objectives, the understanding of what is going on has to go through, planning. Planning, which is urban planning, which is environmental planning, which means central governmental politics, not local politics. And in the particular case of Romania, we know that here we have very, very small Roma communities, which are, everybody wants to empower them, but it's a very, very difficult process just because of their sheer size. I don't know if it's better in Bulgaria, which managed to create huge ghettos and put all their Roma together, but they're equally dysfunctional, though they are a lot larger. So I think that maybe we should address a bit more this need, or highlight it as the need to have worldwide policies, European policies and all that, because if we ever want to solve environmental issues, we need very centralized actions and everybody being together on the same table. So it's not that much about Roma. It's a lot larger, and I think this is in a sense, I think this is an advantage for Roma activism, kind of taking the initiative to address such a huge problem. It's a huge problem that belongs to pretty much everybody in this era. We live in the era of environmental injustice, actually. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Tiberiu Lakatus and I'm the manager for EU units in Stockholm, Sweden. So I'm happy to participate today here, and I would like to share with you some of the facts in Sweden, because some of you are perhaps have another idea, another image of Sweden, because we are working very good, we are very special, we are so very in order with everything. That's true in some of the ways, but when we speak about the Roma from Romania and Bulgaria, because we have a lot of them also in our towns, especially in Stockholm where I'm working, I'm the manager for the Salvation Army there. We have more than 800 people, Roma from Romania, from different areas of Romania, are coming and trying to integrate in the society. And they tried to integrate for the past 12, 13 years, and the situation didn't change too much, because they are still living in the forests, living in the different shelters that the city hall provides in collaboration with us. But what I am most worried is because the conditions are very poorly. They are like the situation and how they are living, and no access to toilets and so on, and the unwillingness from the politicians to give them like public toilets and to speak with them, to have a dialogue. It was always on the past 12 years on the same level. You need to leave, and so on. So we try through our policies to change that, but it's really hard. We're trying to point that this is an issue, it's a problem, and they need to change. We try to integrate, and people who have the willingness, they try and they succeed also. But the situation I want to emphasize here is that it's not so big difference from Patarut and the big communities as you have in France, as you, Diego, you explained earlier. Boudonville, des régions comme ça. So it's like many situations like that also in Sweden also. And we are really worried for that, because nobody cares, and there are people who are like in drug addictions, people who are killed. The discrimination, it increases more and more daily, and we can see these situations across Europe in different countries with the political parties who are from the right wing, where it's more and more increasing. So I just want to emphasize that it's a very big issue, and I'm trying to see if you can put more focus and put more strength and have collaboration with perhaps with FEANZA, are working in European, because they are having, and the leader for the president for FEANZA is one of our persons in Sweden, and will be a very good possibility to offer also housing for the people who are in these situations across Europe. Thank you.
If there is no other question or comment, we can actually respond to the ones that we have received or provide feedback. If you want, maybe you want to provide some comments and reaction to the three speakers, and then I can answer Eva. Do you want to maybe have some reflections?
We have very short little time.
1-2 minutes.
So, yes, just trying to think about it. So, what our colleague mentioned about the different levels of governance and what is the right approach. Well, it is difficult, because as you mentioned, environmental justice happens on a very local level, but it also is impacting, well, now even increasingly related to issues with climate change. For example, I'm thinking of particular cities that are what they're called and understood as heat islands, where a lack of environmental services, such as green spaces, creates particular hotter areas, and unfortunately marginalized communities live within these areas. So this is going to be an increasing issue. And for that matter, there's going to have to be, like you mentioned, a more centralized action coming from the EU. What are the policies that are going to, in a sense, be implemented with the member states level? At the same time, though, when it comes to environmental injustices, the biggest burden, or at least the biggest responsibility, or the level of government that has the immediate content, is the local government. And when the issue there is, in many different areas, who leads that local government has tremendous amount of power whether these injustices can keep on occurring. And that's just a really short comment because I don't have the solution for that. But I do still believe that now from 2020, where environmental justice was mentioned in a document from the EU for the first time, it has cascaded into, now we're talking about how member states are implementing this idea of environmental justice. It is non-binding, so that is still an issue, of course, but the conversation has improved over 4 years ago in 2019 when this was not a thing. So there is still a lot of work to do, and I think, and I'm frankly worried, because this work, it is unfortunately slow, and climate change impacts are increasing and they're going to become worse. One of our colleagues yesterday just showed us from EFA, showed us how different Roma communities are particularly placed in Hungary within areas that are highly floodable. So this is a real concern. So if we don't answer for environmental injustices now and address them as such, the impacts, the human rights impacts that this would have due to climate change will only be exacerbated. And as our colleague mentioned about the potential concerns of the political parties at the moment and how they're trying to take back some environmental gains over the last 3 years, that's also real concerning, and it requires a lot of efforts combining both human rights aspects and the environmental justice aspect, because as we know that they're inherently intertwined and both of them are a threat in the coming years. So I don't have a specific question, it's just more of a comment because it is a complex topic. But yes, let me follow the floor to you.
So much, Diego, for your reflections. Just on the specific questions on the assessments that I have conducted. Yes, in fact, the idea was to really look at what the strategy provides, what strategies provide for clearly. So their direct mentions. So what I measure, first of all, is like where there is a specific mentioning of environmental justice first as a specific, whether it was a specific objective, whether it was as part of the, if you want, because the strategies, they have aims, objectives, activities, outcomes, and indicators. More or less, all the strategies have the same structure. So what I try to do is to look first whether is it within a big objective, is it like a thematic cross-cutting objective, right? And then if it's not, if it's like a measure, a specific measure within an objective. And so this is what I try to see, and all of the four actually provide for either one of those. In a lot of the cases, in the 4 examples, they do provide for a specific objective. And that comes accompanied with specific measures that basically tackle different levels of what we mean by environmental justice in terms of access, whether it's access to basic services, whether it's access to infrastructure, whether it's also connected with the fight against antigypsyism. So whether actually that, because we may say access to justice but not necessarily mean it. Does it actually look at inequality and how does it impact? Does it actually look at the fact that that community is segregated? Are they just trying to provide access to, like, bring some utilities there, or they are trying to actually desegregate, right? So in these cases, so these are like the elements that I was looking at, and in all the 4 cases, you will see that these elements are present. So it's not like just an attempt to just try and circumvent the topic and say we're going to address it. They are addressing it head on and with a complex approach, with complex planning with complex indicators. And the rest is proxies, is what I meant by that, is like they had, first of all, there was no mentioning an environment at all, but then most of the strategies, like 80–90% of them, they actually discuss access to housing. They discuss access to basic services. They discuss access to, healthcare, access, to all of these elements that constitute, if you want, access to environmental, to environmental aspects. And so it was not like, if you want, a very complex methodological pursuit that I had in mind, but actually it was a very obvious kind of reflection, or if you want, analysis of what is evident. Because from the office or from the reading of it, I couldn't actually say what was real and, how much work is being done to actually implement those measures. It's just basically what is written into the strategies. Because we may actually go or have the example of Diego's cases and realize that what is put there is not actually being implemented. And that's a totally different exercise that we didn't want to take at this point. We just wanted, first of all, to have this very incipient, simplistic look at the strategies to provide a very simplistic type of feedback back to the Commission and to the Member States to say, you haven't actually done the minimum, because that's the minimum required by the Commission. I hope that clarified the question. I don't know if for the capacity building, yes. Well, there are not many, obviously there is a need to capacitate not just civil society, but also civil servants. Because I think a lot with the problem of not mentioning environmental justice and addressing it more than just putting the words environment into it has to do with the expertise and capacity of those that have worked on the strategy. And the fact that although the governance was required to work cross-cuttingly across sectors and across ministries, and obviously involve that ministry that deals with environment, probably didn't always happen. Right, and probably that input has not been provided, where something related to the capacity of the civil servants had to do, maybe to some extent, to the lack of the mentioning there, or maybe it was just a lack of political will. On the side of the civil society, in the Roma civil monitoring that you are part of, there were specific questions related to, whether environmental justice is being addressed, mentioned, whatever. And so a lot of these reports, because I looked as a reflection to what I have done, basically say the same. But they do need civil society as a whole, I would say, and Roma in specific civil society, they do need more capacity to actually understand how complex the issue is, and to also make the difference between environmental justice, and environmental racism, and see how this could be applied in future monitoring exercise. There is not a lot of funding to it. I hope there's going to be more interest from civil society to kind of seek for support, but it's definitely a plea that we are making, or a recommendation that we are making also, that capacity building is being given to civil society and to the civil servants. Yes, I think I have to end here because I already have taken a slides from Diego's next panel, and I would like to thank you all, and I'll give it to you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you much, Isabella. So now we're going to go ahead and move over to section 3. This one is, we have a wonderful panel today. The original title of this debate was, or panel discussion, is Environmental Racism in EU Policies. It's particular to EU's Roma Strategic Framework and European Green Deal. However, we've spanned a little bit of the scope given the different diverse group of panelists that we have today, and we want to be able to be more comprehensive. So right now, do we have Dan Doggy already online? Yep, okay, perfect. So I will go ahead and introduce the panelists, and then you can come up. But we have Dan Doggy online. He is the team leader for Roma coordination of the non-discrimination at the Anti-Racism and Roma Coordination Unit of DG Just. He's represented the Commission. He served in his previous capacity as chief of the OSCE ODIHR contact point for Roma and Sinti issues. He was also the senior advisor on Roma and Sinti issues. And previously, Mr. Doggy served as the higher education program manager of Roma education in Budapest and as the officer within the ODIHR, CPRSI, sorry for all of the acronyms, throughout 2001 and 2011. Welcome, Dan. Thank you very much for coming today. We also have Andrew Ivanov. He is joining us from the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights. He is the head of the sector, Roma Rights and Migrants Integration at the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. He combines both research and practical project implementation in the area of minority and vulnerable groups, with a particular focus on Roma communities. Also sustainable development as well as local development. Thank you very much for coming. Next up, we have Olimpiu Bella, apologies for your last name, Olimpiu, Lagatush, yes. He is representing the Association for Inclusion, Transformation, and Social Innovation. He is of Roma, of Romanian nationality, and the president of the Association for Inclusion, Transformation, and Social Innovation. For almost 20 years, he has worked with vulnerable people in Roma in child protection and community empowerment in the public sector and private sector. He was also a consultant for UNDP between 2012 and 2014. And he's also responsible for community interventions in the area of Roma rights from Patrat. Next, we have Eniko Vince. She is a distinguished Romanian academic in Cluj. She has dedicated her life to academia, specializing in cultural anthropology and identity politics. Eniko's academic journey commenced at Babelas University, right here. She has significantly contributed to academic research, particularly focusing on social justice, housing issues, and the rights of marginalized communities. Next up, we have Katia Dunajeva, Jekaterina for full name. She's the assistant professor at Pashmani Peter Catholic University, and she's a research fellow at the Hungarian Academy of Sciences Center for Social Sciences. And a senior researcher at the Vilnius-based Public Policy and Management Institute. She's the author of the book Constructing Identities Over Time, and her research has been published in multiple book chapters in peer-reviewed journals, exploring topics such as Roma identity, youth politics, and environmental justice. And last but not least, we also have Anne Scheinberg from the Springloom Cooperative. Anne is a global recycling expert, and an informal sector researcher and champion for the rights and recognition of informal recyclers, which is, she and a group of young professionals in the 1980s in North America co-invented municipal recycling, a hybrid public sector collection service with the goal of diverting materials from disposal and market to the recycling industry. So thank you very much. We have wonderful experts here today from various backgrounds. So the discussion will be a bit introductory at first, meaning that I will pose a question, a specific question for the panelists, and later on we will have an open discussion where any panelist can interject. And then lastly, we will have at a little bit after 5 a time, 15 minutes for questions. So opening up now with a question, this is to Dan coming online. So from your assessment, well, first of all, we would like you to introduce your work in general, and then lastly, answer this question. From your assessment on the adoption of the National Roma Strategic Frameworks, can you tell us how much did the member states include environmental justice or aspects linked to it into Roma strategies? And what are the Commission's recommendations going to be to improve their strategy and implementation regarding environmental justice in the coming years or months? Yeah. Thank you, Dan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, David. Thank you for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to speak. I put together a presentation of up to 10 minutes, but maybe I should just try to answer the question. Our first assessment, the Commission's first assessment was obviously as early in this new and strengthened EU Roma Strategic Framework 2020-2030 on the body of the strategies themselves, on the text, the literal text of the strategies, and not on the implementation. And as such, our assessment was published in January this year, and it gives an evaluation of how member states have built their new strategies in correspondence with the EU Roma strategic framework, which serves as a blueprint. But it's important to specify that the EU Roma strategic framework is adopted by the Commission. It was adopted in October 2020. And as such, it's not a legally binding document for member states. But it serves, as I said, as a blueprint for member states to renew their national Roma strategic frameworks. And the majority of member states have done that already, and they have started implementing the new strategies, some already for a little bit more than 1.5 years. But the EU Roma strategic framework was reinforced by the 2021 Council recommendation adopted unanimously by member states, which follows the EU Roma strategic framework, but adds proposed measures that member states should develop and implement in order to meet their objectives and targets at national level, but also to ensure a high degree, as much as possible, that those objectives and targets set in the national strategies are corresponding closely with the EU level objectives and targets. And that's the strong and novel part of this new EU Roma strategic framework, where building on top of the traditional sectoral areas of the previous strategic framework from 2011 to 2020, which focused on primarily on social inclusion in the areas of education, employment, health, and housing. The new framework includes a three-pillar approach, focusing on equality, on inclusion and participation of Roma. And as such, adds three more objectives to the sectoral and the traditional ones. First being a very important one, objective number one, to fight and prevent anti-gypsyism and discrimination against Roma. A second objective, to reduce poverty and social exclusion. And the third objective, to empower Roma and ensure the adequate participation in all processes concerning them. And these three new objectives are horizontal. So member states were expected to embed these principles and these objectives in all the measures and interventions and policies that they have developed within the national Roma strategic frameworks, but also as a way of addressing equality and inclusion of Roma through mainstream policies and measures. So that's to put a little bit into a more general context, the EU Roma strategic framework and the Council recommendation and the national Roma strategic frameworks. And as such, in the new framework, member states were expected by autumn 2021 to submit to the Commission their renewed national strategies. And we have assessed and produced our report, and the report shows that there are certain developments and positive parts, but there is still a huge gap in certain areas. And as such, the European Commission has embedded into its report a specific section titled Guidance for Member States. And I would kindly invite everyone to read the report, but also to pay attention to this section, Guidance to Member States, because that's the section where the Commission underlines the areas where we still identified significant gaps, and we request member states to increase their efforts and be more ambitious in addressing these areas. And as such, as part of these 6 areas that you can check in the report, one of it deals with the situation of educational and spatial or residential segregation of Roma. And this is of absolute direct relevance for today's discussion and in this perspective of environmental justice. To my recollection, there are no specific mentions about environmental justice in the bodies of the national Roma strategic frameworks, but most of the member states include either as specific objectives or as specific measures interventions to address the situation of Roma communities that are living in a situation of marginalization or excluded or even segregated in a deprived state. And there are interventions that are specifically tailored for Roma living in such communities as part of the national Roma strategic frameworks, but very importantly, many of the mainstream policies and services dealing with social cohesion, social inclusion, and equality, meaning the mainstream policies addressing these areas, they already incorporate specific measures that target disadvantaged, marginalized groups and communities with measures aiming to address the challenges that these communities are facing. And some are more directly referring to discrimination and exclusion and segregation, while others speak about inequality and the need to ensure their equal access to rights and services and opportunities. If I missed any part of this question, please remind me so I can try to.
Sure. Thank you for that, Dan, for really giving us the overview of the context. We will gradually be moving closer now to the local. But for now, I will give the floor to Andrew Ivanov from EU Agency for Fundamental Rights. So Andrei, the FRA has developed specific indicators monitoring environmental justice. However, very few organizations included specific measures and or indicators within their strategies. As a next step, can FRA work with member states to develop guidelines on data collection on the environmental situation of Roma communities and the impact of environmental inequalities?
Thank you very much, Diego. I actually was not prepared to this interview type of intervention, but I very much appreciate it because it will also give me the freedom and the space to respond along the lines you requested. I prepared one presentation which we may share later on. It does not need to be necessarily presented as slides. I can summarize it. And the title of this presentation, I was for quite some time looking how to entitle it, and I decided to call it Environmental Aspects of Roma Exclusion. You may wonder why I did not use the term environmental racism. And I want to start with this, because I think that the issues which we are dealing are much more complex. They're not as black and white as the term racism would imply. And I'm afraid that if we simplify to this extreme interpretation, we may lose a lot of aspects which are necessary to address in order to make the responses sustainable and actually bring results. My second reflection before I move to the presentation is a kind of response to Mr. Berescu. I think we know for some quite years ago. Of course you are right, central policies, central planning is important. But I think, again, it's my personal view, not formal view of the agency I work for. I think the trick here is in the implementation of centrally taken decisions, standards, legal frameworks, and all the norms which are somehow stipulated in these legal frameworks at local level. And it takes place at local level, fortunately or unfortunately. And I really believe that, for example, territorial development plans have a powerful capacity to implement these noble goals, values at local level. So I would not go for this maybe artificial dichotomy, central, local. I'm sure you did not mean this, but somehow I had the feeling that I need to mention. And my last introductory comment, in the previous session there was a presentation of a project of research which was done on the case study of Stolypinov in Bulgaria. It happens that my engagement in Roma inclusion started from this locality in Stolypinov in 1995. It was already then when these issues we were trying to deal. But interestingly enough, the paper which was presented was basically presented the case study in September in the annual conference of the Human Development and Capability Association. Why I mention this? Because somehow these issues related to environmental justice, to social inclusion, to equality and inequalities, somehow are left behind, unfortunately, and member states, not just EU member states, but I think globally, governments are increasingly involved in development and not as in human-centered development, in security and not in human-centered security. So I think this, simply, we cannot do much about this, except that take these global constraints into consideration, because we are working in a very difficult environment, an increasingly difficult environment in terms of respect of fundamental rights or human rights if we go beyond the EU sphere area, in respect of basic solidarity with people who are in disadvantaged position. Sorry for this long introduction, but I thought it would be important to map the scene. And now, yes, now the presentation itself. This is, I think we can go very, very quickly, this first slide, why environmental justice is important. Because it's a part of social justice. We cannot claim that we have just and rule-based societies if we disregard these issues. And moreover, environmental deprivation is closely correlated with residential segregation and other types of inequalities. And what is more important even, both these aspects, environmental deprivation and residential segregation, have direct impact in a lot of other areas which are more sector specific. And these areas are addressed in the European Framework for Equality, Inclusion and Participation. But very interestingly, they are somehow horizontally addressed. So environmental justice has strong links to specific objectives: 2, reduce poverty and social exclusion; 4, increase effective and equal mainstream education; 5, employment 6, health, because environment is about all of these. And it is, unfortunately for me, reflected explicitly in Objective 7.A, which is fighting environmental deprivation. It's good that we have this, of course, but I think this very objective qualifies for a more visible, more prominent presence as a horizontal one. And the policy framework, I think you, Diego, mentioned that it was developing, and in the last years we have seen very promising, I would say very fast development in that regard. I would just like to mention this, the communication from the Commission from October 2020, when it explicitly mentions environmental justice as a term and as a concept. And in its annex, the annex is called Guidelines for Planning and Implementing National Strategic Frameworks. We have explicit section on environmental justice. So I think it's a promising start. And the other promising element is that in the second annex, in the portfolio of indicators, we have a lot to say on the environmental aspects. But having said that, we have these indicators, but very limited in terms of scope, because they are still not developed explicitly in sufficient manner. The point is that many of these indicators, due to their horizontal nature, they appear in other areas. So, for example, energy poverty appears as under poverty, access to clean and safe water under housing conditions. So we have only one strictly environmental outcome indicator, and this is the indicator for 7A, share of people living in households with environmentally related problems. Which means that we have a lot of other areas which are still not covered by data and respective indicators, and I will focus a few moments on this in the next slides. I can go very quickly. These are the values of these strictly environmental relevant indicators. The first one, share of people exposed to pollution, grime, or environmental problems. And you see the dots are the values for the general population, and the bars are the values for the Roma. The rightmost bar is the average for the Roma living in the EU member states. So you see quite considerable differences and differences in the gaps. Interestingly enough, countries like Italy or Macedonia, but to a certain extent also Greece, have huge gaps in that regard between Roma and the general population. Other countries like Czechia, for example, has almost none, even in some cases the general population seems to be worse off than even the Roma. This is related to various factors. For example, in the Czechia case, it is largely due to the distribution of Roma population, which is mostly urban. In other countries, it is not the case. So you see, it is different from country to country, but the overall message is, yes, there is a problem and we need to deal with this. The next slide is the share of people living in dwellings with not sufficient quality. I won't read the list of the indicators. Again, diversity between countries, and I did not mention in the first, but also it is repeated in all three indicators. There is quite considerable difference between Roma living in Central and Eastern Europe, the first part of the bars, and Roma living in Western Europe, Belgium, France, Ireland, Netherlands, Sweden, and UK, the right group of the bars. Why it is the case? Maybe because in Western Europe, in the old member states, the infrastructures are better, the level of material development is higher, but also maybe to the fact that these societies are much more tolerant to diversity and simply Roma, although also in some countries face considerable problems, like in Ireland, in the case of Irish travelers. Still, this magnitude of discrimination and prejudice is not so pronounced as in Central and Eastern Europe. And I think this is the last slide from this package, the share of people exposed to noise from neighbors or from the street. Again, more or less the same picture, country, diverse picture, but it is also needs to be seen in more detail. Why? Because figures per se are important, but it's important also to go into more details in the context in which these phenomena appear. Density of the population, the simple structure of the residence quarters, a lot of other things, regulation in terms of restaurants, bars, and so on. So these are perception data, and it is very important to look into more depths, which we don't have time now. Data sources. I think it's important to bear in mind that what we have now is based on survey data. Data which comes from the surveys which FRA conducts. But there is more than that, more opportunities than that. Here in red, I highlighted the indicators which the measures which are proposed in the Council, the communication from the Commission and later in the Council recommendation as possible measures to address environmental deprivation. And the measures in red are those who are very difficult to have as indicators populated from sample surveys, but they are very relatively easy to populate from territorial mappings, and I think this is important to bear in mind. Yes, a few minutes and I'm closing. These are two different approaches which are complementary. One is to look at the sample of population and see what is the status of the environmental vulnerability, but the other, equally important, maybe even more important, is to see which are the areas in which we have environmental problems and see what populations live in those areas. So I think we are good in the first part, but not sufficiently good in the second part. And I finish with one example of the second approach. This is a project which we did with the Bulgarian Statistical Institute in Bulgaria. We did a very big survey. It was 33,000 respondents in total to map social exclusion and violation of rights of different population groups. But on top of the survey, we had data from Open Society Institute, which was which did mapping of the so-called Roma neighborhoods, the parts of the cities or villages which are perceived by the general population as the Roma neighborhood, the Roma quarters. And interestingly enough, in these neighborhoods, only in quotes, but still only 54.5% of the people self-identify as Roma. 36% self-identified as Bulgarians and 7.9% as Turks. So basically people who are perceived as Roma are very diverse. I think we might have similar, not identical, but similar diversity of people living in deprived areas also in other countries. Why I'm saying this? Because it is possible, it is in line with standards, GDPR and other data protection provisions, and it does not cost much. So this is one thing which might be developed in the future. That's all from me. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to summarize one sentence on our future plans. We are preparing now the next round of the Roma survey. It will continue with the same framework, but in parallel also we will be looking for some extension of the environmental or set of indicators or situation of the territorial distribution of these vulnerabilities in the upcoming future rounds of the surveys. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Andrei. Now, we'll have time for some questions, but now let's move over now to the local aspects. So now we have Olympio over here from representing the local aspects. So, Olimpiu, what can you share from your experience in working with the Roma communities in Patarat in terms of their quality of life and access to basic services, or the impact of the waste dump on their health situation? Could you also elaborate on the relationship with the local and municipal authorities and to what extent they have engaged in Patarat to assist Roma?
Okay, thank you. I'm very nervous when when I have to speak about Patarat, because I have to think all the time how to cover all the information in order to make those participating to the meeting to be aware about the situation in Patarat. Linda, she's one of the members who lived in Patarat. I'm privileged not living there, but the situation in Patarat, it's very complex. I'm working in Patarat I'm going on the 19th year of working in Patarat. So I worked in different in different domains, like child protection, community development, or consultant, and so on. What I want to say at the beginning is that Patarat is a very toxic place. It's a very toxic place. I said it from the beginning when I started to work there. In 2004, with my colleagues, they were saying that it's not a problem. But what was really strange is that all the children, they have to change the clothes, not in order for them to take the smell. Because living in Patarat, Linda can confirm, you receive a specific smell because of the monoxide, the garbage, and so on. So there were some researches made in Patarat regarding the toxic. Desire made a research there, and also the Center for Environment and Health in Cluj made a research, and they showed up that the samples taken and analyzed from the soil had a lot of concentration of lead. Selenium or copper or magnesium is very high than the usual or the normal. Those who are coming, you came with a plane, you can feel a smell, very strange smell. That is from the garbage dump. It's a very toxic air to breathe. So you can feel it. A lot of people near Cluj and also from the Someshani neighborhood, those from Someshani neighborhood know where the smell is coming. But those, for example, who are like living in the villages near to let's say to the airport or the garbage dump, they're not really clear where the smell is coming. So before I start to make a little bit of description of my experience and the situation regarding the relationship of authorities, I feel the need to describe a little bit Pata. I like to make a map of time a little bit to understand how Patarat was created. So Patarat, from my point of view, and not only from my point of view, was developed as a structural and systemic racism and structural violence from the police, local authorities, and so on. So the first community is called Dallas, is the oldest one. Let's say, it was developed or built up from the 70s from Roma who were working to the old, I don't know how to say it in English, chapeur, the farm, not the farm, yeah, thanks. So that was the first community. There were a couple of families. At the beginning was one family. She told me that she was the first. She had to walk a couple of miles till the work, and after that, let's say the factory from that period, the communist period of time, moved some families near to the place where the new factory was built, called Ardealul. So Dallas was the first one. It was the biggest one. The second one, if you are going on the map of time, it was the people who are living near to the garbage dump. Everybody called them the corturari. They were brought by the police, beaten by the police in the 90s, at the beginning of the 90s. They were brought in the garbage dump, exactly in the garbage dump, and left them there. And let's say every week, the police and the gendarmerie came in Pata, they burned down their huts, beat them. What I know, it's my colleague from UCTRR. There was a case to Cedo, if I remember right, regarding the violence on the people who were in the garbage dump. So this is the Rampa. Everybody knows that there's the Rampa. The second one, the third one, it was the same local authorities and the police, those from Cantonul district. At the beginning, they were living in let's say, in the communist block near to the intersection, and in 2001, 2002, they were put in the let's say, in the place of the national post company, put there, and after that yearly they moved them near to the railroad, and it's the biggest and the more complex, from my point of view, community to work with, because it's a high rate of criminality, drug abuse, human trafficking, and so on, and it's a very complex one. Every month, I know I'm online, every month the police is going there and make raids, you know, they circle the community and so on. And the fourth one is the Quastei community, who were relocated by the municipality in 2010, in 17th of December. Some of the people received, let's say, a small room, apartment, and 42 families, I think, received these apartments, and the other ones, still 76, were left out in the snow. So this is, let's say, the map of time of Patarât. For the majority of the people, when you speak about Patarât, automatically you are speaking about garbage, thieves, lazy people who are receiving only the minimum income, you know, don't like to work, and so on. And for us who are working there, Patarât means children, people, families, 300 families, nearly 300 families, more than 1,500 people, from which 35 in the first project, and the second one, around 70 families left Pata. But what is really interesting is that nobody is saying that even these 70 families left, there are other families who are coming from the city center, from the city, coming in Pata, coming because they were evicted from where they worked, and they are coming and build the huts, you know, and or they are renting a hut in the community, and a rent it's almost 500 euros, and to receive electricity it's almost 100 euro. To be aware of what the situation is. The electricity, it's hard to say. The electricity company knows about this. You know, the police knows about this. Nobody is like regarding away. But this is the real situation of the people. If you are trying to make a comment, you are beaten or other things. Working in Pata, I can say I had good experience and bad experience. Good experience is that these 70 families are living, but for me, let's say the bad experiences are when the babies had died because of the situation where they're living, of the freezing conditions. I worked for child protection for a very long time, and you know, if you take the law literally, you should take all the children out of the family, but it's not the right way. If you are open this discussion regarding the child protection, so on, it's very complicated. So the children are dying, people are dying, different causes. You know, some of them, they are burned alive there. Because of the freezing, they forgot the candle and the hot burned, and it's impregnated on my mind. A 14-year girl, the last fire event that happened was a couple of years ago. 14-year girl, because the hut started to burn, she hid in the closet with a puppy in the hand. Oh, she died there, and you can imagine that I saw the girl carbonized with the puppy there. So this is examples that are not pleasant. 3 of the 4 communities in Patarât were created by systemic structural racism, if you are speaking in these terms, with the agreement of the municipality, some of them with the agreement of those in power, and so on. And of course, the right to information, or the access to the information, or other needs of the community was violated. I'm proud to say that in 2014, when I worked in PATA as a consultant for UNDP, together with my colleagues, started to work more near to the people living in the community, and started for the first time, because I work I didn't present that I work for the municipality. I'm in paternity leave right now, so I work for the municipality almost for 20 years. So that's why I have this experience also. So I'm proud to say, from my experience, is that the first time, in 2015, it was the first time when the Roma from Coaste and Dallas, and some leaders from Cantonului had a meeting face-to-face with the vice mayor and listened to them. Of course, it was once or twice, but after that, of course, never happened. But right now, the access to the information is much more, let's say, accessible, because the Asociația Comunitatea Romilor din Coaste, she's involved in, let's say, in different working groups for the municipality, and they are involved in the local action group, where are members, and in the director council, and they are there for the decision making. I say this because I think there are small steps, but very, very important for the community. Let's say, regarding the impact of this systemic and structural racism is magnified for Roma by experiencing the homelessness. The homelessness is, let's say, a term which is not used in the social housing terms in Romania. Like, for example, if you take the literature, all the Roma are living in Patarât, they're homeless. So, what we are doing this? Nobody put this question. So, this is a question which is never answered. And what I want to say is also that the law changed regarding let me look how to say it. It's called regarding the urbanism law. So the law improved, let's say, in 2020 when the norms, methodological norms came out. So they defined, like, if there are 3 units of housing which are, they are, like, say, as some place in the city, if there are 3 informal settlements there, is considered to be, let's say, a formal, illegal, informal settlement. So this law modification came with, let's say, benefit for the Roma also, and I will close it. So it's a benefit. Why? Because the law says that the local authority needs to make, let me translate it, group de lucru, working group for identified informal settlements. So what proudly to say is that Cluj this year, let's say, signed a local decision that this group to be created. It was created, but till now, what I know is that there is one colleague of mine from the municipality who is here. Magda, do you know if there was a meeting of the local group? They already started to work on this? So they started. So I think it's a good one. Let's say there are also Roma NGOs in that group and non-Roma. And Roma, it's the association group and Roma Resource Center, which is very good that is there. And it's an environmental NGO there also. So I think we have to think integrated and interconnected. I think otherwise it's not possible. And to access accent on the housing. Otherwise we can speak whatever we want to speak. Thank you for that.
Thank you for that, Olympia, and that very emotional also. Exactly, thank you. Now, Olympia brought a really good point, particularly on housing in Patarat. Eniko, she's from the Desire Foundation. She has done a lot of work on housing issues, particularly with your project on Eho Just, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Could you then explain to us how this process has undergone in the last few years, and how the topic of environmental justice has been a core function of your work?
Questa? Da, să-l pun.
Eniko.
Okay, once.
Eniko, can I ask you
Okay.
maybe 10 minutes? If that's possible, 10 minutes?
What?
10 minutes, if it's possible?
Yeah, it wasn't until now, but maybe it will be possible in my case, I'm not sure. Yes. Yeah, thank you. I have an academic background, so in this sense I am producing knowledge, but at least 2010 I felt this is not anymore, which I should do, so therefore looked for opportunities to learn about activism. So we are not acting as an NGO, we are not implementing projects in that sense, but as political activists. And I have to say, in what regards Roma condition and actions, I learned a lot from Mr. Doghi, senior Mr. Doghi, who is here in the room. When we started together in 2010 to raise awareness about the dramatic impact that the plans that the municipality started to elaborate in that year will have. And there were already plans, you know, to construct those modular houses. So that's the beginning of housing activism in a way in Cluj. And I'm very humbled to recognize and respect that the people in Patarat are really the avant-garde in the housing movement in the city. As Desire Foundation, recently we conducted a research and campaign. It's called Eho Just, Environmental and Housing Justice for Anti-Racist Politics. And my colleague Vasile Gâlbea will share some data from the research because we measured the air quality in Patarat with the help of an engineer that we had in the team, and also conduct a medical survey with the involvement of a medical doctor, so we could identify the list of polluting factors and the list of illnesses that people were faced of. And most importantly, in 2022, there were only 6 persons above the age of 65 in Patarat, which shows that the title of my presentation, Environmental and Housing Injustice as a Matter of Life and Death, is not discursively dramatic, but actually it is it is how these intersected injustices are actually endangering people's biological lives. And this is what we are going to speak about. I also want to emphasize here, trying not to repeat what others already said, that we have to be aware of the fact that we live in capitalism, and this system works very much on behalf of capital accumulation and profit making. So it's based on exploitation and dispossession. So Roma living in Patarut are both exploited, their work, in the sanitation companies, on the landfill, and are dispossessed of housing rights. It's from this perspective, it's very important to always remember that it's very important to have legally assured rights, but that's not enough. So what we also need is, we definitely need a series of socioeconomic conditions that enable everybody to make use of their legally assured rights. And we will say everybody, we refer people regardless of their class, position, ethnicity, gender, age. This scheme that I put here is trying to reflect how environmental injustice and housing injustice are intersected. And in the case of Roma people, racism, structural, institutional, and everyday racism also has a role in creating conditions like Patarut, where we see this uneven impact of these types of injustices on life expectancy, in health status. So therefore, for us in the Enhojus project, it was obvious that we should claim an anti-racist politics which implements both housing measures and environmental measures, and affirmative measures for people who are priorly affected by social inequalities and racism and exploitation. So we wonder if we have enough rights assured by laws. As I said, it's not enough, but we don't even have these rights ensured in legislation. For example, we looked to the right to healthy environment, and we could recognize that the EU legislation lags behind the UN or international legislation, because EU legislation, it's still at this point where it recognizes the need to protect the nature, but without talking about individual rights to a healthy environment or the impact of environment on humans. This is something which is regulated in the UN Aarhus Convention, quite old, which was, surprisingly or not, implemented in Romania by a law from 2000. Which ratified this Aarhus Convention. And what this says, it says about the right of people to be informed about decisions regarding their placement in different environments, but also to be informed by the environment where they live. Do you think that this is implemented in Romania? If it would be, then people from Coastei Street in 2010 would be informed, look guys, we are preparing for you nearby the old landfill, we want to construct to you beautiful homes that we as a city hall, we consider it's an advanced improvement of your life conditions. But we have the landfill there. Do you want to move there? So there was no consultation. And there was no consultation either when in 2015 the old landfill was closed and the two new landfills were authorized. The Readepe and the Sarpres landfills, less than 1,000 meters from the residential area that the City Hall created in 2010, so a legal, formal residential area. Actually, we as Desiree Foundation used that action to contested it in a court, so we still having in 2018, and it's really disappointing for us to see how after 5 years of analysis and discussion in the court, there is still no decision made, and there is still some sort of suspicion about, really, is the landfill toxic? Really is causing illnesses? Really, this is a cause of people's deaths? You cannot prove it, we are said. Okay, so there is also this UN Human Rights Council decision from 2021, right, which addresses the negative impact of the environment of human health and creates an obligation for the state to do something in these matters. And again, surprise or not, Romania transposed this UN decision by revising the constitution, and it included this Article 35, the right to a healthy environment, in the constitution. Is it really applied? No. So this means that, one, EU legislation lags behind UN legislation, and even when member states of EU transpose in their national legislation the UN regulations, they do not apply it because the state doesn't feel responsible to create those conditions in which these legally assured rights could be used by people. I also gathered here a set of information about the right to adequate housing, because that's the other part of the issue, which is again violated. And here again, at the level of the whole EU and Romania, there is very, very much to be done. The European Pillar of Social Rights does almost nothing. It provides, as I said here, some sorts of thoughts, suggestions about access to social housing for those who are in need. So this is a very residual model about social housing, talks only about the very poor. That's problematic for many aspects, but that's not even assured. Why? Because, for example, as in Romania, there are not enough social housing constructed. Actually, they are in Cluj, for example, in the past 6 years, there were made 12 apartments, which you can say they were built by according to the housing law. So the whole percentage of social housing in the city is below 1%. So we have these very big structural problems, and then all the rest that you could hear from others today. Okay.
Thank you very much, Aniko. And we keep going back to this topic of that it's not good enough to just have good laws or good recognition. It's also about the issue of implementation that was mentioned many times today. Now I'll give the floor over, because we did mention that there was an aspect of Green Deal within this debate, or panel discussion, I should say. We have Jekaterina Dunajeva. Sorry. She always corrects me and I can never get it right. So in the context of the Green Deal, in the push for a more sustainable and equitable future, which it attempts to do, just as a reminder, the Green Deal is the EU's way of making, or it's a set of policies really, that aims to make the EU climate neutral by 2050, with specific targeted policies on how to do that. So one of those topics is about just transition. A lot of it is talked about leaving no one behind. But a lot of it is also talked about including green skills. For example, the circular economy is a very strong aspect of the Green Deal. So within this framework, how can we ensure that the informal recycling sector, which you're most familiar with, and the development of this talk of new green skills are central to the just transition, and what policies or strategies should be implemented to support this shift?
Yes, okay. So thank you, that's a good question. And before I answer the question, I'll take a step back from the question to talk about what we know about the green skills and what opportunities there might be. I will try to err on the more optimistic side because I think we need to remain a little bit hopeful in face of all the actual situation that we've heard throughout this day and the previous day as well. But to get back to the Green Deal, so the fair and inclusive nature aspect of the transition is an emphasized element of the Green Deal. The European Green Deal is still a fresh idea, so the implementation, especially of this fair and inclusive aspect of it, is something that is being shaped as we speak. And I do think that this is also momentum for us collectively to try to shape that momentum into something that will be beneficial for everybody, especially the most vulnerable, like the Roma. So using the words of the European Commission, and here I will quote, they say, with the right accompanying policies in place, the green transition could in aggregate create around 1 million additional quality jobs in the Union by 2030 and 2 million by 2020. And I wanted to stay with the sentence, 2050, thank you. And I wanted to stay with the sentence for a moment because right policies. So there is a recognition that policies need to be right in order for they also call it aggregate number of jobs, meaning some jobs will be lost, other jobs will be created. In total, again, if the policies are right, we should be expecting more jobs. So there are a few buts here. One is that job losses are expected if no political action is taking place. So political action has to happen, and the right political action, right policies need to be implemented. And the other one, which I think where this conference is very timely, is that the changes in the job market will be disproportional, not only across countries, but of course disproportional within countries as well. So we've done a study that is a comparative study across many countries. Most of them are ETF countries, where we saw that the shift towards the greening of the economies will create new inequalities. And I think this is something also to recognize, that the Green Deal and the greening of the economy serves a certain purpose, which obviously is to protect the environment, but there is going to be many social changes that we need to anticipate and we need to be able to mitigate properly. And some of this anticipation and mitigation, again, is where I find the collaboration between policy and academia and local communities and civil society very critically important. So where the disproportionality comes in is primarily how vulnerable groups will be affected. We looked not only at Roma, but we looked at migrant population. We also looked at women and other groups that might be vulnerable in different contexts in different countries. These groups may have varied, but minorities and migrants have remained vulnerable in all contexts. So besides understanding that there will be inequalities, the green transition is also expected to bring significant changes in occupational profiles. And what was also clear, we've looked through, for example, the educational landscape of all of these countries, is that even though there is a demand for green skills that will be growing, there is almost no skills provision, green skills provision in these countries. In other words, these numbers that I mentioned of the new job opportunities, virtually all of them will be tied to the green economy, which will require green skills. These are not only high-profile jobs, these are on all levels. And green skills are not included in formal educational systems. So the question is then, what measures should be taken to ensure that Roma are not left behind? And this is where I'm coming back to Diego's question. And how can we understand these injustices in a way that we can anticipate and mitigate them in a forward-looking manner? One way, which again, and I'm returning back to the study that we have done because I think there's some value to what we have found for our conference as well, is that Understanding where injustices are taking place is one very important area. And in fact, when it comes to labor market in specific, where I think there can be some positive change in terms of the Green Deal and Roma, is the informal employment. And part of it is the recycling communities, but not only. In fact, what we found is that the construction sector in general has most of the informal employment. And I will give you some statistics. This is from 2020. And it is generated by the International Labour Organization. They found that in Albania there's 61% of employment in construction specifically, so the statistics on construction is informal. In Serbia it's 32.6%, and in Montenegro it's 27.8%. Now we also understand that measuring informality is extremely difficult, so these are the numbers that came up through various surveys, but again, we don't know true numbers because these are informal laborers. So we understand that informality, especially in some sectors, including recycling, including construction, is a big aspect of injustices that are taking place. And we also found that many of these informal laborers, of course, come from vulnerable groups, such as minorities and migrant populations. We not only looked at the European countries, so of course Roma did not emerge as the primary target group, but in the European countries that I've mentioned, Roma did form most of these day-to-day basis of employment in the construction sector. So another aspect of this is that these informal laborers, based on our study, actually in fact had a lot of these green skills that were in need. So what was interesting for us is, on the one hand, we found the need for the green skills and the growing need for the green skills with the Green Deal, with the green transition that is happening not only in Europe, but of course on a global scale. And on the other hand, we have a pool of informal laborers, many of whom are from vulnerable groups that in some instances do possess those skills. And I think, now this was a study that did not have forward-looking aspect to it, but I think where there might be a potential, if we think constructively and we think optimistically, is precisely tapping into this combination of factors that is emerging here. In many of the countries, especially the developing countries we looked at, the green skills were provided through civil society. Changing educational systems is very cumbersome, it's very difficult. Introducing any new elements into the education system is not impossible, but very difficult in most countries. So we found that there were numerous civil society organizations and NGOs that were happy to do that. And now this is outside of the context, but in Europe what we're also seeing is some of the much in need professions have been coupled with boot camp opportunities of training, and programmers is just one example of that. We see that universities are taking either too long to train them, or they train them and by the time they come out with a diploma, it's a knowledge that is obsolete or redundant. So maybe as an example of that, these green skills, including the recycling skills, could be generated through non-formal educational institutions, like civil society can be mobilized for that, or NGOs can be mobilized for that. And again, we have examples of that from other parts of the world where this is happening. Okay, and just to wrap it up, I think personally what I find important in this meeting in particular, and meetings that hopefully will come in the future, is that this brings people together from various sectors. What I'm missing is people from outside of Europe also to be brought into this conversation. We collaborated on a project with the EEB and Diego in specifically, where we looked to a limited degree on Latin and South American countries and how informal recycling has informal recyclers have created unions, bottom-up unions, and through these unions, they've generated such a voice through which they could talk to policymakers, to decision makers. They were invited to hold classes on recycling skills. They were invited to international institutions to represent their needs, and they were able to really voice their concerns through their own experience. And this is something that I do believe we can and should be learning from. So in my opinion, environment is a new aspect through which these cross-cutting issues can be brought onto surface, and as earlier we talked about this aspect of solidarity, understanding that environmental issues are something that know no boundaries and no borders. And I actually wanted to also quote one more aspect of that. This is from 2022 UN Secretary General, who said, and I quote, a stable climate is a human right. Healthy nature is a human right. There's also an earlier study that said environmental pollution knows no boundaries. So connecting these two, this is clear that environmental pollution should not be confined to an issue that only affects poor urban communities or minority issues. But environment can be something that brings us all together and allows or gives us a platform for collaboration in which all of us pursue the same goal. And maybe on that note.
Beautifully put. Thank you. Thank you very much, Katja. You did mention a lot about the informal recycling sector. Now, we do have a practitioner and one of the world's leading experts, I would say, on this topic. How would you describe the impacts of investments associated with the Green Deal, particularly to the solid waste modernization and infrastructure that a lot of Eastern European countries are focusing on? And how can you relate this to environmental justice and racism?
Thank you, dear. Member, I feel like the most junior member of this community of incredible experts. And I don't feel I actually deserve to be sitting up here. But I will try to tell you what I know about informal recycling and how it relates to this. Two pieces of context. One is I'm not a big fan of how the EU looks at solid waste and recycling, even though I am involved in the International Solid Waste Association, which is a very Eurocentric organization. And I really consider informal recyclers to be in the same profession I'm in. So I look at them not as constituents or not as research subjects, but actually as colleagues. And I experience this when I go into small junk shops, which I call first buyers, the lowest level of the value chain, and see people buying recyclables from the people who are working to extract them from landfills and from places like Padarat. I also going to say one other thing from global experience. One thing I haven't heard here is if anybody has asked the people at Padarat if they would like to do something other than recycling. And the reason that I say that is globally, when you ask people who are working as landfill pickers or dump pickers if they would like to do something else, they fall out into three different groups. One of them is the old people and the sick people and the parents of people who often will say, I would do something else, but you have to help me. You have to give me a cow or some sheep, or my son was almost graduated from university. And if you pay those things, I'll agree not to work this way anymore. And there's also a group of people, often young people, recent people who are strong but not very good traders. And they will say, okay, if you give me a job, I'll make an exit. The difficulty or the puzzle or the paradox is that generally around 60% of the people who are working at picking a dump site will say, no, I can't take the risk because this is doing something that I know allows me to feed my family. And if I leave this work, my children will starve, my parents will starve. And in many countries, including the Latin American countries where cooperatives and the sort of solidarity economy are very well established. This is kind of a fact of life that we live with, that it looks from the outside like horrible, dirty work, but particularly picking recyclables out of landfill is among the most lucrative things that people can do who live in a slum, don't have a diploma. And it has a generational effect that gets families often out of poverty by the 4th generation. I meet often 3 generations of people on landfills, but I seldom meet 4. And if you ask people, are your parents here? Are your children here? They'll say, yes, I learned from my parents, and my son was working here now, but my granddaughter, she's gone to university, or she's finished high school. And so there are very subtle and kind of difficult for outsiders to understand processes that go on around landfills. And that's probably not a very popular point of view in this room. But for me, it's a fact of life. I've been on landfills in about 50 countries, and now I work almost exclusively in the EU 11 and the what's called the expansion countries, the EU expansion countries. And the Padaret is an exception in that it's so large, but this is something that's happening, and many of the service chain institutions like the public utility companies and the solid waste companies not only tolerate it, but they feed it. I'm working on a project on open burning in Macedonia and Serbia. One of the problems about open burning is that a lot of the public utility companies will pay Roma who live on or near the landfill to go out in the middle of the night and set the landfill on fire. So there's also all kinds of very strange and hidden synergies that are going on that are not healthy, but they're part of the recycling ecosystem. The EU is in, I would say, not 100%, but 700% denial about how the recycling value chain actually works. The EU is trying to reinvent recycling as something that governments do. And this only makes sense when there are disposal facilities that people pay to use, that the fee for dumping waste there is more than 50 euros a ton. Because the way that municipalities do recycling generally costs between 30 and 40 euros per ton if you do it in the formal sector. And before you have a system of public sector recycling, it looks like a stupid joke to public servants in the Balkans that the UN and the EU, they want to make fools of them by telling them to spend their money on recycling. So you have a non-working public sector system. You have a somehow working informal private sector system. And when you try to close a dump site, you have both of those things going against you. And one of the realities of solid waste management is that a dump site, even if it's horrible like Padaret, and is the right place for the waste to go. And if there is no right place, all the waste is going to a wrong place. It's going to the river, it's going to the fields, it's going to a wrong place. So once you have any kind of right place, if you want to protect the people living there, if you want to make a transition to something else, the first thing that you have to convince your local authorities, not the national authorities, but the local authorities, is that it's their job to make a new landfill and put it someplace and charge fees for it and make sure that the waste goes there. Until you do that, you don't have a snowball's chance in hell of closing a dump site. And again, I know this isn't a popular point of view, but I really believe that it's important to talk about these dynamics, because otherwise we're just all going to be beating our heads against the wall for years and years and years. I'm going to say one other thing, which is that the recycling industry is not the same as the solid waste industry. The recycling industry is a global industry. Its center of gravity is in East Asia. It's highly organized, and the prices are public. They're published every month, the gate prices in East Asia, and every single informal recycler who sells recyclables anywhere in the world is paying a step-down version of those monthly published prices in East Asia. The people working on Patarat are as close to those industries in Asia as I would be to the electricity central if I put my finger in that stop contact. And it's a complex industry. You can find me, I'm happy to talk about it. I love the people who work in this industry. And one of the others, and I know a lot of secrets, I'll tell them to you if you ask me about them, but probably the most important one is, if you want to help the people at Patarat, not only wait to talk about closing the landfill till you have an alternative, but don't talk about cutting out the middleman. Because those very small buyers, they have one foot in the cash economy, which allows them to pay the recyclers, and one foot in the formal recycling industry based in East Asia, and that industry pays them net 90 to net 180 days. They are holding paper on behalf of their sellers for a half a year. And they are also often they're financing weddings, funerals. They have a very complex relationship with the people who sell them, and you need to work with them, not try to get rid of them. So that's my grandmother talk.
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful panel from many different perspectives to tackle this topic of informal recycling, Patarat, landfill, the Green Deal, the EU policies coming out. Now, I want to also set a tiny bit of space. I know we're a bit over time, and apologies for that. But if there is one or two questions succinct to specific targeted panelists, then please let us know, or even online or physically. Patricia has a question. So I have one question, and then you're. But oh, there it is.
I have a really short question for Olympiu or anyone else working in Patarat. I was wondering, because you mentioned that it's already a while since basically the other official landfills were set up, and I understood from a documentary which I saw some weeks ago that this new waste management facility is only fully operational since earlier this year. So my question was just like, what is the impact on the people living and working in Patarat of that official EU-funded waste management facility since it's fully operational? Did this have any direct impact on people in Patarat or not at all? It's just a very ignorant question, but I'm curious about it.
Sure, shortly. I will try to answer to your question. From my knowledge is that most of the people from Patarat, they are employed for this new company of waste management. And some of them, they are working, employed as daily workers in the public area, the garbage dump. So in Patarat, there are two temporary platforms. This is how they are called. One of them is closed, but the other one is still working, and it's really high. Till a couple of years ago, you couldn't. Till a couple of years ago, you could enter however you wanted to enter, but right now, who enters They have a daily contract, and the impact is very strange. Why? Because if one person doesn't want to go, for example, tomorrow to work, and he wants to apply for a minimum income, he needs to request from the Agency of Finance from Romania a paper to prove that he doesn't have income. But in the moment he received the income on the paper, it's high. It's like almost 300 or 400 euros that he received. But in reality, that person didn't receive almost, let's say, he received 10 or 50 euros. That's it. And this is the impact of this temporary platform. But the other new one is that the people are employed there and they are working. And they are pleased because the salary is really high. It's almost 1,000 euro. So they are satisfied. But there are also other issues regarding this. It's creating a chain of conflicts between the leaders, who are the intermediaries of. I don't want to open this subject because it's very. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Maybe for the other questions we can also...
Actually, the READP landfill, which was supposed to be temporary since 2018, starting with May this year, they don't deposit any more new garbage. So people don't work so much there. Some of them were hired at the new Chemeid. And I heard that many people from Nepal, because we are having our own immigrants, strangely enough, so we became a core city of capitalism. We have immigrants from Nepal, for example, who are hired there. So it, it's a very, very strange development, you may say. And in the vicinity of the READP landfill, you can see the beginnings of a new real estate development called Transylvania Smart City. If you will go there on Sunday, you can see some beginning signs. So it's really shocking how, you never thought that Patarut will become a new site for real estate development and giving for the mayor, I don't know, a reason that for which I guess he started to declare that Patarut will disappear until 2030. So probably this is linked to the new real estate development because, they will not want to see poor Roma living around. So not even Patarut. So.
Well, so sorry about this. I unfortunately do have to end at a hard stop right here. This is what has been a wonderful discussion. Thank you very much for all the panelists. And let's move over to the next discussion with Isabella leading. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe bad joke. So now we are going to move to a panel that is going to discuss what are the EU and the member states doing to ensure environmental justice, hopefully in practice, yeah, not just in paper. And so we have invited for this panel diverse people with different profiles and with different backgrounds from different countries. And I would like to start with a representative from Greece. His name is Yorgos Tsiakalos, and he is a human rights lawyer, and he's here as a human rights lawyer working for Pro Bono Publico. He has other functions in Greece, but the idea is to have Yorgos, who has spent a lot of his years looking at discrimination of Roma in Greece, to speak specifically about the situation of segregation and what are the prospects of desegregation, and also what are the prospects to end, if any, forced evictions. Well, what are you doing in your capacity of a lawyer? You have the floor, and I would have to ask everybody to keep it to like 8 minutes maximum if we want to take also a couple of questions. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Isabella, also for the introduction. It's a pleasure of being in this panel. I do have many capacities regarding Roma inclusion, participation, and equality, but I'm really glad to be speaking from the perspective of an attorney, because I think that it's an issue that requires legal intervention, and sometimes legal intervention is a key lever for achieving concrete results. Well, I will speak about Greece and the prospects of desegregation and environmental justice with regards to the impoverished segregated settlements. Well, it is true that the plight of Roma in Greece is well documented by many international and national bodies, from ECRI, from the UNHRC, the UNCRD, and they have all expressed their concern regarding the poor living conditions, the residential segregation, and the forced evictions that Roma encounter. The first issues are acknowledged the first two issues are acknowledged in the Roma strategic framework, but forced evictions is an issue that sometimes is not acknowledged. And also Greece has been subject of two collective complaints before the European Committee of Social Rights, and also the United Nations Human Rights Committee has found violations regarding forced evictions and living conditions. So Greece now is in violation of Article 16 of the European Commission of Social Rights. And the thing is, why are we there, and what are we doing about it? As the state itself, that's a good step towards recognizing the issue, has engaged in typology of settlements, in mapping the settlements in Greece. And this is very pertinent towards the discussion regarding identity. So in Greece, Roma are considered as Greek citizens, so there is no way to actually acknowledge them as minorities. So the only way that they have, the state has counted 116,000 Roma is only by looking at the settlements. So we have three types of settlements. The types of settlements are type 1, the worst type, self-made huts, lacking access to water and sanitation, lacking access to public transport. Type 2, which is a mixed housing situation with some houses, some access to tap water and electricity and sewage. And type 3, which are ghetto areas, so to put it, neighborhoods but only inhabited, or the majority inhabited by Roma. So this is the way that Greece maps and measures the population. The issues here are many. Looking at the typology of the push to the wastelands typology of the three categories, I'd say that this is a phenomenon that occurs in Greece in many areas, being cut off, meaning at a distance of the rest of the population, where we're talking about segregation. and also as FRA has reported, also only 84% of the areas have potable water, 54% have a sewage network, and 63% have a paved road network. Put in dangers in many settings next to illegal wastelands subject to flooding, or even in medieval settings we've seen in northern Greece, in a baby bitten by mice in a cave in these conditions. So also what is very important is the pushed aside category. As I mentioned, Greece is under violation of this, and recently I had the pleasure to, it's okay, to find violations is not a pleasure, but to engage in strategic litigation regarding stopping forced evictions back in 2020 with Aspropyrgos, and now in 2022 against the municipality of Thermaikos in Tsariggia settlement before the European Court of Human Rights, where there is an Rule 39 interim measures against eviction for an indefinite period of time, which is something that doesn't occur oftenly. But the issue here is that what do we do about it? So mapping is good because we are aware of the situation. The issue is that the laws, the legislation is problematic, meaning that it regenerates segregation, meaning that the legislation of relocating a settlement to a whole other area, meaning 200, 300 people to a whole other area, can generate again segregation. Also the forced evictions, indirect and direct forced evictions, because we're not talking about just evicting someone, but also by issuing fines for illegal occupation, issuing fines for arbitrary construction.
That's taking it to an extreme.
So we have to, what I want to stress out, because my time is limited, is that we have to see the perspective of restorative environmental justice. And what I mean about this is that we have, for example, we have to repeal this legislation that regenerates segregation. And mainstream, as they want us to do it, mainstream, but target policies and incorporate social housing and make it accessible for Roma communities, but also in a holistic manner, because it's not only housing, but also accompanying measures. Prioritize a health impact assessment to understand that those that have been affected by environmental racism, we have to specifically focus on the prevalence of cancer, communicable and non-communicable diseases in Roma communities, and target health interventions should aim to access to healthcare, prevention, and early detection affected Roma communities. And the local governments play a crucial role in this because of the principle of proximity subsidiarity, the competencies on spatial planning to counter socio-spatial segregation, the competencies on deciding and enforcing forced evictions, on devising green policies and making proper use of EU green funding, and protecting from extreme weather conditions. As we saw, due to climate change recently in Thessaly, we had floods in the settlements. The issue here is that the European Commission has imposed necessary conditions and also vis-à-vis the member states and also on certain preconditions that the ESF and ERDF have to take into account. But this is not observed down at the local levels. So the same manner that if we want to have actually implement the preconditions, in the same manner that the European Commission, the EU, vis-à-vis the member state imposes conditionalities, the same manner the member states, the national government have to impose on the local community, on the local governments, because otherwise any planning, any measure will be just on paper and will not have any desegregation effect. And we have to understand that local communities have to share the burden with each other and have a consensus on it so as to move forward. And of course, only by engaging the community, asking the community what they want, and not just implementing for them and without them. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Yorgos. Actually, you have painted a very gloomy picture because, as the title was saying, what are the governments doing? So what we see that not just that they're not doing much, they're also doing more damage to the Roma communities, as you said, like imposing fines. So it's not enough that you evict them forcibly with bulldozers and everything. You also impose fines where you come up with different other punitive measures against the community. You did mention this nice concept of restorative environmental justice. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to sit down on it, but we will, I mean, I'm noting it down, and definitely it's something that I think it's worth discussing also with colleagues from EB. I like it very much. And also you talked a lot about what we could do or what we should have. And when you mentioned the health impact assessments, it would be great, but the problem that I see, or the challenge that I see with this, is, as you mentioned, the lack of the political will to have minorities in general recognized in Greece, and specifically Roma, which is also a lot of the time something that the Greek Roma want in Greece. So, you know, so it's a little bit of a inside challenge as well. Anyhow, so I don't know, Yorgos might have to leave, so you may have lost the chance to ask him a question, but definitely we can share his contacts and you can be in touch with him if you're interested to know more about the Greek realities. I would like to now move to, and thank you so much again, Yorgos, to move to our next speaker. It's Mrs. Elena Iordanescu. She is working with the Ministry of European Funds in the Romanian government. And we would like to ask you, and I'm sure this is what you have prepared, to tell us more about what opportunities do we have in front of us in supporting Roma communities, even here in Pataret, because the idea when we organized this meeting, when we wanted to have different governmental bodies here and different ministries, is like what we can do together to actually help, having also with the idea that we have to also ask the people what do they want, right? So that's not an imposed process, but, you know, in consultation with the people in Pataret. You also have 8 minutes, and I have this very nice, you know, notifications that I will ask you to look sometimes from time to me. Just I will let you know how much time you have just to help you out through the presentation. So thank you so much, and you have the floor.
Întâi de toate, mulțumesc pentru invitație și pentru participarea în cadrul acestui eveniment. Voi vorbi în limba română și mulțumesc doamnelor din cabina de traducere. Reprezint echipa Punctului Național de Contact pentru Rom, care face parte din Direcția de Cooperare Europeană și Internațională din cadrul Ministerului Investițiilor și Proiectelor Europene, care structura are rolul de a raporta către Comisia Europeană anual măsurile care se întreprind pe parcursul anului în cauză, în teren, măsuri menite să lucreze în favoarea cetățenilor români de etnie romă și care sunt implementate pe fiecare segment cheie despre care se vorbește atât de mult, dar nu știu cât de bine sunt asociate cu adevăratul lor sens de locuire, de ocupare, de sănătate, de acces la educație și de non-discriminare. Aceste domenii cheie sunt prinse în Strategia Națională a Guvernului României pentru incluziunea cetățenilor români de etnie romă, strategie care a fost adoptată anul trecut în luna mai, în 2022. Drept urmare, pentru această perioadă din mai anul trecut până la finalul anului trecut, până în decembrie, noi a trebuit să transmitem către Comisia Europeană ceea ce s-a îndeplinit din acel plan de măsuri cuprins în acea strategie. Nu știu dacă ați avut curiozitatea să răsfoiți acea strategie și mai ales acel plan de măsuri, pentru care am primit observații din partea foarte multor structuri la nivel local și din partea reprezentanților Comisiei Europene și a Consiliului Europei, că un adevărat plan de măsuri va fi asumat de către o țară în momentul în care el este bugetat pe segmentul cheie reprezentat de Ministerul de Linie respectiv. De exemplu, măsurile de locuire trebuie să fie bugetate corespunzător de către Ministerul de Linie, alături de alte structuri cu care poate avea sinergie. Sunt discuții de la dese până la intense cu reprezentanții acestor ministere și sper din suflet ca echipele tehnice să ajungă la concluzia că fiecare măsură în parte va fi asumată cu adevărat doar în momentul în care ea este bugetată. Drept urmare, noi pe 17, de exemplu, pe 17 octombrie, marți, avem întâlnire cu reprezentanții Comisiei Europene pentru a da socoteală pe condiția favorizantă pe 4.5, condiții de integrare a cetățenilor romi, condiție de țară declarată până în acest moment neîndeplinită. Și noi trebuie să fundamentăm sau să arătăm buna intenție și buna credință, dar și măsurile concrete, care sunt deja întreprinse în vederea îndeplinirii acestei condiții. Fără îndeplinirea acestei condiții favorizante, sunt bani blocați și care nu mai pot fi accesați de către România. Strategia națională nu este doar un document care trebuie redactat și bifat ca îndeplinit și ca o obligație pentru care țara a făcut toți pașii necesari, ci ea trebuie monitorizată și evaluată în mod constant și aduse propuneri de îmbunătățire și de actualizare a ei de câte ori este cazul. Asta însemnând de la monitorizarea indicatorilor, asta însemnând de la instruirea celor care știu să monitorizeze această strategie, de la oameni care au expertiza necesară și mai ales din partea mediului academia. Pentru că, din punctul nostru de vedere, acest mediu este prea puțin accesat din partea structurilor, fie ele locale sau centrale, și care pot să-și aducă contribuția în mod real și asumat și fundamentat prin propria lor experiență profesională în acest domeniu, despre cum putem îmbunătăți, de exemplu, mecanismul de aplicare a acestor indicatori și de culegere a datelor, inclusiv pe gen. O altă atribuție a punctului național de contact, o să o dau pe repede înainte, este aceea de a capacita prin asistență tehnică structurile, mai ales la nivel local. Nu știu dacă e cazul să salut primăria Clujului aici, dacă l-avem, nu avem. Dar putem să-i salutăm și să le transmitem că din partea noastră va exista întotdeauna sprijin în ceea ce privește acordarea de asistență tehnică. Asta înseamnă experți care pot fi furnizați cu ajutorul nostru în ceea ce privește accesarea fondurilor europene, în ceea ce privește monitorizarea, gestionarea unui proiect de la faza lui de contractare până la faza de încheiere a perioadei de sustenabilitate. Și asta înseamnă că putem oferi atât sprijin din punct de vedere al informației și al accesului la informație, chiar prin motorul de căutare oportunități de finanțare, care a fost de curând lansat de către minister și pe care îl veți găsi, toate datele astea, inclusiv cifre, le veți găsi într-o prezentare pe care o voi da Izabele și sper să fie diseminată. Sunt multe date care vă pot fi de folos. Deci tot ce înseamnă asistență tehnică sau comunicare sau oportunități de finanțare pe care pot fi accesate, vă pot fi puse la dispoziție. Inclusiv solicitarea din partea voastră către noi pentru efectuarea unor vizite în teren, prin care sunt semnalate atât bune practici, dar și practici care nu trebuie să fie replicate. Împreună cu ANR avem un protocol de colaborare semnat până în 2027, prin care ne asumăm faptul că împreună, având în vedere că ANR-ul poate reprezenta localul foarte bine, iar PNCR-ul poate avea comunicarea cu Comisia Europeană, împreună putem efectua vizite în teren, la braț cu CNCD-ul, unde putem să documentăm situațiile care există sau să avem discuții cu reprezentanții Consiliului Județean care pot avea acces și pot autoriza bugetarea unor acțiuni atunci, în timp real, chiar dacă ele nu sunt prevăzute într-un plan de acțiune. Putem sta la masă cu reprezentanții societății civile, unde putem găsi soluții împreună, inclusiv la recomandări în ceea ce privește ghidurile, înainte de a fi lansate în perioada lor de consultare, perioadă deja limitată. Dar ghidurile acelea, care sunt lansate de către MIPE, așa îi zicem noi pe scurt Ministerului, ele trebuie să răspundă cât mai sincer și în mod echitabil, nu echitabil, unor nevoi existente în teren. Iar aceste ghiduri pot fi scrise, așa cum spunea cineva din cadrul panelului, nu dintr-un birou cu ferestre închise, ci în urma unor vizite în teren, în urma unor consultări cu reprezentanții ONG-urilor, în urma discuțiilor cu cei care gestionează zona respectivă și nu numai, pentru a evita cazuri de segregare sau alte cazuri nefericite care nu se doresc a fi deloc replicate. Cred că sunt la minus 3 minute, iartă-mă, îmi cer scuze. Oricum, da, contactul nostru este pncr@ronmfe.gov.ro, adresă de mail din partea căreia întotdeauna veți găsi un răspuns. Mulțumesc!
Thank you so much as well. And just to clarify, the enabling condition that Elena was talking about is one that is introduced in the financial regulations by the EU with regard to cohesion funds, and that includes ESF Plus, and that includes ERDF, and this is, on Roma, it is linked to Roma strategies. So basically, the first level is you have to have a Roma strategies, and then you won't receive funding if you're not doing something for Roma, which I think is excellent. But now the fact that the government is not actually even worried about it, it's concerning. Anyhow, moving forward, and thank you for your invitation also to the ones that are here to be in touch with you as well. Moving forward, I have the honor and the privilege to give the floor to someone that is from the house in a way. Is Mr. Simeon Beldan. He is a professor, a university professor at the University of Babeș-Bolyai here in Cluj. And as I understood, you are going to talk about the safety of water and food consumptions in Roma communities in this region.
Yeah.
You have the floor, and now you know already the drill. 8 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Better. Thank you very much. When my dean asked me to have a talk to your conference, I wondering what is the connection between the environmental justice for Roma community and my subject of research in the frame of the Norway grant. And after that, hearing your discussion, I said that okay, this research is very well fitted with my research, because the goal of this research was to establish a tool for the public authority in order to increase the safety of water and food consumption in rural Roma community in Transylvania. Why this project? This project was very important for us because it took into account some reports of the Roma health available from 12 to 31 European members, and we found that life expectancy in rural community is lower between 7 and 20 years comparing with the Roma community. In Romania, this discrepancy is around 6 years, and also taking into consideration this life expectancy lower than Roma, we tried in this project to find a way in order to reduce this risk on the health. So we develop an interdisciplinary research which contain sociological investigation, chemical and biological methods, epidemiological investigation, computer modeling, all of them to establish some public health related measure in order to increase the safety of the consumption. So we have 5 partners involved in this project. One is the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, Romanian Institute for Research of National Minority in Cluj-Napoca, National Institute of Public Health, and also Faculty of Medicine and Pharmacy from Cluj-Napoca. Here is the name. And in this project, we involve 41 persons of different specialty in different fields, like medical doctor, chemist, physicist, microbiologist, sociologist, physiologist, environmental sciences, and so on, all of them to fulfill the general objective and specific objective in this project, which is the identification of rural Roma community with high risk exposure to uncontrolled water and food sources, establish the biological and chemical contaminants which have a stress on the health, created the friendly working software in order to estimate the health risk associated with the consumption of this water and food, communication on the health risk, elaboration of the model of best practice hygienic sanitary guidelines, which will be implemented in the rural Roma community, and implementation of the guideline in the Roma community. We have 4 working package, and first of this was social investigation. We apply a number of 887 questionnaire in Romanian and Hungarian language because we choose different community. I will show next the map, and containing 880 households and 3,260 individuals. Also, we establish what is the distribution of the water, access to the running water, and also we have the a map which containing the percentage of the Roma which has access to this. This is the villages selected in our project, starting for the northwest of Romania to the southeast of Romania. We cover 5 counties. And also here is the number of chemical and biological analyses performed by Babes-Bolyai University and National Institute of Public Health. We analyzed 25 soil samples, 87 water samples for 57 sources, 91 food samples, and there is the distribution of the water sources used by Roma community. Most of the percentages gave by the well water. Here is the results of the analyzed samples. As you can see, almost half of the sample exceeds the maximum allowable concentration for different parameters. 22 samples exceeds the concentration of nitrate, and so on sulfate. We also have 3 samples in which arsenic exceeds the maximum allowable concentration. Going ahead, here is the villages in the parameter which exceeds the maximum allowable concentration in drinking water, and also we extend this analysis for different specific and persistent pollutants like some pesticide. Here we can have with the red the exceedance for different type of the pesticide. Also we analyze other type of pesticide, triazine pesticide, and also analyze some polyaromatic hydrocarbons with sample which exceed the maximum allowable concentration. Also, we made analysis for the radioactivity, analyze radium and thoron and radon activity, but the conclusion that this water is safety from the radiological point of view. We also extend analysis for the vegetable. Also, we found in most of the samples the concentration doesn't exceed, but we also found some samples which is a risk for the human consumption. Also, we analyzed polyaromatic hydrocarbon. Unfortunately, there is no legislation regarding this, ordering for the smoking food, which also is stipulated that benzoylpyrene, carcinogenic compounds. We analyzed also different other food samples, cheese samples, milk sample, pork, fat, chicken, and eggs from the metals. We also found some samples which we found these metals. Also, we analyzed hormone and steroid, and we also found both in egg and milk sample. That means that some treatment of the animals are doing in this. So we extend for the parametric characterization. We analyze in sewage water, in collect 5 locations, and we found giardia only in 1 sewage samples. Also, we analyze vegetables Escherichia enterococcus and other parasitic were not detected, but also in 3 vegetable samples were not found Giardia. That means that it's safe. Also, we made analysis of feces of animals. Giardia were detected in 2 dog samples, but this 2 dog sample doesn't belong to the household in which we collect the vegetables. Also, we performed bacteria in drinking water, and the results suggest the growth bacteria condition in the water. In Roșia Montana, we collect samples. It contains Escherichia coli and other Pseudomonas aeruginosa growth. This means suggests that influence of sewage in these samples. Also, we prefer other study, chemical contaminants in water, pesticide. We go ahead. This is very interesting results. Contaminants of emerging compounds, in 25 compounds. We determine and we found in different samples acetaminophen, that is paracetamol, carbamazepine, DEET is a compounds used for the pest treatment. Also, we found sulfametazole, this is an antibiotic, and also we found diclofenac in these samples. That exist as sources for the contamination of these water sources with these contaminants. Also, we prefer other analysis of soils, and I want to focus here, analyze polyaromatic hydrocarbons, and we established the sources of these polyaromatic hydrocarbons in soil samples. And as you can see here, the most sources is pyrogenic sources. That means the combustion of the fuels is found in the soils. The sources is atmospheric deposition in these soils. Also, we made medical investigation, very interesting. We found high prevalence of obesity, cardiovascular disease. Also, I can see another disease which is very well connected with the diet. And the conclusion is the incidence of this disease is much higher comparing to the non-Roma community. If you discuss the lever diastosa in the normal non-Roma community, this incidence is around 30%. In Roma community, this incidence is between 16 and 17%. That means that the poor diet of the Roma can give this kind of the diseases. And okay, target, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor. This was absolutely wonderful and interesting. So hopefully you can also share this with us, just so that we understand a little bit what is that we are consuming in terms of chemicals and how they are being treated. You did say something interesting. I don't know if we came back to it, like the Roma population seems to be better compared to the non-Roma, but I guess it also depends very much where they are located, right? And the Roma communities you have picked as a sample, but maybe we get back in the question and you can maybe take that on. Now I will move to the next speaker, who is someone I know very well, so I cannot call him Mr. not just because he's not a Mr., but because we know each other very well, so I can call him Daniel. Daniel Grebendinger, he's also our board member at Ergo, but he also is the director of the Parudimos Association in Romania, and he has a lot of experience with the economic empowerment field, can we call it this way, Daniel? I mean, you will correct me, you know better. And he's gonna speak today about the role of public authorities in combating environmental racism, but also in ending ghettos and ghettoization. You have the floor, same for you, you don't have a privilege, 8 minutes.
Thank you. I will try to be very brief. Initially, I was thinking to insist a little bit about the project which we had in Reșița, where in the last 3 years, we closed the ghetto. Literally, everybody was moved during the process which lasted around 3 years, and that ghetto don't exist no more. But the speech of Ms. Iordănescu made me think a little bit about those indicators which she speaks about that they are monitoring, which I'm very interested because I didn't see any indicator in the Roma National Strategy. Like, if you can share with us some indicators, because I know for sure that they are not. Any minister didn't assume any indicators in Romania so far. They were asked by the National Roma Agency, but they didn't put any indicator there because, I don't know, let's say they don't want to be checked if they do or not something for Roma. Coming back to our thing, in the last 3 years, as I said, we worked, and the ghetto from Mociur, from Reșița, 156 families, almost 600 people were moved from there in different other places in the city. It was a very interesting process, which I could say that, okay, it's a very good practice because we managed to do it. But it was not something which, let's say you take it from Reșița and you bring it in Cluj and it will happen the same. Maybe some parts of our methodology you can do it here, but I need to say that it was also some parts of our process and methodology was chosen or done according with the momentum or with the, let's say, it was a moment when we could negotiate something or not, which here it's not implying. But there are some things which I believe that they are very, very important to be mentioned when you're doing such a process. And when we speak about environmental justice, the most important part there, it's the political will. And I think in everything what's connected with Roma, the most important thing is the political will. And in this moment, my opinion is that the Romanian state don't really want Roma inclusion because we don't have indicators, not even in the Roma national strategy. That's why it's very, I don't know, we are trying to push a train from the back, but the head of the train don't want to go there. It's what we are doing now. Like and I say this because we managed to do all this process with 1.2 million euro in 3 years. In Cluj, for 68 families were invested 8 million euro in 8 years. Like, it's a really huge gap. And in many other places, there were a lot of projects which spent a lot of money, but they were just patching or repairing or moving 10 families and the rest was staying there. We learned a lot of things from this process. And I don't know, like from the point of view that, yeah, if the mayor don't want, you don't do it. Or you do it, but you just do small things. The same time, if you do it, don't do it in 10 years, because those families will lose their hope, will, I don't know, what happened in Pata in 15 years, they are more than at the beginning now, because those communities are, let's say, growing faster. They're having more kids, they're bringing other people in the community, and all the thing. Also, we learned that the individual needs are very important. Like, we didn't decide to move a family somewhere because we were thinking that it's good for that family. No, that family needed to decide that she want to move there. And we just presented the options. Look, if you move in a house, this is the costs, this is happening and everything. If you move in a flat, this is the costs. Like, really, they needed to decide. Like, at the same time, in all this process, we realized that we influence even the quality standards of the housing in our city. Because in the relocation process, we created a social business which renovated the houses, and all the new houses needed to have bathroom and kitchen, like a small kitchen. The neighbors who are living in social housing, and they have seen that for the new inhabitants we offer this, they started to make requests for the municipality, look, we want also a bathroom in the house. And it became a process which now it's happening that the municipality have issues. They need to renovate the houses of the people which want to have the same standards. At the same time, we realize that giving a house to somebody, it's easy. Helping him to keep it, it's the big problem. Because if you move a Roma family in a block of flats with 20 families and they don't pay the taxes and everything for that house, at the end of the day, the discrimination and hate against Roma will increase a lot because will be 20 families hating the Roma because of that. And what we manage, it's through monitoring and support and employment, because the intervention was more complex. So far, out of 156 families, 5 have problems with paying, because we are monitoring each month, which I think it's below the general population. And yeah, it was a process in which the municipality took the role of, let's say, coordinating, but if at the beginning they wanted to do it in their way, at the end we ended doing in the people's way. Because always when they propose something, it comes something up which, if that proposal was not okay, we needed to change. And at the end of the day, we negotiated with the community what they want and how they want to be done. Like, at the end, they were open and they realized that, okay, if we really want to do it and to do it fast, we need to respect the wish of the community. And yeah, I'm closing now. And we managed to do this. I'm not sure 100% that we can do it in another place in Romania in the same way, but we can use parts of what we have done, of, I don't know, the methodology which we have used, and share it with others and try to do the same thing.
Excellent. If I just 30 seconds in order to answer, because I'm sorry, I will steal your 30 seconds. Just to clear the statement about the strategy, I didn't say that the indicators are there, but the strategy has the option to be updated, evaluated, and then the indicators must be correctly included there due to academia, with the academia support. And as we both know, if the train doesn't get forward, the locomotive can be moved and push it.
Thank you for the clarification, and thank you very much, Daniel, for this sharing this this example. We are happy to share this example with you as well, and as you said, hopefully will serve as inspiration, at least partly, to others. Now we have one more speaker in this panel, and his name is Mr. Andor Urmosh. He represents here Bridge EU, and he's going to speak about the link between residential segregation and environmental justice in 3 countries, namely Hungary, Slovakia, and Romania. Go ahead. You have the floor, 8 minutes. Yeah?
That's just perfect. That's what I need. And thank you very much for the floor and for the opportunity to speak here. And I have a very good job today because actually everything was said. So I just need to show some pictures. And Tiku told me today that please don't put text in your slides. So I just use pictures. Is it okay? So I don't know who is moving the slide. I can do it, of course, but, oh yes, thank you. Yeah, so what I would like to show you today is just some examples from Eastern European countries, how the residential segregation and the environmental justice is very much interlinked. And I'm not just talking about the waste management, but also actually about the floods, because I think it would be important that we are looking at this question from that point of view. Very, very briefly. These are examples from Slovakia. So probably you know this was a very famous case where actually about this waste management in Slovakia, and actually there is a court case going on about this problem. And the question is here, how much actually we can tackle the question about the spatial residential segregation. As you see in the maps, I will put all of these locations in Google Maps. You see actually that very much out in the outskirts, very much in the area which is not really actually a residential area, as we would call it in this city. You know probably Jaromnice in Slovakia. This is a full Roma village, and it was very much hit by the flood. So the whole village was completely flooded. It was around 10 years ago. And actually, Jaromnice is a full Roma village, but actually the population is still growing there. Why? Because obviously people, they are not eager to move in the city or in this place where actually the danger of flood is very, very high, and other environmental issues. Let me show you also Hungarian examples. Tiszavásári, my Hungarian friends, they know very well this case. Tiszavásári, where actually, again, this waste management problem is very, very strong. And this settlement is located, again, in the outskirts, in the middle of nowhere. Completely the same situation as in Slovakia. And this Hungarian city, Boldva, this is almost every year is hit actually by the flood. Why? Because actually that area where actually the Roma settlement is located is basically the deepest point of the locality, and actually nobody wants to live there, just the Roma. We a little bit investigated this case. What's happening? How is possible that only the Roma are living actually in this endangered area? And it was very clear there is a discrimination by the construction authorities. Because the construction authorities, they are giving actually building permits actually for these houses, but only for the Roma. For all the others, they are not getting actually the building permits because obviously it's not a residential area. So what to do in these cases when actually even the construction authorities are pursuing actually this discrimination? So you see very well actually, again, this is absolutely in the outskirts of this locality. And this is Romania. I think my Romanian friends, colleagues, they know much better the case, but again, this was exactly the same problem about the flood, and it was not really very well treated, and people, they were located actually the cultural center, and there was no solution actually after that for the housing problems. And the situation is very much widespread all over the world. I think I should not stretch your time actually with this, but you remember probably New Orleans, the Katrina hurricane, right? And you remember actually that when the pictures they were shown after the hurricane, that the blacks, they were most hit actually by this flood. Why? Because actually next to the beach area, I'm so sorry, I cannot use it. It's very clear. In the beach area, actually, nobody is getting, again, houses because they don't want to live there. Even if you go to, I don't know, to Los Angeles or San Francisco, you want to live next to the beach, of course, because it's very nice. But not in New Orleans, because everybody knew that it's a flooded area, right? So if you see the census data, actually, most of the black neighborhoods, actually, it's very much close to the sea, at the beach area. So the question is what to do. And actually, your report, colleagues who are sitting here, you published this report. I was just reading, and I'm really not an expert actually in this area. I was just reading, and I thought, okay, so basically colleagues, they already said that spatial segregation and environmental justice are very much interlinked. So the case is very clear. I think the next question is what to do. Because what Yorgos said, I think this is the way to pick up the cases, to make some precedents, legal precedents, and to go ahead actually with some, let's say, mainstream actions. Because otherwise nothing will happen, and we are just stating always the facts that the residential segregation and environmental justice are very much interlinked. So, let me show you what's happening now in Romania. In this summer, we visited actually some of the localities where the so-called CLLD program is going on. This is the community-led local development. This is, if I pronounce it well, but please correct me, Svantu George. And actually, there is a housing program which is going on there. And if you see actually these yellow squares, or I don't know how to say that, this is basically the plan where the houses will be built, or are going, or basically are built. Maybe actually it's already done. And you see that it's basically even more outskirts. So it's actually outside of the Roma settlement. So this is the end of the city where actually this program is building the houses. Again, today in 2023, with EU funds in a EU member states, actually the segregation is more and more reinforced. Furthermore, they are building a big kindergarten in the middle of the Roma ghetto. it will be a kind of also two-floor big kindergarten. From here, around 500 meters, is another kindergarten for non-Roma, which is, again, under construction. So we are actually in the middle of EU funds programs. We are in the middle of the discussions, and it's still happening. Now we are talking about Romania, but everywhere in Eastern Europe. So the question is what to do. What to do, actually, how to stop all of these things. Again, I would like to come back to Yorgos, and I hope that I can talk to him a bit more, because I need this type of legal precedents where we are really going against these questions, and we are trying to stop this kind of programs. Yes, I'm finishing. And this is actually if I can go back, but I cannot. This is very clear. Ah, that's good, I managed it, huh? So, and this is actually, this is the construction site in Szentgyörgyi where the housing will be built. And this is a Hungarian city, Nyíregyháza. And this is also an EU funds program where two Roma settlements are merged. And basically some of the colleagues, they sent this case to the European Commission, and the Commission stopped the funding this project. So this is the first case in the history where a Roma project was actually suspended because of the discrimination. And here the background is the violation of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So we can use this example actually even in Romania, in Slovakia, Czech Republic, wherever we want. But this is a very clear precedent. And unfortunately, these two settlements are already merged in this city. And the last thing which I want to tell you is that probably you know that the European Commission published a guidance, a kind of instructions that how to tackle the segregation in education and housing. But this document was not public because of some agreements between the Commission and the European Council. Now this document is public, and this document is very clearly saying that when you are talking about housing, and you see it actually on the right side, the first option should be always the desegregation, the relocation, and to find housing solutions in the mainstream neighborhood, and not isolating people more or not building a new ghetto. Okay? Thank you very much for your attention, and you can find here actually in this guidance. Thank you.
I really have to thank my panelists. They were such good sports, excellent timing. But because we have started late, we're still kind of at the very edge, but I will maybe exercise an executive power here to give a little bit of time for questions just because they have been so good, right? And so maybe we take a little bit from the break and then we recuperate with the conclusion. I'm looking at you, Patricia, probably don't need so much time. And so with that being said, if there are comments, questions to the panelists, please raise your hands now. Yes, I have a question here. Anyone else that, yeah, okay, I'll take you, okay. Who else? All right, let's start here. Yeah? Hit Ash. Just say your name shortly and who you represent.
Numele meu este Valentin Dimon, sunt președintele a 3 galuri urbane care lucrează direct cu Roma Population, da, cu comunitățile de Roma, vorbim de sectorul 2 București, Slobozia și Câmpina. Pentru doamna Elena Iordănescu fac lucrul ăsta din 2017 pe toate cele 3 galuri, iar Punctul Național pentru Romi nu ne-a întrebat niciodată nimic. Nici n-am știut de dumneavoastră. Astăzi am aflat ceva nou. Poate reușiți ca atunci când mergeți să transmiteți un mesaj Comisiei, încercați să vedeți care sunt proiectele care lucrează direct în comunitățile Roma și poate luați puncte de vedere și de la noi. Mulțumesc frumos!
Doar aici, Ghiță?
O să vorbesc și eu tot în română. Eugen Ghiță este numele meu, sunt președintele Roma Just, Asociația Juriștilor Rom. Mi-a plăcut prezentarea ultimă și o să fac coment pe asta. Am început să monitorizăm și noi în România efectele anumitor proiecte europene și avem cazul de la Arad, unde se construiește un parc și au fost demolate 100 de case. Urmează în luna următoare să demolăm încă 10 case și ne luptăm acolo cu o plângere penală pentru fonduri, că nu s-a dat exact ce există înainte de a accesa. Avem și la Focșani, Ministerul Dezvoltării a finanțat renovare a locuințelor sociale, dar nu a ținut cont că trebuie să evacueze forțat 60 de familii. Chiar primăria s-a dus în instanță să anuleze contractele. Avem 600 de familii la Constanța, unde se pregătește relocarea lor din celebru cartier al lui Mazăre la Ericoandă. Poftim? Da, cele care s-au făcut, nu sunt din container, sunt chiar module cu 2 etaje și se pregătește o mare relocare pentru că armata a revendicat pământul unde s-a construit. Am impresia că hotărârile judecătorești se apropie de final și se vor reloca 600 de familii, trebuie să fim atenți și acolo. Avem eforie, de 12 ani ne luptăm și încă mai avem cazuri de genul ăsta și dacă e posibil să mergem cu autorități la nivel european, să vedem ce e acolo într-o vizită, să vedeți cum se locuiește și ce înseamnă protecția copilului de la nivel de autoritate locală, unde este un dezastru. Încearcă să-i mute de la containere pe contracte de închiriere pentru 6 luni doar, în niște clădiri fantastic de rele. Și da, sunt celelalte, avem și la Miercurea Ciuc, unde au fost ținuți după incendiu 250 de persoane în sala de sport, unde locuințele lor erau despărțite de pături. Efectiv, o familie stătea în 15 metri pătrați și pătura următoare îi despărțea și mai stăteau altă familie și acum sunt relocați în niște tiruri, efectiv, la 3 km de localitate. S-a încercat și acolo o construcție. Sunt foarte multe cazuri și la noi și nu știu cum astăzi am avut așa impresia că lucrurile în Patarât s-au rezolvat. Nu știu cine ar putea să-mi răspundă la asta. Nu avem probleme, toată lumea e angajată, toți copiii merg la școală, avem tot ce ne trebuie, justiția îndeplinită, nu avem segregare, avem acces la orice resurse. Am așa o impresie că ne luptăm și cu doamna Enicos este aici, ne luptăm de mult cu multe cazuri. Mulțumesc, și am o impresie așa că nu suntem unde trebuie. Da. Mulțumesc.
Mulțumesc și eu o să mai iau doar un singur comentariu de aici de la Cătălin și apoi o să vă las pe voi să comentați. Mersi.
Nu știu dacă să vorbesc în română sau în engleză. Okay. Well, I don't know if it can be very, very short, but it definitely has to do with the technical issues. I was very impressed with the presentation of Mr. Simeon Beldan, and I will thank him for bringing this very technical thing, which often is missing, because I'm not making fun of you people. I know you're all into human rights. It's essential to be into human rights, but it's also essential to know how much paracetamol is in the water. But it's more to this, because it happens that I worked in Roșia Montană. So you also get flooding there. So it was flooding. The report from flooding came from Andor, and the report for water contamination came from Cluj. What is interesting about Roșia Montană, and that's why I'm trying to describe you very, very briefly, is the fact that they were not only affected by flooding, and of course by discrimination and continuous process of 50 years of being pushed aside and being assigned to live on a land that is improper and all that. But the fact that they were mostly affected by a flash flood and by the slides about the mud that came from the uphill. And that mud came from uphill because of deforestation and because of bad forestation, because improper species of plants and woods were planted 30, 40 years ago. And there we come back to the environmental aspect of it, which has to do with, of course, with Roma being placed in the wrong area, but also with long-time policies and really, really bad planning and really, really sensitive and really bad technical aspects of planning that have to be considered in an environmental sense. Like, what kind of species are you going to plant above a community that is in danger to be flooded and subjected to mudslides?
Sounds like a good movie.
Okay, so it's such a complex scenario that might involve relocation, might involve anti-segregation fight, but also might involve a lot of infrastructural and very, very technical issues.
Thank you, Catalina. I'll have to stop you there because there are people that, push me to also apply the rules of the game, which is timing. I will give you like 1 minute each, and I apologize. So I have 3 people that have to give responses from here to there.
Da, ca să răspund la întrebarea domnului, mă bucur că am avut ocazia să aflați despre noi. Eu sigur sunt recunoscătoare că vă știu și o să schimb și contacte cu dumneavoastră la final. Vă mai bucur cu o veste. Avem o platformă online pe care o puteți accesa oricare din dumneavoastră și o să o circulăm prin materialele de pe mail, pncr.fonduri-ue.ro, unde o să găsiți și o hartă interactivă, unde sunt mapate comunități marginalizate cu romi din proiectul obținut printr-un grant al Comisiei Europene încă de anul trecut, unde sunt evidențiate vulnerabilitățile din acele comunități, unde s-a mers pe teren și nu există doar cifre din statistici și situații date de prefecturi, primării, MDLPA. Deci există și chestionare completate om la om de către experți contractați prin proiect, care s-au deplasat în gospodării și care au vorbit cu fiecare membru al gospodăriei în parte. M-aș bucura să verificați pe acea hartă dacă vă regăsiți, dacă e cazul să vă regăsiți, având în vedere numărul și intensitatea vulnerabilităților, și să menținem apoi legătura cu siguranță. Eu atât am avut.
Perfect, mulțumesc frumos. Andor, if you want, just 1 minute, please, yeah? You want to comment to what?
No, I'm very happy actually with your comments. Thank you.
Excellent, I'm even happier. And here, if you want to comment on what was said about your...
Yeah, the results of our analysis, most of the contaminants are directly connected with the environmental condition, most of them by being by subgeological substrate. So these water sources cannot be treated for the human consumption. The real solution is to give access to this Roma community for the groundwater. But the main problem, because there are also some communities which have access, but they have no money to pay for this water. So the public authority should be directly involved to give some facility for the Roma community to have access to the safety water sources.
Thank you so much. I would like to really thank everyone that has been so great and excellent presentations and everything, very informative. And now we'll give you have 10 minutes break, so you are back in the room at 16:50. So like this, we are only 5 minutes late. Please respect the time, also because we have interpreters that have to leave on time, yes? And also for the online. Thank you so much.
who will speak online? Okay, Vali. Okay. I was said that some people are in a hurry and they need to reach the airport, and we will make a small switch in the program. We will start with Mr. Virgil Bițu, who when I asked him about what I should say about you, he said, tell them that I have a lot of hats. It's an old activist from England. He left from Romania, now it's working in London and fighting for Roma rights. Mr. Bițu, with the mention that you have 8 minutes, and I will show you the time when will be needed.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you for adjustment of the agenda. Now, speaking about environmental justice, what I understand as a green activist as well, one of the other hats, it's about living, it's about the right of living in a clean, healthy, and safe environment without damaging the environment. So it's a right. And we cannot approach the environmental justice in a separate and self-contained, as a separate and self-contained issue, especially in the case of Roma communities, where we know for sure that the depraved environmental conditions are the effect of the social injustice, the effect of antigypsyism. But my real concern, it's about the policy making for Roma. And for Roma and for the other ethnic related groups, because now I'm living in UK, and also there are other groups which are related with Roma. There are gypsies and travelers, which are more kinds of travelers: Irish, Scottish, Welsh, show people, boat dealers are considered in the same bucket with gypsies. Now we have a history of over 50 years of policy making for Roma, and it's obvious that something is not going in the right way. Although this conference is a novelty because we are speaking about environmental justice, it will be another attempt that will follow the path of other policy processes for Roma, and for sure will not have the same impact as the other policies failed. Now we are here, a lot of Roma representatives. So we are representing, so-called Roma-led organizations, but who do we represent? Because we don't represent the communities. We represent our organizations, we represent the members of our organization, and the largest people group which we represent would be our direct beneficiaries of our work, of our services, because we are service providers. And we cannot present ourselves as Roma representatives because we are not from the communities. We are service providers. We are professional organizations. So when it comes to consultation, we are consulted, and the consultation it's ticked. Roma consultation is ticked. But the real consultation, the real participation is not there, because the communities has to be involved. The political participation should be devolved. We should invest much more time in community building, in capacity building, in community organizing. our friend Georgios mentioned earlier about the new concept of community restoration, which include more of these principles. We have to build up the capacity of the Roma communities to become partners of local authorities and central authorities to engage and to build and implement the policies. That's why all these Roma strategies and policies are failing, because even we, Roma so-called representatives or leaders, we cannot engage with the communities, because tomorrow you'll see, you'll go in Patarât, you will not be very welcome, because you have been seen as an institution, Gage institution, the Gage system, and they are tired. They are tired enough of this kind of approaches and policies and strategies, and we have to build their capacity and to become the partners of the authorities and of policy makers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vinson. Faster than the time. Okay.
I do a project, but I didn't lose my flight. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will go now to Mr. Vasile Gâlbea, Roma researcher from Bucharest, who is working since long time in this field and will share with us some very important information. Please, Mr. Gâlbea.
Mulțumesc foarte mult. Voi vorbi în română. M-am uitat atent în sală și am văzut aici lângă noi un alt, dacă vă uitați, este aproape același lucru. Cred că dacă am acoperit doar data de astăzi, cred că lucrurile sunt la fel. Adică problema asta de mediu este o problemă care se discută de mult timp, nu de acum. Un simpozion care spune cam așa: mediu și progres, dezvoltare durabilă, abordări și soluții pentru comunități reziliente. Cred că dacă ne uităm acolo, cred că și tema asta ar fi foarte viabilă și pentru noi în ziua de azi. Am o întrebare un pic retorică. E foarte bine că se întâmplă lucrul ăsta, dar mă gândesc dacă cei din Patarât au știut măcar vreodată de chestiunea asta. Dacă cineva le-a spus despre lucrul ăsta, că ceva se întâmplă într-un lucru, în ceva în care sunt și ei implicați, vrând nevrând să, pentru că locuiesc acolo. Această tematică a dreptului la mediu nu este o tematică nouă. A fost încă din anii 2000, au fost câteva cazuri prin care Curtea Europeană a Drepturilor Omului a sancționat, cel puțin la cercetarea pe care eu am făcut, a sancționat cel puțin 10 sau 12 state. Ce să vedeți? Tocmai cu aceste spețe legate de locuirea în condiții de mediu toxic, în apropierea stațiilor de epurare a stațiilor reziduale, în apropierea gropilor de gunoi. Pentru că Iza mi-a zis să nu mai pun nimic scris și să las doar câteva poze, vreau să vă spun că inclusiv state cu state vechi în Europa, adică cu democrații destul de bine făcute, au fost sancționate de către Curtea Europeană a Drepturilor Omului și vă dau câteva exemple. Este un caz destul de cunoscut la nivel internațional, este cazul Lopez Ostra contra Spaniei, prin care Spania a fost sancționată, atenție, în anul 1994. Există, doar le trec în revistă, există și alte state, printre care Turcia, Rusia și Bulgaria, care au fost sancționate de către Curtea Europeană a Drepturilor Omului. De ce am vrut să spun acest lucru? Ideea e că există o tipologie a acestor cazuri de încălcare a drepturilor omului, că de fapt vorbim de cazuri de încălcare a drepturilor omului. Din păcate, statele nu au făcut nimic pentru a rezolva aceste probleme. Iar semnalul de alarmă pe care eu vreau să-l atrag este că, din păcate, nici la nivel de Comisie Europeană sau la Consiliul Europei nu s-a făcut aproape nimic. În condițiile în care în hotelele de Consilii de Ministri întotdeauna sunt discutate hotărârile Curții Europene a Drepturilor Omului. În principiu, cam atât am vrut să vă spun ca o mică introducere. Iar legat de cercetarea pe care am făcut-o împreună cu colegii mei, o să te rog să-mi dai, că înțeleg că este o chestiune aia. O telecomandă?
Nu, nu este la noi. Da, remote.
Ok, mulțumesc. Înainte de a începe prezentarea efectivă, aș vrea să vă spun că nu este o cercetare a mea, este o cercetare pe care am făcut-o împreună cu încă 4 colegi, sub coordonarea lui Enicio, alături de un coleg care este medic și un coleg care este inginer, cel care practic s-a ocupat de monitorizarea tehnică a condițiilor de trai din Patarăt, în sensul că am avut acele aparate de monitorizare, să spunem așa, și de asemenea împreună cu un coleg sociolog. O să trec peste aceste mici lucruri pe care le-am scris și vreau să vă spun că, din păcate, această problemă a factorilor poluanți afectează în mod foarte puternic absolut toată lumea. De foarte multe ori, cei care conduc primării sau, mă rog, consilii locale, nu-și dau seama că respiră aproape același aer, mai devreme sau mai târziu respiră același aer împreună cu cei care, practic, locuiesc în comunitățile segregate. Într-un studiu pe care l-am făcut, a reieșit că primele județe pe care le vedeți în fața dumneavoastră, primele județe care au cel mai mare, dacă vreți așa, cel mai mare număr sau cantitatea cea mai mare de factori poluanți, sunt trecute, am luat doar primele 5, Covasna, Ilfov, Iași, Dolj și București. În ceea ce privește calitatea aerului în Balcani, este un raport pe care l-au făcut una dintre cele mai mari organizații de mediu, dacă vreți, se numește ELI. Iar aici aveți modul cum factorii poluanți afectează comunitatea și se vede că vara ei sunt un pic mai, să zicem, sunt un pic mai scăzuți, iar iarna condițiile sunt mult mai, din păcate, sunt mult mai dure, în sensul că se agravează această poluare. Ok. O să trec și peste lucrul ăsta. Am încercat să vă prezint în continuare câteva din zonele care noi le-am identificat în cadrul proiectului. Prima zonă este aici în cadrul comunității din Patarât de la Cluj-Napoca. Nu este singura comunitate, dacă vreți, sau singura așezare. Din păcate, ceea ce se întâmplă în Patarât se întâmplă în marea majoritate a orașelor din România. Aveți, în primul slide v-am pus imaginea cu comunitatea din Patarât. Avem după aceea imaginea din Zalău, o comunitate aflată la 150 de metri de stația de epurare a apelor reziduale, care funcționează încă de anul 1970. Ok, avem următoarele slide-uri, sunt legate de alte comunități de romi, care sunt în imediată apropierea unor stații de epurare a apelor reziduale sau în apropierea unor foste fabrici de, dacă vreți, de materiale care sunt foarte toxice, în sensul că erau fabrici de arsenic sau diferite alte substanțe care erau foarte poluante și afectau foarte tare oamenii. Ceea ce este foarte grav din punctul meu de vedere este faptul că de multe ori toate aceste locuințe au fost date de către autoritățile locale sub pretextul unor locuințe sociale, care bineînțeles că niciodată ele nu îndeplinesc condițiile minimale în ceea ce privește o așezare prin care oamenii ar putea să locuiască. Da, văd că sunt pe repede înainte. Ok. Aici am făcut o monitorizare a ceea ce se întâmplă în Patarât, în Cluj-Napoca. Aceste monitorizări le-am făcut, v-am spus, cu niște senzori împreună cu colegii mei. Ele au funcționat pe o perioadă de aproape 6 luni de zile. După cum se vede, ele depășesc cu mult limita normală, a ceea ce putem să vorbim despre o așezare care are în apropiere o astfel de stație de sortare a deșeurilor. După cum vedeți, am încercat să punem sub linia roșie, dacă vedeți, este tot ceea ce înseamnă media de la Cluj-Napoca, iar peste este Patarât. Dacă mai acordați 2 minute, știu că am depășit, vă pot arăta exact situația. Ok. Ideea este următoarea, că în perioada pe care noi am monitorizat-o, a reieșit faptul că timp de 46 de zile, cei doi factori cei mai poluanți existenți la nivelul județului și nu numai, adică PM2 și PM10, acestea sunt niște substanțe extrem de mici, care nu pot fi oprite de către niciun filtru. Nici dacă ai mască, nici dacă ai absolut nimic, ele nu pot fi oprite de către absolut nicio măsură de protecție. Ele au fost monitorizate și au reieșit cam așa. La PM2 au fost 46 de zile în care acești indicatori au fost foarte ridicați, după care PM20 a fost 43 de zile. Ceea ce vreau să vă spun este următorul lucru. Am încercat de nenumărate ori să vorbim cu autoritățile locale, se vede că interesul este extrem de scăzut. Știu ce înseamnă să organizez o întâlnire de la Bruxelles într-una dintre țări și vreau să înțelegeți și voi să înțelegeți că este foarte greu dacă pe voi nu vă bag în seama, adică dacă pe cei de la Comisie, de la Consiliul Europei nu interesează practic de intenția voastră de a discuta cu ei, gândiți-vă cât de greu este la nivel local. Închei un pic pesimist, dar după 15-20 de ani de monitorizare a tot ce înseamnă comunități de romi în toată țara, vreau să vă spun că situația nu că a evoluat, ci pur și simplu s-a agravat foarte mult, iar eu sunt destul de speriat, pentru că numărul de locuințe informale este extrem de mare și asta creează o foarte, foarte mare vulnerabilitate în rândul comunităților de romi. Vă mulțumesc frumos!
Mulțumesc frumos, Vasile! I will give the floor now to Mr. Adriatic Hasantari. No, sorry, Mr. Valentin Dimon, an old friend who we work together in the CLLD field since many years. He's the president of 3 urban LAGs in Romania, working with different communities facing different environmental injustice situations in Slobozia, Câmpina, and sectorul 2 in Bucharest. Vali?
Hello, I will switch to Romanian. Voi vorbi în limba română pentru că ne urmăresc 2 dintre cei mai importanți voluntari ai mei în comunitățile Roma, respectiv cei 2 copii ai mei care au 6 și 9 ani și care vreau să înțeleagă ce comunic astăzi. Ne urmăresc în online și țin foarte mult să-l vadă pe tatăl lor, vă iubește tata. O să vorbesc astăzi despre o situație pe care o întâmpin la grupul de acțiune locală din Câmpina. Grupul de acțiune locală din Câmpina are 3 zone marginalizate care sunt afectate de niște batale, niște lacuri de reziduri provenite de la o rafinărie. Ele au fost sursă de venit pe perioada cât rafinăria a funcționat, pentru că acolo, dacă mergeai mai cu seamă pe timp de vară, puteai observa doamnele și domnișoarele care intrau dezbrăcate efectiv la pielea goală în acele batale și culegeau resturile care ieșeau cumva la suprafață, pe care le valorificau prin a le vinde celor care vreau să facă la rândul lor, din comunitățile din jurul câmpinei, fie cărămidă, fie var, pentru că aveau nevoie de acest rezid să facă foc, da? Să dea foc acelor cuptoare de cărămidă și de var. Odată cu falimentul rafinăriei, aceste batale au devenit o mare problemă pentru comunitate. Cei care au cumpărat cumva terenurile și rafinăria au avut grijă să facă un fel de falsă vânzare către o societate nou înființată care au cumpărat, atenție, 27 de hectare de teren afectate de aceste batale, le-au cumpărat la prețul de 1 euro per hectar. Deci au cumpărat cu 27 de euro 27 de hectare. Evident că următoarea etapă a fost ca acea societate nou înființată să intre în procedură de faliment. Nu mai departe de weekendul trecut am mers în comunitate pentru că pregătim noua programare, pregătim noua strategie de dezvoltare locală pentru zonele marginalizate. Evident, avem în comunitate multe persoane de etnie Roma care au rămas și fără sursă de venit și care pun presiune pe comunitatea locală. Am reușit prin vechea programare să construim 3 blocuri, de data asta în centrul orașului, în zona funcțională a orașului, în care sperăm să putem muta o parte din comunitate, să-i aducem în zona funcțională și să reușim să integrăm și fizic, teritorial, nu numai prin măsuri de tip soft, da? De tip asistență, și încercăm acum, în colaborare cu autoritățile publice locale ce ne dau tot concursul din fericire, să mergem inclusiv pe calea legală în a face plângeri la instituțiile statului și nu numai, la instituțiile europene, pe de o parte pentru falsă vânzare, pentru că aceea nu se poate aprecia ca fiind vânzare și da, au avut intenție clară. Apreciem noi, fără să avem obiectivitate, că se așteptau să existe niște finanțări pe care să le acceseze, doar că finanțările pentru astfel de situații sunt doar pentru autorități publice și nu pentru societăți private, dar și acolo va trebui să mediem cumva situația, pentru că s-a încercat, am avut un proiect pilot pe o suprafață de 2000 de metri pătrați, care a costat 2 milioane de euro. Deci ca să igienizăm și să salvăm o suprafață de 2000 de metri pătrați, am reușit să facem cu autoritatea publică locală un proiect de 2 milioane de euro. La 27 de hectare faceți singur calculul cam ce ar însemna să readucem, da, într-un circuit de mediu corect cele 27 de hectare. Nu vreți să vă spun cum miroase acolo sau să vă explic, bănuiesc că sunteți și așa este, sunteți destul de inteligenți să știți cum arată zona sau să vă imaginați cum arată zona. De altfel, zona poate fi vizitată, comunitatea este acolo, lucrăm cu comunitatea de mulți ani și încercăm să ameliorăm cât se poate din situație. Pe de altă parte, trebuie să subliniez beneficiile acestui instrument numit CLLD, beneficii care sunt mult mai importante decât orice abordare a existat până acum în România, pentru că am reușit să atragem lângă comunitățile de romi și persoane profesioniste care nu sunt romi. Am atras acei consultanți care au avut privirea către niște proiecte cu indicatori cu rezultate foarte clare și care au înțeles că banii europeni nu se cheltuie, ci se investesc. Vă mulțumesc, atât am avut de spus.
Mulțumesc, mulțumesc, Vali. Foarte frumos. De menționat, Batalul e în Câmpina.
În Câmpina, da.
Da. Și cred că sunt multe alte locuri în țară unde avem astfel de situații. Doar o secundă.
Sunt 64, în cercetarea noastră, sunt 64 de depozite neconforme în diferite județe ale țării. Deci toate aceste depozite sunt în apropierea stațiilor, în apropierea localităților.
Mulțumesc, mulțumesc, Vasile. I will give the floor now to Adriatic Hasantari, an old colleague from the Roma movement, great Roma activist from Albania, or pro-Roma activist from Albania, better said. Please, Tiku.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I don't know if I can accept the word old, but I'm very happy to be here and want to thank the European Environmental Bureau, Ergo Network, and EFA for co-organizing this very much needed event. It says that it's the first Roma Environmental Justice Conference, and I'm sure the work has started already before. But it seems it's a bit late. But as we say from the country I come from, better late than never. Sure, it's the high time. And because we are in the end of it, I want to wake you up with a joke I read this morning, which I think applies to many realities across the countries. And because the panel I am, it stands only with men, the joke also would come with men as well. So it was this nice man, perhaps an environmental activist, who was driving a car, perhaps it was an eco car, and then he stopped by a forest, and then he saw two other men who were walking in the forest, and the first man was digging the hole, and the second man was covering it up. So this man becomes so curious and gets closer to the two men who were working so hard. For those who had worked on the land, you know that to dig a hole is not that easy, but also to cover it. And then he went there and then he said, I mean, what are you doing here? And then they say, we are from the municipality, we're working. He said, but what are you doing? And the first man answered, well, listen, we are three that we do the job. We plant trees in the forest, but the third person who brings the trees, it's not here. So I think this reality describes a lot on how our institutions in particular take over the responsibilities and fulfill them at the very end. And they forget how they should be accountable and not only towards the most vulnerable groups, including Roma, but to the citizens as a whole. And I couldn't, listening to the conversation today, I could not share the jokes with you that I hope it will resonate with most of you. I've been first time in Cluj 17 years ago. It was, I wouldn't say it's kind of the same conference, but in that time it was a World Bank conference focusing on how to support the informal collectors, Roma collectors, to growth. Because obviously what we're also forgetting a bit and missing a bit from the conference is that how to tap in and save the contribution that Roma are giving in the circular economy, or gave in the decades in circular economy, and as well as in the environment by recycling, but also by the second-hand clothes, mainly in Eastern Europe, which it's been pushed aside. So 17 years ago, there was not a discussion of big companies who will take over the landfills. And obviously this landfill produced a lot of money, and that time was not so visible. And then what we have noticed is that most of the Roma who were informal collectors, they have been pushed aside or not allowed to perform or to engage to do the work they were being doing. And we heard in the previous panel a lot of realities on how that can happen. Now, on the role, what municipalities can do and what cities can do, that's the title of the panel. I often challenge Andor what needs to be done, and the phrase I liked a lot, it was like, do not harm. So this do not harm sentence, I think it should apply to municipalities on how they can get engaged across with the communities who are resident or not in their localities, in their territories. What we have observed across the countries of the Western Balkans and Turkey and with enlargement countries, and I want to thank the organizers for thinking about this dimension as well to engage the enlargement component in this conference, is that the municipalities behave the same. It doesn't matter which political party runs. When it comes to territories, they behave the same, and then they always, one of the way they deal with informal neighborhood is that they do forced eviction, and forced eviction has happened in many countries across the enlargement countries, but also in Europe. That's a fight for territories, that's a fight for private business, but it's always organized by local authorities. And I wanted to mention that since 2018, Albania has a law in force for adopting the UN guideline of forced eviction, so to do a replacement instead of forced eviction, because this forced eviction, as you are familiar in all our countries, always happen when it's very cold and when it's Sunday and somewhere in the evening. So nobody knows when it's happening and people don't know where to go, and then it's total chaos. And then imagine how families have been evicted, not for the first time and second time, but for the third time, fifth time, and 10th time. And imagine how a child raised in this condition will trust to the system and will become an active citizen to the system as such if the system is failing. But there are, of course, positive examples across the countries. And there are quite interesting approaches how that needs to be tackled. And first and foremost is for the authorities or for local authorities not to treat territories as the property, but rather than a means for enabling people to live the life and dignified life they want. On the other hand, when it comes to the environmental injustice done to Roma, I would still refrain to or push a lot for what Andor keeps saying, do not harm. And this should be the driving motto of all local authorities, politicians, activists, projects supporting Roma inclusion in it. Once again, thank you for the invitation, and I look forward to keep continuing this conversation and make sure that it brings the results we all want to see.
Thank you, Tiku. And yes, do not harm, it's a good message.
Significant harm.
We will go now to one online message from our colleague from North Macedonia, Asib Zekir. Can we connect?
Hello everyone. Is it okay? Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Please.
First of all, I'm really sorry for not being able to join you personally. I couldn't make it because of the flights and etc. But I would like to say my thank you for EEB and for everyone, the other organizations that organized this conference for environmental justice. It is very crucial, and it is really my gratitude to speak about this. When we are speaking about the environmental justice for the Roma communities, the first thing that is appearing on our mind are the Roma informal waste collectors. As our colleague Adriatic already mentioned, we have waste collectors in Macedonia as well. So the number of this category is from 3,000 to 5,000 informal waste collectors, and only in the capital city in Skopje we have 1,500. So the majority of them are coming from the Roma community. I will just shortly explain you what are the activities that they are working for. I think this is the same situation in each of the Balkan countries, but I will specify one day of a Roma waste collector waking up and walking maybe 4 or 5 kilometers distance from one municipality or neighborhood to another one and collecting paper and plastic from the streets, collecting these waste materials from the containers in case to have quantity and to feed their families. And these people, even though they are contributing for the green economy, even though they are contributing for the environment, actually being exposed to the waste containers as well, and being involved in the risk of health illness, and being part of this illegal business activity system is just actually being even more and more, and this is present within decades. So in case they have more quantity, they're involving their children as well. This is becoming a communal and sanitary problem as well for the public utility companies that are collecting any kind of waste stream. And in many cases, there is a police brutality because it is not really belonging, the waste materials are not really belonging to the waste collectors, but kind of they are stealing, they say. And in many cases, they face with discrimination, with a lot of penalties, and this is ending to a really fines and lacking out of school for their children. So when we took everything this in consideration in 2019, we started to have discussion with the management team of Ready in North Macedonia, but as well as with the target group, with the Roma informal waste collectors. We try to identify a solution how we get these people organized and formalized, because even though they are contributing, but they are not recognized as people who are doing the contribution to the environment, but they are those who are doing illegally stuff, illegally work, and they are doing the mess in the city. So we tried to understand what are the challenges, their needs, and what could be offered in the society. And we came up to an idea that we need to organize them and to formalize them in an entity that will be following the business model of social enterprise. And this social enterprise would be available to obtain a license from the Ministry of Environment, so they can collect plastic and paper and any other non-hazardous waste without any challenge or any issue with the. Can you hear me? There was a noise a bit. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So in 2020, we registered the company under the Ready NGO in North Macedonia, and this social enterprise basically started to employ people and designing a new business model of establishment a system for primary waste separation. We placed our waste bins inside the buildings, so we don't have any issues regarding the law and the legislation for waste management. And basically, these people are under the license, under the company of Ready Recycling, and they are going from buildings, collecting from the buildings, and they are not allowed actually to collect from streets and other containers. So with this, I'm just trying to say that we are changing the perspective and changing the narrative of this category, but still there is a need to work when it comes to the environmental justice. So in many cases, they are still facing with the discrimination, because we cannot employ all 1,000 people in Skopje, but we are trying to advocate this on a higher level, so these people get recognition from the stakeholders and get them in the system, so they can offer them other type of activities, so they have another decent jobs as well. The vision is definitely to rename this Roma informal waste collectors into the green agents, because based on their contribution, based on their daily activities, actually they are really important for the society. In research that it was prepared so far, it showed that more than 80% of the collected recyclable materials are collected by this category of people. So I think that in the future we will try to increase their visibility on a different dimension and to name them like green agents, because they are really providing a lot of for the environment.
Thank you. Thank you, Asif. Seems that we fit very well in the time. Actually, we even gained some time. If there are questions for our speakers, please. Can we have the microphone? Just a moment to receive the microphone.
So the addition would be that we also measure the hydrogen sulfide in Patarut, so not only the particulate matters, and so there is a legal limit measured by a particular system, which is 0.006 ppm. And our measurements show that all the days during measurement period, this was very much higher than this legal limit. In the majority of the days was close to 0.3. So, and asking people about their health issues, we could find all the illnesses which we could see in the literature that are usually connected to for example, hydrogen sulfide or particulate matters, respiratory problems, allergies, so far and so forth. So my question to all of you who are more experimented in this would be how you prove that this health condition is related to the pollution. Because we are told by the City Hall that we cannot prove it. And their response, because we acted on the court, as I said, and we also acted near Cenecede, and we saw the responses of the City Hall, and they say they are not responsible, first of all. Secondly, we cannot prove that people are sick due to that toxic environment, because other people are also sick.
Okay, some other questions? Or
okay, with environmental toxicologist and environmental expert, with more than 25 experience in analysis of various air, water, soil, environmental samples, I can tell you that there is connection between exposure and viral diseases. You didn't ask the proper person to explain you this connection. This connection is made especially by the doctor, which is special in occupational health, occupational working medicine, let's say. They are focused on the professional exposure, and also there are specialists in environmental hygiene, which can also give you the answer. But looking for your results, we can discuss something in particular regarding your method you did for this determination and regarding your results. Because this can be an explanation that the public authority doesn't take into account your results.
thank you very much. It's another. Okay, you can. I guess you can discuss in particular this together. You are from Cluj. You can meet, have a coffee, and discuss it better. If there are some other questions, okay.
Bună ziua, mă scuzați că vorbesc, dar puțin răgușit, dar nu asta e problema. Tot particip la astfel de întâlniri...
Țineți microfonul mai aproape.
Tot particip la astfel de întâlniri de 20 de ani aproape, împreună cu anumiți colegi din societatea civilă, în care, sigur, am făcut parte alături de ei ca activist. Întrebarea mea este, dacă tot facem aceste întâlniri, cu ce se soldează aceste întâlniri? Bun, am înțeles, injustiție pe mediu, dar injustiție pe educație, care nu au niciodată injustiția pe educație. Fără educație nu poți să ajungi niciunde, fără locuință niciunde, fără sănătate niciunde. Atunci, la ce tot ne adunăm să nu concretizăm ceva palpabil și direct? Pentru că asta pe mine mă deranjează, aceleași discuții le aud de 20 de ani, într-un fel sau altul, dar tema diferă ca și titlu. Problemele sociale ale comunității de rom din Patarât, pe care lucrez de 20 de ani acolo, și a educației de acolo primează asupra comunității clujene. În primul rând, educația, locuința și sănătatea. V-ați gândit vreodată că acei oameni din Patarât care își trimit copiii la școală cum și trimit, că au sau nu medic de familie? V-ați întrebat vreodată, s-a făcut vreun studiu pe sănătatea lor? Nu v-ați întrebat. Auzeam pe cineva în sală că spunea că totul e bine și roz în școală sau în Patarât. Nu este adevărat. Lipsurile sunt de natură diferite, da? Îmbrăcăminte, locuință, sănătate, igienă și așa mai departe. Întrebarea mea este, cu ce se soldează la final această conferință pe care a susținut-o 2 zile? Asta e întrebarea mea și ce veți face în continuare să stopăm aceste probleme care sunt la nivel național sau internațional în problemele din comunitățile de romi care există marginalizate și segregate. Asta e întrebarea mea. Spuneți-mi, vă rog, ce se va solda în următoarea perioadă. Concret. Sunt mediator școlar la școala gimnazială Traian Dârjan. Tala Ioan Florin mă cheamă.
Mulțumesc, domnul Florin.
Cu drag. Vreau să-mi răspundeți de la dumneavoastră oricare din echipă.
O să vă dăm un răspuns. Dacă mai este vreo întrebare, if there is other questions.
Și în special pentru Vasile, nu, a fost și colegul meu și am lucrat împreună. Într-adevăr s-au vorbit și lucruri bune, sunt și lucruri rele din ceea ce privește Patarătul. Numele meu este Ionaș Norbert, sunt de la Uniunea Civică a Tinerilor Rom din România. Scuzați-mă. În momentul de față, fac așa o mică paranteză, că tot spunem de lucruri și vorbim de mediu. Să știți că în următoarea perioadă primăria împreună cu inspectoratul școlar vor să înființeze o grădiniță direct în Patarăt la aproximativ 100 de metri de rampa de gunoi. Noi deja facem demersurile necesare ca să stopăm acest lucru. Dar, Vasile, având în vedere că știi... Nu se aude. Având în vedere că știi situația în care se află și comunitatea romă din Patarăt, dar și alte, care crezi că ar fi o soluție în ceea ce privește în special justiția, adică după atâția ani în care ai lucrat și la Romani Cri și la primărie, care crezi că ar fi soluțiile în momentul de față pentru comunități sau unde ar trebui să ne îndreptăm atunci când vorbim și de justiție de mediu sau alte injustiții în comunitățile de rom?
Mulțumesc. I guess we will give answers because they are just 4 minutes. From the organizers, Ms. Lorena will answer for Mr. Tala.
Deci în românește o să vorbesc și eu, că s-a vorbit așa de mult în engleză astăzi și suntem și în România. Nu că engleza mea e foarte bună, e slabă, dar o să încerc totuși în limba mea. Deci, Florin, e o foarte bună întrebare ce spui, tu ai dreptate. Sunt foarte multe conferințe, întâlniri, seminarii, se discută foarte mult despre problematica romilor și este în aceeași situație de atâția ani, e adevărat. Ceea ce e nou cu această conferință este faptul că vorbim și despre mediu. Până acum s-a vorbit de educație, de sănătate, de cultură și așa mai departe. Acum, în directivele EU Roma Framework, apare și o directivă care menționează despre mediul toxic și despre condițiile în care trăiesc romii. Ceea ce vrea EEB-ul, Ergo și organizațiile internaționale, hai să zicem și naționale, să ne adunăm împreună și să lucrăm pe o hârtie, anume pe un document care să poată să ajute Comisia să putem să lucrăm și pe acest domeniu. Deci ăsta e ceva nou cu care putem noi veni. Că problema noastră a romilor nu se va soluționa, e adevărat. Știe toată lumea că merge din ce în ce rău. Dar și lumea asta merge din ce în ce în rău. Adică asta vreau eu să-ți spun, nu știu dacă am răspuns la întrebările tale. Situația din Patarăt știm cu toții că e foarte grea și nu e așa cum se zice aici. E doar o discuție, dar ceea ce se întâmplă acolo e total diferit. Și asta știm cu toții. Atât am vrut doar să spun.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Aș vrea
Doghi.
să completez răspunsul colegei. Să știți că acum 10 ani, tot în cadrul unei astfel de conferințe, mai mulți colegi am luat decizia de a ne implica și de a susține comunitățile de romi. În Câmpina de 30 de ani nu s-a făcut nimic. În ultimii 2 ani de zile s-au construit 30 de apartamente pentru comunitatea romă. În Slobozia, de 30 de ani, nu s-a făcut nimic pentru comunitatea romă. În ultimul an de zile s-au construit 60 de locuințe pentru comunitatea romă. Nu rezolvăm chestiuni peste noapte, dar aceste conferințe sunt necesare să ne întâlnim, să înțelegem care sunt problemele fiecăruia și să putem să vedem care sunt căile legale, juridice, prin care putem să ameliorăm situația comunităților. Nu le rezolvăm, nu suntem magicieni, nu avem baghetă magică în buzunar, dar în același timp avem dorința și putința și cunoașterea să putem intra într-o astfel de comunitate și să încercăm să ameliorăm situația ei. Asta este rezultatul pe care și această conferință îl propune, aceea de a cunoaște că există și o nouă variantă de justiție de mediu la nivel european pe care, la nevoie, într-o anumită situație, așa cum am prezentat-o eu, poate fi accesată și de care, întâmplător, la Câmpina avem nevoie. Mulțumesc frumos!
Mulțumesc, Vali. Adriatic, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I also want to say something related to why we meet, and we had several meetings. And please do consider that we are operating in a very difficult environment across Europe. The shrinking space for civic society, it's very much coming closer to it. And this is the medium we have to bring awareness and to hold authorities accountable. And actually what authorities do not want, that's it. And their wish is that we don't meet, that we don't talk. So if we cannot solve many of the issues which are very difficult, and I do understand the feeling and the pain around it, especially when you often see the same issue and the same people around it, but that's also a merit of, you know, staying together and holding on it and making sure that we hold institutions accountable, because at the end of the day, those are the ones who are responsible, together with us, of course, but those are the main responsible. And we need to continue to meet and discuss, even if that makes us ourselves tired with each other.
Thank you, Adriatic. Okay, I will give the floor just 2 minutes to Vasile to answer to Norbi's questions, and we close with this.
Părerea mea, cred că o știi dinainte, Norbi, pentru că, din păcate, ca să spun așa, dacă sunt de profesie jurist, din punctul meu de vedere, există singură soluție, cea de acțiune în justiție, chiar dacă asta durează mult. M-ai întrebat, îți răspund și de ce, pentru că dacă pe cale de, nu știu, dacă nu există chiar nicio colaborare, nu există posibilitatea de colaborare cu anumite instituții, respectiv, nu știu, inspectora, că spuneai de școală, nu există puterea de a colabora cu autoritățile locale, atunci, din punctul meu de vedere, singura soluție este acțiune în instanță. chiar dacă, așa cum spunea Enică mai devreme, procesele poate să dureze destul de mult și din experiența pe care am la Romanii Cris sunt cazuri care au durat și 10 sau 12 ani. M-ai întrebat, da, e nevoie de procese pentru ca acele instituții ale statului care nu-și fac treaba să înțeleagă că sunt obligate. Nu fac niciun favor nici unei comunități, nu fac niciun favor niciunei persoane, ci pur și simplu asta este obligația lor și pentru asta sunt plătiți.
Thank you. Mulțumesc. Cu asta încheiem. Okay, it will come the next panel with conclusions.
I don't think we have posted. Let's see.
Aș dori să stați doar pentru câteva minute. Vom face concluziile în final și după aceea, bineînțeles că înțelegem că toată lumea e foarte obosit și vrea să terminăm odată. Da, au fost 2 zile pline, 2 zile solide de discuții pe tema Environment Justice și Environment Racism, dar cu această ocazie sper că am și învățat ceva împreună. Din punctul meu de vedere, cele mai interesante discuții au fost ieri pe workshop-uri și eu acolo mi-am găsit locul și am înțeles că trebuie să stăm mai mult să discutăm atât organizații guvernamentale, internaționale și naționale, cât și autoritățile locale, care din păcate lipsesc. Eu când am început să organizez această conferință împreună cu Isabela și cu doamna directoare de la EAB și, bineînțeles, supervizorul meu, Diego, și Sonia, fără de care n-ar putea fi avut loc această întâlnire, care a muncit așa de mult. Sonia, thank you very much for all your support. Când am început noi să organizăm această și să punem pe listă cine să vină și ce invitați să vină, noi am dorit să vină adică oameni principali, oameni de decizie, politicieni care să poată să vină, pentru că această conferință se adresează mai mult acestor grupuri, adică numai cu ei puteam să facem un subiect și o schimbare. Și să găsim niște soluții împreună. Din păcate, zilele treceau, noi așteptam răspunsuri de la invitații și din ce în ce mai puține au venit. Încă o dată ne dăm seama cât de interesați sunt politicienii și oamenii de decizie când este vorba despre etnia noastră, din păcate. Îi mulțumesc în mod special Elenei Iordănescu de la Guvern, care a venit, este singura care a avut acest curaj să vină aici și să vorbească și să ne spună unele lucruri. Este și datoria, uite, da, așa este, este datoria multor instituții care n-au venit totuși, chiar dacă trebuiau să vină, cumva, nu știu cum, dar n-au venit. Aș dori foarte mult să mulțumesc partenerilor noștri. Aici IFA, Renew Europe, universității, UCTR, ne-a ajutat foarte mult, Norbi, îți mulțumim cu organizarea serii culturale și telefoanele peste tot, că n-a fost ușor să găsim nici măcar o sală în Clujul ăsta cultural și să fie loc și pentru noi. Nu contează, nu vreau să mă plâng, e important că am rezolvat până la urmă. Îi mulțumesc lui Bela Lăcătuș, care a mers în comunitate și ne-a adus romii. Romii nu prea vrea să audă de noi, vă spun sincer, dar nu numai de noi, de majoritari. Nu prea vor să audă, pentru că, cum s-a discutat, că deja s-au săturat de o grămadă de promisiuni și de vizite în Patarât. Îi mulțumim Redi, Dezire, doamne Enică Vințe, Asociația Interetnică Drumitrița, Ciprian care a plecat, și Ecoteca. Alexandra, îți mulțumim pentru prezența ta și pentru tot sprijinul vostru. Am mai uitat pe cineva, Ergo, EIB și toți romii care au venit din comunitate, vă mulțumim, profesorii care au venit, vă mulțumesc, și Norbi, îți mulțumesc că i-ai adus, că știu că e foarte greu, domnului Tala, care a venit de la spital pentru noi aici, îi mulțumesc tuturor cei din Ungaria, foarte mulți au dorit să vină și să ne susțină, și lui Valer Hoca, nu în ultimul rând, a trimis o grămadă de invitații celor de la Biroul Județean BJR, da? Biroul Județean Român, din care au venit totuși câțiva, dar online. Le mulțumim și lor că au venit și au intrat totuși online. Atât am vrut să spun și vă mai spun că pentru mine Patarât rămâne o experiență și grea, dar și plăcută. Eram foarte tineri, studenți, Claudia știa, a și menționat azi dimineață, am mers în comunitate, am muncit pentru ei, noi eram studenți, primeam bursa doar dacă mergem în Patarât să facem curățenie. Asta a fost una dintre condițiile de la cei care ne-au dat bursele și având în vedere că eu am plecat din țară, după 20 de ani am venit înapoi și am fost în Patarât și situația, să știți că nu s-a schimbat, ba, din contră, a rămas aceea sau... Nu mai comentez. Sunt organizații și asociații care au dorit să facă ceva în Patarât, dar nu știu dacă au făcut bine ce au făcut, poate că intențiile au fost bune, dar faptul că tu creezi acolo grădinițe și vrei să faci centru cultural, pentru mine înseamnă tot o segregare, tot un mod de a izola și de a-i ține într-un loc atât de departe de societatea noastră de Cluj. Încă o dată vă mulțumesc pentru participarea voastră și sper că n-am fost foarte lungă în discurs. Aș dori să mai aduc informații despre ziua de mâine. Pentru că nu e așa ușor să mergi în comunitate, poate voi știți, nu e așa ușor, ni s-au anunțat 30 de persoane, ceea ce nu e foarte bine. Ca să mergi 30 de persoane într-o comunitate nu e bine. Nu mergem la grădina zoologică să vedem... Nu știu, mă înțelegeți. Deci, numai aș dori și v-am și scris, v-am trimis invitații, numai cei care n-au fost niciodată și care totuși ar dori să vină, o să mergem, dar nu în comunitate să vedem romii, pentru că v-am mai spus din ce cauză n-aș dori, o să mergem la o biserică mică din Patarât și acolo să vină câțiva lideri și bineînțeles că de acolo să vedeți, se poate vedea mult mai multe, se poate vedea și groapa de gunoi și rampele și familiile. Da, Florin.
Andrei, o să vedem mâine.
Eu știți ce aș propune? Am înțeles că și persoanele locale care sunt din Cluj doresc să participe.
Da, s-au înscris Norbi și...
Ca persoanele locale să nu vină acum și putem noi să facem o altă întâlnire cu acordul lor în altă...
Ok, vă mulțumim foarte mult.
Ca să fie cei care n-au văzut și în special care nu o să mai aibă acces, nu știu.
Da. Nu am putut, n-am știut cu doamna directoare cum să alegem și care să fie prioritatea, pentru că v-am spus încă o dată, respect, foarte multă lume vrea să vadă Patarătul. Deci cei care sunt din Cluj, aș dori să vă rog să mergeți cu altă ocazie ca să le dăm posibilitatea celor care sunt invitați să poată să vină. Și o să ne întâlnim mâine dimineață, 9:30. Vă rog frumos să veniți în față la Grand Hotel Napoca. De acolo se pornește cu autobusul. Da. Vă așteptăm, dar în același timp suntem un pic în... Da, zine, Linda. Cum să nu-ți permitem, Linda, și îți mulțumim că ești cu noi aici. Ești o activistă foarte bună.
I know to speak English too, but I didn't want to speak. I want to speak in Romania because we are in Romania. Care din sala asta au fost evacuate? Evacuat. Bun. Care din sala asta o dormi cel puțin o săptămână în Patarât? Așa. Eu cu Florin știu. Am știut. Bun. Este foarte ușor să vorbești din exterior. Este foarte ușor să condamn că anumite programe nu au fost așa, că au fost așa, că au fost invers, că de ce nu s-au făcut așa, că de ce nu s-au făcut pe dincolo. Eu am stat, am ascultat, oamenii ăștia, am ascultat pe toată lumea, dar nimeni nu știe mai bine ca omul care e pus în situația să locuiască acolo ce este bine pentru el. Da, Daniel, tot respect, a făcut comparație între Cluj și Reșița. Nu știu care este prețul pieței în Reșița la o locuință și știm cu toții care este prețul unei locuințe în Cluj. Noi în cadrul proiectelor care le-am derulat, care au fost foarte binevenite pentru comunitatea noastră și le-am primit cu căldură, pentru că dacă vine cineva la tine și îți spune, uite, poți să pleci de aici, ce să-i zici? Du-te de aici că nu vreau proiectul tău, du-te că eu nu vreau să mă mut de aici.
Ok, scuză-mă, dăm voie să-ți spun un singur lucru și nu avem timp, dar după ce terminăm putem discuta.
Într-un minut
deci
o
tu
să
ai plecat
termin.
din Patarât. De ce ai plecat din Patarât? Că ți-a fost bine?
Păi nu aia am vrut să punctez. Am vrut să punctez faptul că Daniel a spus că ei dintr-un milion nu știu cât de euro au făcut nu știu câte locuințe. Și că noi am făcut nu știu câte. Bun, în primul proiect s-au cumpărat 25 de locuințe în Cluj-Napoca, s-au cumpărat în Apaida, s-au construit de fapt în Apaida și în Florești. Dar nu există grade de comparație.
Corect,
Trebuie să ne
știu,
acceptăm
știu.
și trebuie să înțelegem că fiecare face ce poate și
cum
cât
poate.
și cum poate.
Da,
să
Linda,
fie
dar
mai
dacă așa de
pentru
bine au făcut
comunitate.
asociațiile și instituțiile astea din Cluj pentru Patarât, rămâneai și tu acolo, da? Deci tu ai plecat din Patarât
Păi
să ai o viață și un viitor pentru copiii
Am plecat
tăi.
datorită proiectului, n-am plecat datorită puterii mele sau că mi-am cumpărat ceva.
Ok,
am primit
deci
și
Linda,
eu în primul proiect.
am înțeles, știu, am
Proiectele
înțeles.
sunt binevenite în comunitățile de romi atunci când vrei să desegregezi zona, când vrei să-l scoți
Așa
pe
este.
om de acolo, să nu
Păi
mai
și
locuiască
nu asta
acolo.
se întâmplă cu instituțiile noastre locale, din păcate.
Păi,
Dar hai să
guvernul
discutăm
nu
după,
vrea,
avem
ăla
un
nu
timp,
vrea.
trebuie și doamna directoare să
Dar nu
vorbească,
mă
este
ascult.
și Isa aici. Îmi pare rău, Linda. Știu, hai să vorbim după. Avem o seară culturală, putem să avem discuții. Deci eu închei aici, încă o dată mulțumesc pentru toată lumea și... Ok. Ok, nu înțeleg, Sonia, scuze. Ok, deci acum îi dau cuvântul doamnei directoare. Mulțumesc.
Thanks, Lorena. So, okay, I'm not going to say much. All the thanks have been said. So, I also just briefly want to thank the great team who made the conference possible, from the EB team and Ergo and all our other partners. I just wanted to say that we came here to learn from each other. I hope that you all feel that there's something that you're taking away from meeting people who work on similar situations in other communities, in other countries, who maybe come to the topic from a different angle, as academics, as people working in institutions, in civil society organizations, and Roma rights organizations, and environmental organizations. So I hope that you found it fruitful, that we came together from different perspectives, and that's giving you, hopefully, some new ideas. We did not come here pretending that we would be able to deliver any kind of immediate solutions for anyone, even though that's frustrating. I understand. But I hope that, some of the solutions that have been shared by some of the colleagues about, successful integrated housing projects or, creating livelihoods through a green economy are, also good examples that hopefully give us new ideas and hope that things can change. I also hope that, beyond our work on Roma communities, that this idea of environmental justice is getting more traction, because Roma communities are not the only communities that suffer from environmental injustices and that suffer from environmental health impacts more than mainstream society. There's other communities in our region, so we hope that this concept will get traction on the long run. As being somebody who represents an organization who works at a very abstract level of policymaking in the EU, that might seem unsatisfactory, to kind of talk about policies and frameworks that are very far away from people's reality on the ground and where people don't necessarily feel immediate improvements. But I think I hope we all agree that action is needed at all levels. Obviously, a lot of things are extremely localized and need local solutions, but at the same time, very big discussions are taking at a national level, at a European level, where there's decision-takings about billions of euros of investments across our countries, and this money is going in one direction or the other. So there are very important decisions being taken, and we are trying to play our role at this very abstract top level, playing our role in, shifting things in the right direction. And I hope that this encounter here has helped to kind of make some connections between different levels at which we need to find solutions. So thank you again very much. I hope we'll all spend a nice evening together and have some more time to talk in smaller groups and bilaterally. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. O să mai fac un anunț în seara asta, nu știu dacă ați văzut pe agenda, va fi o recepție pe Iuliu Maniu, numărul 4, da, Norbi, numărul 1, pe Iuliu Maniu, la Casa Tineretului din Cluj. Va fi muzică tradițională în România cu dansator, vă așteptăm cu mare drag și o mică recepție. O să avem un pic de vin local și o să avem un pic de snack local. Vă așteptăm cu mare drag. Mulțumim frumos! Un ultim anunț și o...
Mulțumesc, Lorena. De fapt, ce vreau eu să spun și de ce vreau să spun de obicei în engleză, pentru că cei din online streaming nu au traducere. Și atunci străinii care se uită la noi nu înțeleg nimic. So the reason I just said that I need to speak in English for the people that are watching us from across Europe that don't have English translation on the streaming. The reason why I wanted to talk, apart from really thanking everyone, and I think that's the acknowledgement is there, and I don't want to take the time, is to actually say the reason why Ergo is involved with this conference and where we want to take it from here. Obviously, we responded positively to EB because for us it makes sense because Cătălin was somehow criticizing that we are just human rights people. We are technicians in our field also. And so because there is expertise that we don't have, obviously there is a very good merger between us as a human rights NGO with another type of human rights NGO that is specialized on environmental justice and environmental racism to bring to you and to all of us new solutions. So what we basically do is not to give you the solution today and not to implement it, because that's not what we do. As technicians at our level, what we do is to take all the information that has been discussed here, process it, analyze it, check policy options, program options, and then come back to you and to everybody else that is in a position to create change to say these and these options might actually work. Please check them, let's push for it, and let's start to do it. The reason why we brought together so many partners, not because we wanted them to look nice on the screen, but it's because they have different expertise. We wanted one to create some political momentum, some political interest, view that here, unfortunately, the public administration has no interest whatsoever to negotiate, and we wanted to create some political pressure from above to start some discussion and negotiation with those that might be maybe interested, if not today, tomorrow, seeing that there is this pressure, but also bringing maybe possible options. Because it's true that there is the legal action which is taking long, and as Mr. Păslaru said, it's asymmetrical, but we also want to see concretely from the experts that were here in the past 2 days what can actually be done. And also have the Roma from Patarât and civil society to tell us whether this is something that it's, from their point of view, it's acceptable, right? Because we said with Roma, for Roma, not without the Roma. So basically, we will just leave from here, take all this knowledge, and come back to you with some options, not with promises, just some options that we can actually lobby with moving forward. And so with that being said, thank you so much, and hope to see you and discuss with you tonight and tomorrow in Patarât. Thank you.